Behind every crime lies a story waiting to be uncovered, from chilling mysteries to untold truth. This is where the darkness comes to light.
Courtroom buzz lights up the air, faces tense as stories tear, truth and lies like a tango dance. Justice here takes no chance. Gavel strikes, hearts beat fast. Witness takes stand, shadows cast. Whispers loud like wildfire spread. In this game, none's ahead. International eyes on the scene. Lines of right blurred and lean. Arrested dreams, shattered glass. In this court, who holds the past? Lawyers dance in verbal fight. Day turns into darkest night. Every turn, heart skips a beat. Justice tango on repeat. Families once so torn apart. Courts drama quick to start. Chains rattle, futures bleak. Yet in silence, justice seeks. Around the world, eyes new gaze. Every trial a twisted maze. Judgment passed through smoky gates. In this court, no room for haste.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Hello. Hi. Good morning. Something changed on the computer, and I'm like, okay, because he unmuted himself by, automatically, and I did. Whoa, Stephanie, 5 months already. Mondays, yes, indeed, it has flown by, indeed. Hello. Good morning, everybody. Hello. Sorry, I am here. Kind of new angle, but hello. It will make sense. Good morning, everybody. Happy Monday. Hi, Case One. Hi, Stephanie, Paula, Cindy, William, Case One. Hello. Good morning, everybody. So great to see you, everyone. I hope everyone is safe. It is good. You guys had a good weekend. Better than my weekend, but we'll talk about my weekend later. I might disappear a little bit from camera in a minute because our baby Annie, it's on the way. I think it's on the way or should be on the way. I've got her cot here. You kind of probably can see. That's her cot that I use. But yeah, Stephanie. Thank you very much for 5 months of support. I mean, you guys are amazing. Every single one of you are great, and it has been a great privilege to do this and to meet you and create this bond, this friendship, this international thing, because is in a way we are international, but I don't want to start um crying. Can you guys hear me all right? Can you guys hang on? Because I was messing with the computer over the weekend, and I don't know if it's okay, but I hope it is, because it's yeah, okay, it is good, awesome. Hey, Iowa, good morning. Hi. Oh, awesome. Thank you very much. You hear me? And gorgeous sunshine, Iowa. Absolutely. We are carrying on today our new trial. I mean, we are gonna double take today. We are gonna be on verdict watch for Raul Valle trial, and then we are gonna start the day 3 of the Karina Cooper trial. I mean, that trial has been something else. I'm gonna tell you. I mean, do you guys remember the messages on Friday? If you haven't, on Friday there was messages shown between the defendant and the conspirator, and it was absolutely you know, absolutely insane. I know Karina is wild, and I'm like, what is going on? Oh, you started 2 hours early than normal. Hey, I like that. I love that, Iowa. I appreciate that. I know I did. It has been a great experience creating this community, and it's gonna be wild. It is gonna be okay. I don't want to cry yet. Um, I don't want to cry. Let's not cry. It's Monday, and I'm gonna be crying later for sure. But let's carry on talking about Karina and how wild she is. Because I mean, the oh, How can you be planning your husband's unaliving through messages on social media and you still plead not guilty that you did it? I mean, like this verdict, it's gonna probably be so quick, um, that it's absolutely insane. Because I mean, who believes that she's not guilty? Because I don't. I'm sorry. I know probably I'm already judging, and I'm already like prejudging before the verdict and hear all the evidence and everything, but I do not know. Hey, indie girl, good morning, my friend. Hi, happy Monday. Hello, welcome in. Hope everyone had a good weekend, and I hope everyone that is in Texas or have family members in Texas in the area that has been affected by floods, they are okay and safe. Because that was heartbreaking to see the news all about that. And sorry, I'm trying not to yawn. Sorry. Ugh, I don't know why I still have sleeps in my eyes because I did had a nap. But what I was just saying, what the floods. I was watching some videos about the floods and the quickness that the floods came up. Like, oh my days, it was absolutely very heartbreaking. So, indeed, case one. I mean, I hope everyone and everything is safe. And I mean, I know there's been a lot of disaster and oh my days, indie girl. Wow, it's only an hour away from you. I'm so sorry. Oh, hey, Denise. Hello, good morning. You are here lurking, and because of course you are slam after the long holiday. How many claims have you got? Because you were talking about that you were gonna have like what about 100 things. I know. Yes, I mean it's that is yeah. But oh, by the way, before Nadine, sorry, before Denise goes, I forgot which day is the sentencing for BK. I've got to know that. I need to know that because I is it July or is it August? Oh, between 100 and 150. Ouch, that hurts. Oh. Oh my days. Sorry about that. Indie girl, I hope everyone is safe. July 23rd. Awesome. Great. Why does it has to be always hey 80s? Good morning. Hey 80s. Hey, that's a new profile picture. Nice. Awesome. But hello 80s music man. You will be there. That is awesome. You know what? I why it has to always be on a Wednesday? Why does Brian Kohlberger anything that happens with Brian Kohlberger has to be on a Wednesday on date night? Why? Why is it that I want to follow something and I want to follow the oh, hang on. Baby is here. 1 second. Ah, put some music. I'll put some music.
She's a Portuguese soul in the UK, rolling dough at the bakery day by day. Sugar on her apron, flour on her face, but when evening comes, she steps into a darker place. Grab the keys to the car for that Costco run, loading up on snacks before the work's all done. 'Cause once she's home, it's time for the show. True Crime on YouTube, spotlight aglow. Late night trials and conspiracies. She's digging for truth for the world to see. Documents on Discord. She's on the hunt. In the hush of midnight, she's on the front. She's got her boyfriend by her side. Together they host this chilling ride. Nightbots watching, chats alive. Everyone's hooked, ready to die. Her days are sweet and filled with bread. Her nights are dark, deep in her head. From morning glow to midnight files, she dances between the day and trials. Late night trials. Portuguese pride in the UK sun. She'll solve every case till the morning comes. Daytime bakery, nighttime sleuth. Our true crime addict revealing in the truth.
Hello, hello, hello. Sorry about that. Hello. Well, I'm back. Sorry about that. Look who's here. Say hello. Yeah. So yeah, we were talking about BK. Well, are you okay? Are you gonna be okay? Yes. She's wide awake. She's absolutely wide awake. I don't think I'm gonna put her down anytime soon. I'm trying to. Well, she's settled. She's fine. Hey, good morning, Lois. Sorry, I missed people coming in. Good morning. Hail, welcome. I know. Hello. Hi. Say hello to people. Hi. So yeah, she's I think she's more interested on my tablet that I have over there than actually looking at that. I know, Cindy, she is. I mean, she's just getting so big. I can't believe that she's already gonna be 3 months. So are you talking to me? Oh, I just can't with her. She's just she's upset. What's up? What's wrong? Y- You want to have a nap, don't you? Yes, you do. Okay, 1 second. Bear with me. It's gonna be a bumpy ride today. Um, yeah, are you okay? Yeah. So, oh, management. Sorry. Oh no, I can't believe. 1 second. Bear with me. Hold, please. Right. Okay. I think we are okay for now. It's gonna be a while though. You know, I'm gonna be turning on and off the camera a lot. I'll just leave it. So, um, I was gonna say, I know it's come 3 months. What's happened for 3 months? Lois, sorry, I just came in and everyone was chatting and me just putting myself in everyone's conversation, which is always good. Okay, I think we are safe to open the camera now because I think Annie is shy, camera shy, aren't you? You are. Yes, you are. Yeah. See, I turn on the camera, she starts. She's camera shy. You are. Like, take the jungeries. Oh, there you go. Sorry. Getting distracted. She's so distractive. I was like, I can literally distract myself every 2 seconds with her. Over the weekend, I took some cute pictures. And even on, I think it was a Friday. And I need to show you one on a break that she looks absolutely gorgeous. So after, obviously, when trial starts, I'm gonna try to settle down to see if she will take a nap because I think someone is tired. Someone is tired. Someone needs a nap for sure. So I'm gonna try that, but I'm still gonna be here listening and um yeah. Hey, hello over there. Hello, Lois. Why is not showing up here? So this is just like what I'm like what I don't understand. It shows on one side, but it doesn't show on the other one. Go figure. But today we're double taking, like I've been saying. We are on well, I don't think you guys don't want to listen to the jury instructions because obviously they have been on break since Thursday. And Thursday they had it's me. I need a nap. I think everyone needs a nap. Denise, at this point, I think it's. Are you looking at the computer? Hmm, you are. Oh, you're so cute. But yeah, so I need a nap as well, man. I tried to take. I took a nap for a little bit. Um, everyone is gonna take a nap. Yay! See, everyone is gonna take a nap. Do you want to take a nap, Anya? Anya wants to join in on a nap thing. Yes, she says yes. So, oh, we gotta be. I don't really want to cover the jury instructions again, but I mean, we might have to have it for like a little bit, so I can try to settle down, and then when the trial starts, we'll move it to the trial. Because I don't know why Iowa. Uh, what time zone is Iowa? Sorry, because we grabbed this trial and I didn't even realize what time zone it was. So but we're still gonna follow it, it's not a problem. um but it's just because it's at 10 a.m. Eastern, the Iowa oh, Central, that's what I thought. It's 9 a.m. for them, but it's gonna be 3 p.m. um well, 3 p.m. for me, 10 a.m. Eastern, isn't it? Yes, this, see, yeah, it's just 8:30. Oh, hang on 1 second. Someone is just someone is not wanting. I think she's just about done when yeah, she was about done instructions. But the judge was saying, sorry, 1 second. The judge was saying, 1 second. What's wrong? Give me one moment. Okay, it's a diaper changing time. So yeah, East Coast would be 9:30. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Iowa. So it's gonna be well, it starts at 10 a.m. um for Eastern time, the new trial, because it's Central time, so the time zones are a little bit, yeah. Mr. I frequently works in on the East Coast time. Yeah, as like the thing is, I'm getting now I'm getting used to the time zones and everything, and I'm trying to figure out. But obviously, there's still like a state here and there that I still get confused and I get muddled over about the time zone. So absolutely, thank you for that. I appreciate you guys. But yeah, so because I was just saying about the instructions, because the judge, yes, she said she was about done with them, but is also the fact that she said, I think she was gonna try to like resume what she said already, because it's been a long time since Thursday. But I don't know, what do you guys think? What do you guys think? Are is there gonna be a quick verdict on this one? Is it gonna be a hung? I mean, I can do a poll, but I don't have a hand. But well, I don't have a hand. I have the other hand that it's slightly busy right now. So just put on the chat to um what, how long do you think the verdict is going to be, and if it is guilty or not guilty, and I'm going to try to write it down as you guys say, and then we can see who was right or not. I mean, I don't like, I think we are going to have a verdict today because they are going to be deliberating for most of the day. But I think it's going to get a lesser included. Oh yeah, and say if it is like guilty on, yeah, I know, guilty on the main charge, or guilty on the lesser including. Hey, good morning, Jen. Hi. Oh, hang on. Hello, hi. Sorry, my niece is here, she's saying hello too. I'm just trying to settle down to see if she will hold until trial starts, so then I can do what I need to get done. Otherwise, I'm just gonna put a little bit of music if she doesn't. But she's fine right now. She seems entertained enough. But yeah, good morning. But yeah, just let me know what your verdict is. We have time, so we can play the verdict game. Annie is looking at somewhere that I don't know what it is she looking at. Maybe she's looking at the cotton eats a nap, isn't it? Isn't it? You need a nap, don't you? She's so cute. Enjoy lurking, Denise. So yeah, I think he's gonna get guilty on a lesser included. I don't think. Oh wow, 2 months, amazing. Thank you. I know, it's great, isn't it? Thank you so much, Jen, for the support for the last 2 months and even longer of that. I know you've been here for a while, and I really, really appreciate that. Thank you so much. It's amazing. I'm doing the other side of the heart, because you can see the here, isn't it? See, thank you. So thank you so much for that. It's absolutely amazing. As I know it's awesome, isn't it, Stephanie? You guys make this community, and yeah, it's gonna be okay. So we are just literally waiting. Oh, we are just waiting on something to start. I mean, the okay. 1 second. Hold again, please. What's wrong? Okay, one second. Someone is very angry.
Java the huts where we made our plot. Flirty attorney giving all she's got. Blonde in the weeds sipping lukewarm teas. Baby Huey's crying, someone hand them the keys. Toilet paper murder trial making him sweat. Evidence stacked up, but we're not done yet. The jury's confused by the caffeinated vibe. Chaos in this courtroom keeps the dream alive. Blonde taking notes with her strange pink pen. Baby Huey tripping, falling over again. Flirty attorney winking, raising a brow. Judge slams the gavel, order in here now. Toilet paper murder trial making him sweat. Evidence stacked up, but we're not done yet. The jury's confused by the caffeinated vibe. Chaos in this courtroom keeps the dream alive. Java steaming hot, but the truth's ice cold. Blonde's got a secret that's never been told. Flirt's got moves sharp as her file. Baby Huey's just here stumbling in style. Toilet paper murder trial making him sweat. Evidence stacked up, but we're not done yet. The jury's confused by the caffeinated vibe. Chaos in this courtroom keeps the dream alive. Java the huts where we made our plot. Flirty attorney giving all she's got. Blonde in the weeds sipping lukewarm teas. Baby Huey's crying, someone hand them the keys. Toilet paper murder trial making him sweat. Evidence stacked up, but we're not done yet. The jury's confused by the caffeinated vibe. Chaos in this courtroom keeps the dream alive. Blonde taking notes with her strange pink pen. Baby Huey tripping, falling over again. Flirty attorney winking, raising a brow. Judge slams the gavel, order in here now. Toilet paper murder trial making him sweat. Evidence stacked up, but we're not done yet. The jury's confused by the caffeinated vibe. Chaos in this courtroom keeps the dream alive. Java steaming hot, but the truth's ice cold. Blonde's got a secret that's never been told. Flirt's got moves sharp as her file. Baby Huey's just here stumbling in style. Toilet paper murder trial making him sweat. Evidence stacked up, but we're not done yet. The jury's confused by the caffeinated vibe. Chaos in this courtroom keeps the dream.
All right, sorry, I'm back. Sorry about that. Thank you for the patience, and thank you for holding. It looks like I'm talking in a call center. Hang on. I just sounded there that I was talking in a call center. I was like, "Thank you for holding. How can I help?" No, joking. It's just me being silly now. Um, are you? You don't know? Okay, all right, all right. No worries there. But Annie did need hers because yeah, now she's entertained. Looking at garden bots things. But I am back. I am here. I'm still keeping an eye on the Baba, but she's there. I think soon enough. Next thing is gonna be feeding. But Lois, that's hilarious. I know, I know. Oh, that's awesome. I'm glad you had a good weekend, William, with family. I mean, families. It's important. I mean, it is one of the best things we have, and it can be a great support when we most need it. That is for sure. That is absolutely for sure. So, yeah. Oh, my days. So Garden Bot is going to Costco without me again. Um, I'm just trying to rock Anya a little bit now so she can be a little bit entertained with the rocking until we go live. And then, well, in terms court starts, and then I can just, yeah. Oh, I know, Baba. I know, I know. I know. It's okay. I know you. Hang on, sorry. Today's gonna be an awesome day. We can do this. Why did I thought that I could stream and babysit at the same time? Because she's getting more, she's getting more active and more restless. So it's just gonna be harder and harder now. So, but hopefully things will get easy. I know, Baba. I know, Baba. I know, Baba. Auntie Katya will give you. I know. It's so very unpolite, isn't it? Oh, I know. Okay, let's do that. I know. On my days, indie girl, this is crazy. I mean, this is absolutely insane. I'm insane. I know she's. Are you crying or are you bawling? I don't even know. She's doing both. So okay, okay. I know what she wants. I know what she wants, but I need to go grab it. I know. I know. Okay. The lungs are open. 1 second.
Eyes on the clock, but it don't tick tock. Spinning in my head, let it all unlock. Courtroom vibes with a pop style flair. Truth and chaos floating through the air. No drama here, just a steady beat. Chains on my thoughts, but I won't retreat. Judges sipping soda, tapping their shoes. Motion denied, but I'm singing my blues. Oh, watching pop makes my mind unwind. Twisting words like vines till the truth aligns. No dramatic scenes, just electric sparks. Lightning in my veins, lighting up the dark. They're typing up the pages, rhythm and clicks. Life's a verdict, rolling dice and tricks. Jury with the shades, not into the vibe. Feeling like redemption's got a new tribe. Echoes in the hall, hit a sweet falsetto. Writing my own journey in the stiletto. Witness speaks, but the mics turn low. Reality's a movie, but it's my show. Oh, watching pop makes my mind unwind. Twisting words like vines till the truth aligns. No dramatic scenes, just electric sparks. Lightning in my veins, lighting up the dark. They're typing up the pages, rhythm and clicks. Life's a verdict, rolling dice and tricks. Jury with the shades, not into the vibe. Feeling like redemption's got a new tribe. Echoes in the hall, hit a sweet falsetto. Writing my own journey in stiletto. Witness speaks, but the mics turn low. Reality's a movie, but it's my show. Core watching pop makes my mind unwind. Twisting words like vines till the truth aligns. No dramatic scenes, just a like sparks. Lightning in my veins, lighting up the dark. The gavel echoes, noise in the hall. I'm sneaking glances at the clock on the wall. A courtroom circus spinning its wheel. My stomach's growling, it's the real appeal. Oh, lunch break, come save me now. Tie the judge's rope to a plow. Drive me to the sandwich stand. Freedom tastes like food in hand. The stenographer's fingers tap a beat. My thoughts are swaying to something sweet. A jury stares with unshaken plight, but I'm focused on my appetite. Oh, lunch break, come save me now. Tie the judge's rope to a plow. Drive me to the sandwich stand. Freedom tastes like food in hand. Outside the case, the sun shines wide. The world is waiting just there outside. But here I sit in lost cold shade, tossing dreams of lemonade. The lawyer's words, they drone and pine, but my soul screams out for the food line. Justice might be served today, but I just want my lunch tray. Oh, lunch break, come save me now. Tie the judge's rope to a plow. Drag me to the sandwich stand. Freedom tastes like food in hand. The stenographer's fingers tap a beat. My thoughts are swaying to something sweet. A jury stares with unshaken plight, but I'm focused on my appetite. Oh, lunch break, come save me now. Tie the judge's rope to a plow. Drag me to the sandwich stand. Freedom tastes like food in hand. The gavel echoes, noise in the hall. I'm sneaking glances at the clock on the wall. A courtroom circus.
Garden plots trembling with a mechanical hum. Petals in pixels where the daisies come from. True crime addict sits engrossed and enthralled, sketching out trial scenes on the courtroom walls. Garden bot stumbles on a patch of weeds. Meanwhile the gavel falls with chilling speed. Colors of justice swirl in pencil gray lines, while the roses bloom soft in uneven designs. Ooh, the garden grows as the stories unfold. Metal and soul, while the tales get cold. Truth seeps in just like roots below. Garden bot
Hello, hello.
and the sketches glow.
Jury microphone testing 1. Jury microphone testing 2.
Spines of sunflowers twist towards the skies, while on paper truths hide in mascara lies. Who's the guilty party? The verdict's unclear. Guarding by whispers just to just trust. True crime addicts' fingers smear their work. Injustice is heavy like rain-soaked dirt. Ooh, the garden grows as the stories unfold. Metal and soul, while the tales get cold. Truth seeps in just like roots below. Garden bud blooms and the sketches glow. Who's the guilty party? The verdict's unclear. Garden bots tangled but doesn't feel fear. True crime addicts' fingers smear their work. Injustice is heavy like rain-soaked dirt. Ooh, the garden grows as the stories unfold. Metal and soul, while the tales get cold. Truth seeps in just like roots below, guarding what blooms and the sketches glow. Flames dance on the couch like they've got no shame. Smoke wraps the walls calling out my name. A spark in the night that I couldn't ignore. Now ashes lie where we laughed before. Fire burns fast, and don't ask why. Truth comes out under a blackened sky. He ran to escape, but fate had a plan. Laundry spun while the wheels met the man. Screamed louder than a broken cry. He's on the pavement while the embers fly. Soap suds spin, but they can't clean his mess. Life's a cruel movie, no chance to press reset. Every heartbeat's a crackle, every breath's a flame. He played his cards but lost the game. She falls for towels like nothing's wrong, but her silence is louder than any song. Fire burns fast, and don't ask why. Truth comes out under a blackened sky. He ran to escape, but fate had a plan. Laundry spun while the wheels met the man. Ashes settle, but the guilt won't fade. She walks through the ruins of choices made. A van on the street, a heart torn apart. Life doesn't warn you before it starts. But fate had a plan. Laundry spun while the wheels met the man. Life's a cruel movie, no chance to press reset. We're set. Flames dance on the couch like they've got no shame. Smoke wraps the walls calling out my name. A spark in the night that I couldn't ignore. Now ashes lie where we laughed before. Fire burns fast, and don't ask why. Truth comes out under a blackened sky. He ran to escape, but fate had a plan. Laundry spun while the wheels met the man. Screamed louder than a broken cry. He's on the pavement while the embers fly. Soap suds spin, but they can't clean his mess. Life's a cruel movie, no chance to press reset. Every heartbeat's a crackle, every breath's a flame. He played his cards but lost the game. She falls for towels like nothing's wrong, but her silence is louder than any song. Fire burns fast, and don't ask why. Truth comes out under a blackened sky. He ran to escape, but fate had a plan. Laundry spun while the wheels met the man. Ashes settle, but the guilt won't fade. She walks through the ruins of choices made. A van on the street, a heart torn apart. Life doesn't warn you before it starts. She walked in with that stare so cold, in a courtroom script where secrets unfold. A tangled web of lies she wove, in the shadow of faith she chose to rove. Questions flying like birds in the night, the truth a beacon but hidden from sight. The gavel echoes like thunder's call, a temple of justice amidst her fall. Oh Lori, why do the whispers grow? A tangled path where no light shows. The stories twist like a canyon scar. What's written in the stars you chase so far? Oh, then promises and prophecies fake, blinding devotion, a soul to break. No redemption found in this cold affair, just a hushed prayer lost in the air. The clock ticks on the judgment's near, but mercy fades into the rearview mirror. For since she stands with fire in her eyes, defending the ashes of her alibis. A name now etched in infamous scrolls, a tale of spirits, dreams, and broken golden goals. The jury sits with the weight of fate as her own words begin to deflate. Oh Lori, why do the whispers grow? A tangled path where no light shows. The stories twist like a canyon scar. What's written in the stars you chase so far? Oh, then promises and prophecies fake, blinding devotion, a soul to break. No redemption found in this cold affair, just a hushed prayer lost in the air. Oh, then promises and prophecies fake, blinding the path where no light shows. The story's canyon scar, what's her bringing scar? What's written in the stars you chase so far? You chase so far. Promises and prophecies fake, blinding devotion, a soul to break. No redemption found in this cold affair, just a hushed prayer lost in the air. She walked in with that stare so cold, in a courtroom script where secrets unfold. A tangled web of lies she wove, in the shadow of faith she chose to rove. Questions flying like birds in the night, the truth a beacon but hidden from sight. The gavel echoes like thunder's call, a temple of justice amidst her fall. Oh Lori, why do the whispers grow? A tangled path where no light shows. The stories twist like a canyon scar. What's written in the stars you chase so far? Oh, then promises and prophecies fake, blinding devotion, a soul to break. No redemption found in this cold affair, just a hushed prayer lost in the air. The clock ticks on the judgment's near, but mercy fades into the rearview mirror. For since she stands with fire in her eyes, defending the ashes of her alibis. A name now etched in infamous scrolls, a tale of spirits, dreams, and broken golden goals. The jury sits with the weight of fate as her own words begin to deflate. Oh Lori, why do the whispers grow? A tangled path where no light shows. The stories twist like a canyon scar. What's written in the stars you chase so far? Oh, then promises and prophecies fake, blinding devotion, a soul to break. No redemption found in this cold affair, just a hushed prayer lost in the air. Oh, then promises and prophecies fake, blinding the path where no light shows. The story's canyon scar, what's her bringing scar? What's written in the stars you chase so far? You chase so far. Promises and prophecies fake, blinding devotion, a soul to break. No redemption found in this cold affair, just a hushed prayer lost in the air.
You're always online, chasing the thrill, in the dark corners where nightmares are real. Whispers and shadows, stories unfold. innocence lost, and the secrets they hold. Reach out and touch cracks, leave the screen, step outside. Reach out and touch grass, feel the earth, feel alive. Sensational headlines, the dramas you'll muse, capturing moments, the heartbreak you choose. Behind every story, a life to reclaim. Remember the human, not just the name. Reach out and touch grass, leave the screen, step outside. Reach out and touch grass, feel the earth, feel alive.
Today to continue on with the trial of the state of Connecticut versus Raul Valle, I would ask counsel to please place their appearance on the record for purposes of today's proceedings.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mark Dershowitz for the state of Connecticut.
Good morning, Your Honor. Tatiana Messina for the state of Connecticut.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Kevin Smith for Mr. Valle, who's at my side.
Good morning. Is everyone all set to call the jury and to continue with the charge?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'll do that then. Thank you. Right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Counsel, please stipulate to the return of our juror.
State will stipulate, Your Honor.
Defense stipulates, Your Honor.
All right, so before I continue with the jury charge, I just want to thank all of you for your continued attention to the proceedings, as well as your continued attention to arrive here timely each and every day. So I know it's been quite some time. You've been very diligent about getting here and being attentive to the proceedings. So I appreciate that very much. So I wanted to thank you for that. At this time, when we adjourned on Thursday, we were going through the court's instructions as to the law that you are to apply to this case. I am going to pick up where the court left off, and that is at count 4, assault in the second degree, intentional, Connecticut General Statute, section 53A, 68-2. The state charges the defendant at count 4 with assault in the second degree, charging that in the county of Fairfield in the city of Shelton on or about the 14th day of May, 2022, at or near 43 Laurel Glen Drive in said city, the defendant, with intent to cause physical injury to one face on teal, did cause physical injury to the said face on teal with a dangerous instrument, to wit, a knife, in violation of section 53A 68-2 of the Connecticut General Statutes. The statute defining this offense reads in pertinent part as follows. A person is guilty of assault in the second degree when, with intent to cause physical injury to another person, he causes such injury to such person by means of a dangerous instrument other than by means of the discharge of a firearm. For you to find the defendant guilty of this charge, the state must prove the following 3 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Element 1, intent to cause physical injury. First element is that the defendant specifically intended to cause physical injury to another person. A person acts intentionally with respect to a result when his conscious objective is to cause such result. We'll refer to the court's previous instruction on specific intent at 15. Physical injury is defined as an impairment of physical condition or pain. It is a reduced ability to act as one would otherwise have acted. The law does not require that the injury be serious, it may be minor. Element 2, caused physical injury. The second element is that the defendant caused physical injury to another person. This means that the defendant's conduct was the proximate cause of the person's injuries. We refer to the court's previous instruction on proximate cause at 14. You must find it proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Faison Teal was injured as a result of the actions of the defendant. It does not matter whether it was the person upon whom the defendant intended to inflict physical injury. It is sufficient if you find that the defendant intended to cause physical injury to another person and that he in fact caused physical injury to that person or some other person. Element 3, with a dangerous instrument. The third element is that the defendant caused the injury by means of a dangerous instrument other than by means of a discharge of a firearm. Dangerous instrument means any instrument which, under the circumstances in which it is used or attempted or threatened to be used, is capable of causing death or serious physical injury. Serious physical injury means physical injury which creates a substantial risk of death or which creates serious disfigurement, serious impairment of health, or serious loss or impairment of the function of any bodily organ. It is important to note that the article need not be inherently dangerous. All that is required is that the article is capable of causing death or serious physical injury under the circumstances in which it was used. Any article or substance without limitation and even though harmless under normal use may be found by you to be a dangerous instrument if under the circumstances of its use, or threatened or attempted use, it is capable of producing serious physical injury or death. The state need not prove that in fact death or serious physical injury resulted, only that the instrument had the potential under the circumstances. In summary, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that 1, the defendant had the specific intent to cause physical injury to another person, 2, the defendant did cause physical injury to Faison Teal, and 3, the defendant caused the injury by means of a dangerous instrument other than by means of the discharge of a firearm. If you unanimously find that the state has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt all the elements of assault in the second degree intentional, you shall find the defendant not guilty of the crime of assault in the second degree intentional at count 4, and you shall then next consider the lesser included offense of assault in the second degree reckless. You'll proceed to the court's instruction on lesser included offenses to assault in the second degree intentional below. If, however, you unanimously find that the state has proved beyond a reasonable doubt all the elements of the crime of assault in second degree intentional, then you shall next consider the defendant's claims of self-defense and defense of others. Refer to the court's instruction on self-defense, defense of others below at 22. If you unanimously find that the state has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant did not act in self-defense or in defense of others, or that the state has proved one of the statutory disqualifications beyond a reasonable doubt, you shall reject the defenses and find the defendant guilty of assault in the second degree intentional in violation of Connecticut General Statute, Section 53A 68-2 at count 4. This will end your deliberations at count 4. If, however, you unanimously find that the state has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant did not act in self-defense or in the defense of others, or has not proved one of the statutory disqualifications beyond a reasonable doubt, then on the strength of the defenses alone, you must find the defendant not guilty of assault in the second degree intentional at count 4, even though you have found the elements of that crime proven beyond a reasonable doubt. This will end your deliberations at count 4. Lesser included offenses to assault in the second degree intentional. In accordance with the court's previous instructions, you will consider lesser included offenses to assault in the second degree. If and only if you have unanimously found the state has not proved beyond a reasonable doubt all of the elements of the crime of assault in the second degree intentional, and therefore that the defendant is not guilty of assault in the second degree intentional at count 4. The defendant at count 4, the substitute information, is specifically charged with the crime of assault in the second degree intentional. The offense of assault in the second degree intentional under under our penal code is such that it may include the elements of the crime of assault in the second degree reckless. Similar to my previous instructions on lesser included offenses, this brings into play the rule of law known as lesser included offenses. You will consider lesser included offenses to assault in the second degree intentional in the order and under the circumstances as provided herein. The fact that I am instructing you on a lesser included offense to assault in the second degree intentional as to count 4 should not be interpreted by you that I believe the evidence proves the accused guilty of any lesser included offense. You, the jury, are the sole judges of the facts in this case. You must determine whether the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of assault in the second degree intentional or is guilty of the lesser included offense. If and only if you unanimously found that the state did not prove beyond a reasonable doubt all the elements of the crime of assault in the second degree intentional, and that the defendant therefore is not guilty of assault in the second degree intentional at count 4, shall you consider the lesser included offense of assault in the second degree reckless directly below it, subsection A. A. Assault in the second degree reckless, section 53A, 68.3. The statute defining this offense reads in pertinent part as follows. A person is guilty of assault in the second degree when he recklessly causes serious physical injury to another person by means of a deadly weapon or a dangerous instrument. For you to find the defendant guilty of this charge, the state must prove the following 3 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Element 1, recklessness. The first element is that the defendant acted recklessly. A person acts recklessly with respect to a result or circumstances when he is aware of and consciously disregards a substantial and unjustifiable risk that such result will occur or that such circumstances exist. Refer to the court's previous instruction, recklessness, at 16. Element 2, cause serious physical injury. The second element is that the defendant caused serious physical injury. This means that the defendant's conduct was the proximate cause of the person's injuries. Refer to the court's previous instruction of proximate cause at 14. You must find it proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Faison Teal was seriously physically injured as a result of the actions of the defendant. Serious physical injury is something more serious than mere physical injury, which is defined as impairment of physical condition or pain. It is more than a minor or superficial injury. It is defined by statute as physical injury which creates a substantial risk of death or which creates serious disfigurement, serious impairment of health, or serious loss of impairment of the function of any bodily organ. Element 3, dangerous instrument. The third element is that the defendant used a dangerous instrument in causing serious physical injury to another. Dangerous instrument means any instrument, article, or substance which under the circumstances in which it is used or attempted or threatened to be used is capable of causing death or serious physical injury. Serious physical injury means physical injury which creates a substantial risk of death or which causes serious disfigurement, serious impairment of health, or serious loss or impairment of the function of any bodily organ. It is important to note that the article need not be inherently dangerous. All that is required is that the article was capable of causing death or serious physical injury under the circumstances in which it was used. Any article or substance without limitation, and even though harmless under normal use, may be found by you to be a dangerous instrument if under the circumstances of its use or threatened or attempted use, it is capable of producing serious physical injury or death. The state need not prove that in fact death or serious physical injury resulted, only that the instrument had the potential under the circumstances. In summary, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that 1, the defendant acted recklessly, 2, the defendant caused serious physical injury to Faison Teal, and 3, the defendant caused the injury by means of a dangerous instrument. If you unanimously find that the state has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt all the elements of assault in the second degree reckless, you shall find the defendant not guilty of assault in the second degree reckless at count 4. This will end your deliberations on count 4. If, however, you unanimously find that the state has proved beyond a reasonable doubt all the elements of the crime of assault in the second degree reckless, you shall next consider the defendant's claims of self-defense and defense of others. Refer to my instruction on self-defense, defense of others below at 22. If you unanimously find that the state has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant did not act in self-defense or in defense of others, or that the state has proved one of the statutory disqualifications beyond a reasonable doubt, you shall reject the defenses and find the defendant guilty of assault in the second degree reckless in violation of Connecticut General Statutes, Section 53A, 68.3 at count 4. This will end your deliberations on count 4. If, however, you unanimously find that the state has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant did not act in self-defense or in the defense of others, or has not proved one of the statutory disqualifications beyond a reasonable doubt, then, on the strength of the defenses alone, you must find the defendant not guilty of assault in the second degree reckless at count 4, even though you have found the elements of the crime proven beyond a reasonable doubt. This will end your deliberations on count 4. 22, self-defense, defense of others. The defendant has offered evidence in this case that he acted in self-defense and or the defense of others. Self-defense and defense of others are two separate but related defenses. Although the court is instructing you on both defenses under this section, the defendant is entitled to and must be given by you a separate and independent determination as to each defense under each count. After you have considered all the evidence in this case, if you find that the state has proved beyond a reasonable doubt each and every element of a crime to which self-defense, defense of others may apply, you must go on to consider whether or not the defendant acted in self-defense. In this case, self-defense and the defense of others applies to all crimes charged in the substitute information under each of the four counts, along with the lesser included offenses to each of those crimes at each count. In other words, self-defense and the defense of others applies to all offenses submitted to you for deliberation. The statute defining self-defense, defense of others reads in pertinent part as follows. A person is justified in using reasonable physical force upon another person to defend himself, a third person, from what he reasonably believes to be the use or imminent use of physical force. And he may use such degree of force which he reasonably believes to be necessary for such purpose, except that deadly physical force may not be used unless the actor reasonably believes that such other person is using or about to use deadly physical force or inflicting or about to inflict great bodily harm. The determination of whether a defendant reasonably believes physical force to be necessary to defend himself, someone else, from what he reasonably believes to be the use or imminent use of physical force by another individual is one, whether the defendant actually believed that the other person was using or about to use physical force or deadly physical force against him, a third person, and two, whether a reasonable person in the defendant's position, knowing what the defendant knew and being in the same circumstances, would have had those same beliefs. Whether the defendant's belief was reasonable is a question of fact for you to determine based on all the evidence presented. The acts of the other individual, James McGrath at count 1, Ryan Hines at count 2, Thomas Connery Jr. at count 3, and Faison Teal at count 4, leading to the defendant's use of defensive physical force, need not be an actual threat or assault. The test is not what the other person actually intended, but what the other person's acts reasonably caused the defendant to believe was the other person's intention. The state's burden. When evidence of self-defense, the defense of others, is introduced at trial, the state, in order to obtain a conviction, must prove beyond a reasonable doubt both the elements of the crimes charged and that the defendant did not act in self-defense or defense of others. If the state fails to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant did not act in self-defense or defense of others, unless the state proves beyond a reasonable doubt a statutory disqualification, as discussed further below in this section 22 at statutory disqualifications to self-defense, defense of others, and statutory disqualification to the use of deadly physical force, you must find the defendant not guilty, despite the fact that you have found the elements of the charged crime proved beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant has no burden of proof whatsoever with respect to this defense. Deadly and non-deadly physical force. The law distinguishes non-deadly physical force from deadly physical force. Deadly physical force is justified only when a person reasonably believes that such force is necessary for the defense of oneself or others against the use of imminent use of deadly physical force or infliction or imminent infliction of great bodily harm. Deadly physical force is physical force which can reasonably be expected to cause death or serious physical injury. Physical injury is an impairment of physical condition or pain. Serious physical injury is a physical injury that creates a substantial risk of death or which causes serious disfigurement, serious impairment of health, or serious loss or impairment of the function of any bodily organ. Imminent means that the person is about to use physical force or deadly physical force at that time and not at some unspecified future time. The physical force used by the defendant need not actually have caused a death or a serious physical injury in order to be considered deadly physical force, nor need it have been expected or intended by the defendant to result in such serious consequences. Instead,
What determines whether the defendant used deadly physical force is whether the force actually used by the defendant could reasonably have been expected to cause death or serious physical injury. It is up to you to determine, after considering all the evidence, whether the defendant used deadly physical force or non-deadly physical force against James McGrath at count 1, Ryan Hines at count 2, Thomas Connery Jr. at count 3, and Faison Teal at count 4. If the state claims that the defendant used deadly physical force, the state must prove that beyond a reasonable doubt. In addition, the state may prove that the defendant's use of force was not justified if it can prove beyond a reasonable doubt that while the defendant may have believed that he needed to use such force, his belief was unreasonable in light of all the circumstances known to him at the moment. Whether the defendant's belief in the need to use such force was reasonable is a question of fact for you to determine. However, a person must use no more force than he reasonably believes is necessary for such purpose. Statutory disqualifications to self-defense and defense of others. In addition, the state can defeat the defendant's claim of self-defense or defense of others by proving beyond a reasonable doubt one of the statutory disqualifications to self-defense, defense of others. The statute defining self-defense, defense of others describes certain circumstances in which a person is not justified in using any degree of physical force in self-defense, defense of others against another. These circumstances include provocation and initial aggressor, as more fully instructed below at subsections A and B below. A, provocation in accordance with Connecticut General Statute Section 53A-19C1. Provocation is one such circumstance under which a person is not justified in using any degree of physical force in self-defense, defense of others against another, when he provokes the other person to use physical force against him. In order to provoke the use of physical force by another, it is not enough that the defendant, by his conduct, elicited the use of physical force by another. Rather, the defendant must have embarked upon such conduct with the specific intent to provoke the other into using physical force and intending to cause the other physical injury or death. The defendant must have specifically intended to provoke another into using physical force and then used force to defend himself from the ensuing use of force by the person provoked. It is important to remember that the defendant has no burden whatsoever to prove that he did not provoke James McGrath, Ryan Hines, Thomas Connery Jr., or Faison Teal with respect to their respective count into using physical force against him. To the contrary, you may only reject his defense on the basis of this statutory disqualification if you find that the state has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant provoked the use of physical force by James McGrath, Ryan Hines, Thomas Connery Jr., and or Faison Teal with respect to their respective count against him. B, initial aggressor in accordance with Connecticut General Statute Section 53A-19CB. Another circumstance under which a person is not justified in using any degree of physical force in self-defense, defense of others against another, is when he is the initial aggressor in the encounter with the other person and does not both withdraw from the encounter and effectively communicate his intent to do so before using the physical force at issue in the case. Under this provision, the state can prove that the defendant was not justified in using physical force in self-defense, defense of others by proving beyond a reasonable doubt that he was the initial aggressor in his encounter with James McGrath, Ryan Hines, Thomas Connery Jr., and or Faison Teal relative to each of their respective counts, and that he neither withdrew from that encounter nor effectively communicated his intent to do so before using physical force against them. To prove that the defendant was the initial aggressor in his encounter with James McGrath, Ryan Hines, Thomas Connery Jr., and or Faison Teal relative to each of their respective counts, the state need not prove that the defendant was the first person to use physical force in that encounter. The initial aggressor can be the first person who threatened to use physical force, or even the first person who appeared to threaten the imminent use of physical force under the circumstances. To prove that the defendant did not withdraw and communicate his intent to do so, the state must prove that he did not abandon the conflict in such a way that the fact of his withdrawal was perceived by James McGrath, Ryan Hines, Thomas Connery Jr., and/or Faison Teal relative to each of their respective counts, so that they were aware that there was no longer any danger from the original aggression. It is important to remember that the defendant has no burden whatsoever to prove that he was not the initial aggressor or that he withdrew from the encounter and communicated his intent to do so before he used physical force against James McGrath, Ryan Hines, Thomas Connery Jr., and/or Faison Teal relative to each of their respective counts. To the contrary, you may only reject his defense on the basis of this statutory disqualification if you find that the state has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that he was the initial aggressor, did not withdraw from the encounter, and did not communicate his intent to withdraw before using physical force. Statutory disqualification to the use of deadly physical force. In addition, the state can defeat the defendant's claim of self-defense by proving a statutory disqualification to the use of deadly physical force. The statute defining self-defense, defense of others, describes certain circumstances in which a person is not justified in using deadly physical force in self-defense, defense of others against another. The exception applies only to the use of deadly force. So if you have found that the defendant used deadly physical force, you must consider this the exception of duty to retreat at A below. A, duty to retreat, Section 53A, 19B1. A person is not justified in using deadly physical force upon another person if he knows that he can avoid the necessity of using such force with complete safety by retreating. This disqualification requires a defendant to retreat instead of using deadly physical force whenever two conditions are met. One, a completely safe retreat is in fact available to him, and two, he knows that he can avoid the necessity of using deadly physical force by making that completely safe retreat. The law stresses that self-defense, defense of others, cannot be retaliatory. It must be defensive and not punitive. The term complete safety, as used in the statute, means without any injury to the defendant whatsoever. A person acts knowingly with respect to a circumstance described in a statute when he is aware that such circumstance exists. It is important to remember that the defendant has no burden whatsoever to prove that he could not have retreated with complete safety or that he didn't know that a safe retreat was possible before he used physical force. To the contrary, you may only reject his defense on the basis of this statutory disqualification if you find that the state has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that he did know that he could retreat with complete safety. In summary, if you unanimously find that the state has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt any of the elements of a crime to which self-defense, defense of others may apply, you shall find the defendant not guilty and not consider self-defense, defense of others. If you unanimously find all the elements of a crime to which self-defense, defense of others applies have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, you shall then consider the defense of self-defense, defense of others. If you unanimously find that the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant did not act in self-defense, defense of others, or has proved one of the statutory disqualifications beyond a reasonable doubt, you must reject the defenses and find the defendant guilty. If, on the other hand, you unanimously find that the state failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant did not act in self-defense or defense of others or has not proved one of the statutory disqualifications beyond a reasonable doubt, then on the strength of the defense alone, you must find the defendant not guilty, despite the fact that you may have found the elements of the crime proved beyond a reasonable doubt. Sympathy. In deciding whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty, you should not concern yourselves with the punishment or potential consequence in the event of a conviction. This is a matter exclusively within the court's function under the limitations and restrictions imposed by statute. You are to find the defendant guilty or not guilty, uninfluenced by the possible punishment or consequence that may follow a conviction. You should not allow any display of emotion by counsel during the trial to draw upon your sympathy. There is no place for sympathy in your deliberations. You should not be influenced by any sympathy for the defendant's family, the decedent, the decedent's family, the complainants, or for any other person who might in any way be affected by your decision. Implicit bias. As I indicated earlier, your verdict must be based on the evidence introduced in court and my instructions on the law. Our system of justice depends on judges like me and jurors like you making careful, unbiased, and fair decisions. During our interactions with other people, it is not unusual for us to group or categorize people. Sometimes these categorizations involve negative or positive biases or prejudices, which may be conscious or unconscious. Such preferences or biases, whether they are conscious or unconscious, have no place in a courtroom or your deliberations, where our goal is to treat all parties equally and to arrive at a just, fair, and unbiased verdict. All people deserve fair treatment in our system of justice, regardless of their race, national origin, religion, age, disability, gender identity, sexual orientation, education, income level, or any other personal characteristic. Techniques that you can use as jurors to check whether any unconscious biases are influencing you include slowing down and examining your thought processes thoroughly to identify where you may be relying on reflexive gut reactions, and to consider whether you are making assumptions that have no basis in the evidence. Ask yourself whether you would view the evidence differently if the parties, witnesses, or attorneys had different personal characteristics. In sum, your task is to render a verdict based on facts drawn only from the evidence introduced in the courtroom and from the law as stated in my instructions to you, and not based on prejudice or bias or against any party or person involved in the trial. Duties upon retiring. In conclusion, I press upon you that you are duty-bound as jurors to determine the facts based on the evidence as it has been presented, to apply the law as I have outlined it, and then to render a verdict of guilty or not guilty as to each count. When you reach a verdict, it must be unanimous. That is, all 12 of you must agree on the verdict. As a check that your verdict is in fact unanimous, the clerk may ask each of you to individually announce your verdict in court. It is the duty of each juror to discuss and consider the opinions of the other jurors. Each of you takes into the jury room your individual experience and wisdom. Your task is to pull that experience and wisdom. You do that by giving your views and listening to the views of others. There must necessarily be discussion and give and take within the scope of your oath. That is the way in which a unanimous verdict is reached. Despite that, in the last analysis, it is your individual duty to make up your own mind and to decide this case based on the basis of your individual judgment and conscience. Note-taking. If you took notes during the evidence, you may use them during deliberations, and you may discuss your notes with your fellow jurors. Remember that notes are merely aids to your memory and should not be given precedence over your independent recollection of the evidence. If there is a conflict between your recollection and your notes or the notes of any other juror, it is your recollection of the evidence that must prevail. Your notes or the notes of any other juror are not evidence. You will recall my earlier definition of what constitutes evidence. Your verdict must be based exclusively on evidence presented at trial and the principles of law given to you in these final instructions. A juror who has not taken notes should rely on his or her recollection of the evidence and should not be influenced by the fact that other jurors have taken notes. Notes are only a tool and not always accurate. Do not assume that a voluminous note taker has taken notes that are necessarily more accurate than your memory. You may discuss your notes with your fellow jurors during the deliberation phase. The decision to do so is yours and yours alone. After the trial is concluded, all notes will be collected by court staff and destroyed. In closing, I remind you that you have the right to request portions of the testimony to be read back to you if you deem it essential during your deliberations. You will have all the admitted exhibits with you during deliberations. You may only deliberate when all 12 of you are present in the jury room. Inform the judicial marshal or court officer when you have reached a verdict, but do not tell him or her the verdict. You will be asked to return to the courtroom where your foreperson will announce the verdict orally in response to questions from the courtroom clerk. The rest of the panel will be asked whether they concur with the verdict. If you have any questions, please send them out as a note signed by the foreperson marked with the time. and please be as specific as possible. You will have the exhibits with you during your deliberations. We will also send in with you a computer on which you will be able to view or hear digital evidence with instructions on how to use the computer, which will be marked as a court exhibit. You will also have with you in the jury room a copy of these instructions entitled Jury Charge, which will be marked as a court exhibit. I remind you, however, that you should follow all the court's instructions and not single out some and ignore others. They are all equally important. Do not begin deliberations until you have selected one of your members to be the foreperson of the jury and you have received the jury charge, the substitute information, the device, instructions on how to access the device, and all fully admitted exhibits. So at this point in time, I am going to ask the jurors to please step out and go into the jury room for a brief moment. I do have to make some comments on the record. Do not begin your deliberations just yet, as the alternate jurors will be in that room with regular jurors. So please remain silent just for a few moments as a jury panel, and I will be bringing you right back into the courtroom. Thank you. Comments, any questions, counsel, any questions, comments, or exceptions to the court's charge?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Not from the defense, Your Honor.
All right, and it's a good thing we told him just a brief moment. We'll bring the jury back in, please. Thank you.
Wait, not one more, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, at this time, I am going to ask all regular jurors to please stand. You're a regular juror, please stand. Alternate jurors, please remain seated. Regular jurors, I'm going to direct you to the deliberations room. You're going to go into the room. You will be deliberating shortly. I will ask you to hold off until such time as you have all of the exhibits. You've selected a foreperson, you have the substitute information, and you have my jury charge as well as the device and the instructions, okay? So I would ask all regular jurors to please go into the jury room. Once you have all of those documents and the device, and you've selected a foreperson, you can begin your deliberations on this case. The alternate jurors, please just be patient with the court for just a moment. Thank you. Madam Clerk is going to
state your name and ask you to stand just to be confirmed. Throughout the trial, I know it may be somewhat frustrating to hear the evidence and not participate in the actual deliberations, but you do perform a very important function by being here, and we appreciate that. Now, while it is unusual, alternate jurors are sometimes called upon to take the place of a juror during deliberations. For that reason, I am going to ask you to go back to the jury assembly room and report back to that room and remain there every day until such time as there is a verdict. The same instructions are going to apply to you as I've repeated them throughout the trial. Do not read, listen to, or watch anything about this case. Do not speak to anyone or let anyone speak to you, not even the other alternates or one of the primary jurors. Do not make any private investigations or do any research. When there is a verdict, we will bring you into the courtroom so that you can hear what the verdict is. So I apologize for this, but it has happened. So I am going to ask you to please abide by your oath. I do continue to appreciate the service that you are giving us. It is an extremely important one. The marshal is going to escort you to the jury deliberations room, and I will ask you to continue to report here daily back to the jury deliberations room. The clerk will update you throughout the day, and once there is a verdict, you'll be brought back in to hear the verdict. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, counsel, at this time, I am going to ask you please to meet with Madam Clerk and make sure that all full exhibits are going to the jury and that only full exhibits are going to the jury. Please make sure that the latest substitute information is going to the jury. Also, please check the instructions for the device. Please make sure that you are okay with those instructions. I did ask you to look at the exhibit list to make sure that you're okay with the description of each exhibit. If you are, then we'll mark that and we'll have that go in as well. And then I will just state for the record that there were two things in my charge that I caught while reading the charge. I intend to make that change. I believe they were both under self-defense. Yes, they were. Under initial aggressor, B was before using physical force against, and it was them. I had to add them. And then there was also at the end in describing statutory disqualifications just added, and I did do it on the record, beyond a reasonable doubt. All right, so I will make those two changes and I will submit that to the clerk as an exhibit, our final exhibit to go into the celebration. Was there something else?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Nothing from the defense, Your Honor.
All right, so then we're going to take a brief recess and I'll come back on the bench just to confirm that you've gone through the exhibits and I'll hear any issues. And then I'll have Madam Clerk deliver all of the exhibits and the device for deliberations. Court's going to take a 10-minute recess. Thank you.
All right, for some recess.
All right, we are back on the record. We have our jurors and counsel and parties present. Jurors, I hope you all had a good 4th of July and a good long weekend, and welcome back. You may recall that on Friday we left a little bit early and we had finished with the testimony of, I believe, DCI agent Ryan Herman. We heard some videos and we had finished with that witness, and I believe we are now ready for the state's next witness. Mr. Kodiaga, do you have another witness to call?
Thank you, Judge. The state calls DCI agent John Tubbett to the stand.
All right. Sir, I'll have you come on up and just take a seat to my far left, if you would. And I'll swear you in once you're seated. And yeah, you can adjust that microphone however you'd like. All right, please raise your right hand. Sir, do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you'll be giving in these proceedings will be the truth? I do. Okay. And sir, for the record, can you please provide us with your first name and your last name and spell them for us?
John Turbett, that's Jon, and the last name is Turbett.
All right, Mr. Kodiaga.
Thank you, Judge. So you've stated your name. How are you currently employed?
I'm employed with the Iowa Department of Public Safety, and specifically their Division of Criminal Investigation, we call it DCI.
How long have you been with this Division of Criminal Safety?
I'm just beginning my 26th year.
Can you tell us your education and training to be in this position?
I have a 4-year Bachelor of Arts degree from Coe College in Political Science, and I have a law degree from the University of Iowa College of Law. And then I attended a 19-week police academy for the state before becoming a sworn officer.
Are you therefore a peace officer in the state of Iowa?
Yes.
We've talked about DCI to this jury, but there's some people who may not know what DCI really is. Can you just briefly tell us what DCI is in relation to other police departments in the state of Iowa?
Yes. We're oftentimes described as a rural law enforcement kind of assistance agency. So local police departments, sheriff's offices are able to call us 24/7, and we would dispatch agents like myself, we're plainclothes detectives, police officers, to assist local agencies with investigations.
As part of an agent at the DCI, have you had experience investigating cases involving homicides or major crimes?
Yes.
What's your experience in that?
Basically, my entire career, I was working death investigations or homicides within my first year. I've continued to do that, probably with increasing frequency. It's now a pretty significant part of what I do.
So were you involved in the investigation of the death of Ryan Cooper that brings us into this courtroom today?
Yes.
How did you become involved in this investigation?
I actually became involved several years after Ryan's murder in 2023. I was asked by my colleagues to assist with a review and then specifically some interviews.
So fair to say that your specific role in the investigation was more of interviewing witnesses?
Yes, I think all that I did in this case was interviewing the defendant and several witnesses.
You talked about interviewing the defendant. Did you identify, can you identify the person? Is that person Karina Cooper?
Yes.
Can you identify her in this courtroom?
Yes.
Will you please go ahead and do that? You want to make the record reflect identification by the gesture of the hand?
The record so reflects.
Now, you talked about in the course of that investigation, you interviewed witnesses, including the defendant, Karina Cooper, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember the day that you conducted the interview with Karina Cooper?
Yes, that was May 4th, 2023.
Do you remember where you conducted the interview?
Yes, I was instructed the interview would take place at 1846 K Avenue in Traer, which I understood to be the scene of the murder as well.
That's the residence where the defendant lived at?
At one time, yes.
When you're doing this interview in 2023, Ryan Cooper was killed in 2021. Is that a fair?
Yes, I believe June 18th, 2021.
And what was the purpose of the interview that you're doing in 2023?
A couple of things were discussed. We wanted to see if the defendant would hold to the same positions that she had several years prior, but also when we reviewed that, we just decided that it would be good to explore for more depth and more detail as well than what we had from a few years prior.
Was your interview, when you take the interview, were you just with the defendant and you at that point?
Was it just the two of us?
Yes.
Yes, ultimately, when I first arrived, Ryan's brother Aaron was also present, and I met the two of them on the driveway. I spent a little bit of time with Aaron. He toured me through the home so I could see where things had occurred. And then shortly after that, I met with the defendant, and it was just she and I at that point.
When you interview the defendant, do you ask her to tell you everything in detail about what happened and the nature of her relationship with Ryan Cooper?
Yes.
Part of that is, do you also want to know everything and have a know that nothing should be left out?
Yes, so an extremely important part of the interview would be to explain I'm interested in every detail, even things that people might think are not so important. So I will give examples like every conversation or every meal or even what you ate for a meal or what were you watching on TV. I tell them no details too small because we're very interested of what people are willing to share or not willing to share. We really are just probing for as much detail as possible in those interviews.
Did you ask her to give you an account of what happened that night?
Yes.
Starting from earlier evening, did you ask her to tell you what happened?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
So the evening prior to the murder, she says that the family had gone to a baseball game. They had come home, I believe, around 8 p.m., had pizza. They'd cleaned up and showered. And then she said, really, from that point on, it was an uneventful evening. The children went to bed. She ends up in what they would call the master bedroom, I guess, in bed with two of the children. Ryan goes to sleep in his recliner, as was the norm for some time. And then she said that Cade had slept upstairs.
So you understood there were three children. One was called Cade, who was sleeping upstairs, and she was sleeping with two other children in the bedroom.
Yes, Cade would be the oldest, and she told me he was sleeping upstairs, and then the two younger, Cable and Cortland, would have been sleeping in the bed with her.
As you talked to her, did she report waking up during the night?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what she told you about waking up during the night?
She said the first time she woke, there was no particular reason other than that was the norm. Her body was kind of on that cycle, her bladder, and so she would normally wake between 2 and 3 a.m. to go to the bathroom. And so she said at 3 a.m. she woke simply to go to the bathroom.
Did she tell you what her perception or observations of Ryan Cooper were at 3 a.m. when she went to the bathroom?
Yes, she reported that he was snoring and the TV was on, and so she went to the bathroom and just went back to bed.
So the TV was on and Ryan Cooper was snoring?
Yes.
On the recliner?
Yes.
Did she tell you what happened next?
She said she did fall back to sleep. She thought it was for a short period of time, and the next time that she woke was not for her bladder, but because she heard a crash.
Did she tell you what her thinking was in regards to the crash that she heard?
Yes, she said that she'd immediately assessed that as the shower caddy falling in the bathroom that was right next to the bedroom. And so she got up immediately to investigate.
How did she describe her getting up immediately to go investigate? What happened in that process?
She said she got out of the bed immediately and then had tripped over, they have a large dog, Ransom. She described him as a 100-pound Rottweiler. He was asleep at the foot of the bed. And so as she got out of the bed and made her way to the bathroom, she had tripped over the dog and then gone on to the bathroom.
Did she tell you if the dog made any noise?
She said the dog had made a woof, like a small noise like that.
When she tripped over the dog?
Yes, I think she was saying either when she tripped on it or right before she tripped on it, perhaps as if he'd perceived the noise but didn't get up, or when she tripped on him. Right in that all happened in a short time frame.
According to her account, she tells you she goes to the bathroom?
Yes.
Then what did she tell you she does next?
She sees nothing in the bathroom, so she's there, very quickly, and then she moves on to the kitchen and sees nothing in the kitchen, and she describes, and we talk about for a little bit, her assessment. She looks out through the kitchen window into the well-lit driveway area, and she doesn't see any vehicles or any people in the kitchen or outside in the driveway area.
She describes the driveway as well lit.
Yes.
Once she looks outside the driveway and sees nothing or no vehicles or nobody, what does she do next?
She then moves on to the living room.
What does she say to you that she sees or does when she gets to the living room?
Her first perceptions that she described were the TV is now not on like it was now in sleep mode, so it had gone to sleep. And she
exhibits and everything that's going in to the jury. So I have asked Madam Clerk to make the exhibit list, the substitute information, the computer instructions, and the jury charge that I just handed the clerk, a court full exhibit. So those items will be going to the jury to have with them during their deliberations. Do either of you have any questions on that, or would you like to review those exhibits before the vote?
The state does not have any issue with that, Your Honor.
Defense has no issues, Your Honor.
Okay. So then, aside from those exhibits and obviously the device, have you reviewed all of the full exhibits going in to the jury for deliberations? My question is, are all full exhibits going in? Are any full exhibits not there that you are aware of?
No, we've reviewed all the exhibits, Your Honor, and we believe we've accounted for every exhibit that was submitted as a full exhibit.
Defense agrees, Your Honor.
Okay. And I just want to make sure, are there any exhibits for ID only that are going in that you noticed?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else that you would like to bring to the court's attention relative to the deliberations?
No, Your
Nothing
Honor.
for the state, Your Honor.
Okay. So at this point in time, Madam Clerk, just for the record, if you could please let me know in terms of full exhibits, core exhibits, what are the references and what are the identification of those?
So court exhibit number 3, I'm sorry, is the jury charge.
Okay, so jury charge for exhibit 3, all. Okay.
And then number 4 is the jury laptop instructions, which is full as well.
Laptop instructions is 4, full, thank you.
And then the substitute information is full, number 5.
Number 5, full, substitute info.
And the exhibit list is number 6, full.
Right, with that then, I would ask Madam Clerk to please deliver to the jury the court full exhibits, as well as the full exhibits that counsel have had the opportunity to go through. And the jury can start deliberating. It is about 2 minutes to 11. If I receive any notes, I will of course inform counsel. If you are planning to leave or remove yourselves from this immediate area, just please let the clerk know how to best reach you. And we'll be able to do that if you receive a note, okay? Thank you so much. Court stands in recess.
goes over and turns on a lamp.
So now the TV is off
Yes,
and she turns on a lamp in the living room.
yes.
What does she tell you she sees or observes when she turns on the lamp in the living room?
So Ryan was still in his recliner. She turns the lamp on and she says, I see blood, lots of blood.
What does she describe that she does next once she sees lots of blood?
She begins screaming, and then she very quickly moves towards the stairs to go get Cade or intercept Cade as he's coming down the stairs.
So she tells you she runs upstairs to get Cade,
Yes.
who was the son who was sleeping upstairs.
Yes, that would be the oldest son that she said was sleeping upstairs.
Does she tell you the reason why she wants to get Cade?
I believe she says she doesn't want him to see things, so she tries to get him, on the stairs or upstairs and whisk him into the bedroom with the other two children and close him into that area so he doesn't see things or perceive things, I think.
She wants to lock him with the other kids in the bedroom.
Yes, so he can't see what's going on.
Now you talked about the dog, Ransom, and you described him that she told you is like 100-pound Rottweiler. Did she tell you how the dog typically behaved with strangers?
Yes, my recollection is she described him as this 100-pound Rottweiler. He was interested in people, seemed to be very much a family dog. We were kind of comparing notes. I mentioned my dog. So for instance, she would talk about him spending time. He would roam the house at night and check in on the various family members, but interested in the family and people as they came.
Did she tell you he will typically bark at strangers?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
That Ransom will typically bark at strangers?
Yes.
You talked about his nighttime behavior. She described as a dog who would roam through the different rooms in the house.
Yes, she said that Ransom would roam. Sometimes he would spend time with Ryan out in the living room and sleep there for a while. He would sometimes go upstairs to see Cade or sleep up there a little bit. And then, of course, he would sleep in the bedroom as he was that night, she reported, when she tripped on him.
In fact, when you're discussing this, does she tell you about her bedroom door, whether it was open or closed in relation to Ransom's behavior?
Yeah, I think in her description of the dog and his activities, I asked her, it occurred to me to ask, and I asked about the door, and she said the door was left open that night. It was at least partially open, so this large dog could come and go through the doorway as he pleased, since he was a roamer.
Let's talk about firearms. Did the question of firearms come up in the interview with the defendant?
Yes, I recall we had quite a lengthy conversation about firearms.
Did you and her discuss the firearms that would have been either in the house or either close to the house?
Yes, I think I made a couple of attempts to try to cover this well. I talked about guns she possessed, that Ryan possessed, guns that were in the house, other places they kept guns. Tried to have that conversation several different ways.
Did you learn that there was a firearm in the bedroom that she was sleeping in?
Yes.
Do you remember what firearm it would have been?
She described it as a .380.
So a .380 caliber handgun?
Yes.
Did she talk to you about Ryan teaching her how to use firearms?
She said that the .380 that she said was in the bedroom in a lockbox had been given to her by Ryan, and that they had sat on the couch and he had demonstrated where the safety was, how to take a magazine in and out. But that was the extent of the instruction that he provided her at that time.
As you talked to her about firearms, did you get to learn that she'd used firearms before?
Yes,
She tell you what kind of guns she'd shot before?
she said she'd shot shotgun in high school, but she had never shot a handgun.
When you talk, do you have a discussion about the house, in particular, the entry points in the house, and how visitors will come and go, or how people could come and go in this house?
Yes, having walked the house just shortly before that with Aaron, I tried to make sure I understood how people came and went from the house.
Can you tell the jury what you learned from that conversation?
Yeah, my understanding was, in speaking to Karina, there were only 2 entry points into the house. There was a door in the kitchen that was most typically used, really always used by people to come and go from the house. And there was a door that led to the outside that was in the living room where Ryan had been murdered, but that was rarely used.
Fact, did you learn that only a stranger would use the living room door?
She specifically told me that, and we went over that several times, that the kitchen door was the door that everyone came and went from. And if someone had utilized the living room door, she told me that would be someone who had never been to the house. It would be a stranger.
Did you ask her about her observations of the living room door that night that Ryan was killed?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
She told me she thought the door was closed because if it had been open, she would have remembered that.
Fact, when she talks to you about that living room door, does she tell you the proximity or dimensions with it in regards to Ryan's recliner and where Ryan was found dead?
Yes, the recliner she described blocked that door for the most part and made its use difficult. It couldn't really open and close it well. Particularly, I think she said if Ryan was in the chair or someone was in the chair and it was reclined, it made that door even more unusable.
So she stated it would have obstructed, the recliner would have obstructed the door if it were to be opened with Ryan sleeping on it.
Yes.
Let's talk about the sleeping arrangements, especially in regards to Cade. Were you interested in asking her about where Cade slept and what his sleeping arrangements were?
Yes, I was very interested in that.
As you talk to her about this, what does she tell you?
So she told me that on that night, Cade had slept upstairs, and so that began a conversation where I tried to understand if that was normal for Cade to sleep upstairs or abnormal if he normally slept somewhere else.
And what did you learn from her?
So historically, Cade had spent quite a bit of time actually sleeping down in the living room. She said that he would watch movies with his dad and fall asleep on the couch by his dad. And there'd been attempts over the years to try and get him to sleep in his own bed upstairs.
Did you ask her about her having a conversation with Cade a couple of days before Ryan's death, where she wanted Cade to go sleep upstairs?
Yes, it was my understanding that there may have been a change in his sleeping arrangement within days of Ryan's murder. So I asked if she had specifically, or if someone had specifically had Cade sleeping in his bedroom as of, within days of that time frame or that week.
May we approach him?
You may. up. This shouldn't, and so I would just remind you of the admonition. This shouldn't take too long, so I just remind you of the admonition from last week, and we'll have you back in here shortly. So, thank you. Agent Turby, you can go ahead and have a seat somewhere else if you'd like for a minute.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, we are back on the record outside the presence of the jury. Oh, yeah, Agent Turbot, I'm sorry, we don't need you to leave. Yeah, sorry, just mean you didn't need to stay in the witness box. Sorry. You maybe have a seat behind counsel. All right, anyway, we're outside the presence of the jury. We have counsel and Ms. Cooper here towards the end there, right before we excuse the jury. Ms. Watt asked to approach, and Ms. Watt is objecting to Mr. Turbot's use of the word murder on several occasions. My understanding is the state does not object to that. Is that correct, Mr. Kodiaga?
That's correct, Judge.
All right, so Agent Turbot, I would just ask and instruct you that when you're referring to Mr. Cooper's death from this point, don't use that word. All right. That satisfy you, Ms. Watt?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any further record you wish to make, Ms. Watt?
No.
Any further record you wish to make, Mr. Kodiaga?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Then why don't we all take, since we're at a little break, anybody need anything, or are you guys good to go? You're good? Mr. Ringel, Mr. Kodiaga, are you good? Or do you need a little break? 5 minutes? All right, we'll take a 5-minute recess.
All right, while they take a 5-minute recess, we can skip that 5-minute recess. And why is my computer lagging? I do not know. Go figure, because I never know why my computer does this. So I love watching this on Rita, so we can skip breaks. I love it. We went too far.
Welcome back. Thanks for your patience, members of the jury. So we're back on the record. We have our jurors, counsel, and parties present. And Agent Turbot, if you want to come back on up to the stand, sir. And Agent Turbot, I would just remind you, even though we took a short break, that you're still under oath. And with that, Mr. Kodiaga, you may resume your direct examination.
Thank you, Judge. You're talking about discussions that she had with you about Cade sleeping upstairs in the days leading to Ryan's killing, correct?
Yes.
And at some point in your questioning, did you ask her if there was a conversation that she would have had with Cade about going to sleep upstairs?
Yes.
During that conversation, did she tell you that she probably could have had that conversation and told him to go sleep upstairs?
At one point, she said she probably did, and then she said, yeah, it was likely that had happened.
Do you discuss her marital relationship with Ryan Cooper?
Yes.
Is that an important part of your discussions as an investigator?
Yes.
What does she describe her marriage with Ryan Cooper as being?
Fairly typical question in an interview like this. I ask a person to rate their marriage on a scale of 1 to 10, and I go on to describe that a 1 would be about as bad as it could be, and I told her a 10 would be an excellent marriage. How would you rate you and Ryan's marriage? And she said, no marriage is a 10, so took that off the table, but she said her and Ryan's marriage was at least an 8. They were a great team, and it was a good marriage.
She described herself as a pretty lucky woman.
Yes, she said she was lucky to have married Ryan, and that they were good friends and a good team together several times.
Does she talk about, do you talk about whether there were any arguments or problems in the marriage that she described as an 8 out of 10?
Yes.
Does she tell you what sources of arguments were?
Yes.
What does she say?
She says they tease back and forth, and some people could construe that as, going a little too far. But other than that, she says really the only place of contention or arguing, there could be some talk about finances sometimes.
Let's talk about that. In terms of their finances, does she tell you the nature of their finances in the farm that they lived in?
Yes, I understood the overall condition of finances with this farm and where they live to be good, that they live in I think it was a rent-free or a very agreeable kind of situation there. And so
when she says they lived rent-free, in reference to that, is she talking in relation to the Cooper family farm owning much of the property?
That's my understanding. She describes it as that Cooper Farms owns a lot of this land and this buildings, and they're able to live in that place.
Do you ask about her or their financial stability at the time of Ryan's killing?
Yes.
What does she tell you in regards to that?
She says personally they're carrying almost no debt. She mentions that just each of their vehicles still has some debt, but it's in total under $25,000 for she and Ryan's vehicles.
In terms of money-related arguments, what does she tell you that she found unpleasant for her?
She mentions that Ryan would question her about purchases or use of money, and sometimes she felt like she needed to check with him on things when it came to money because he had questioned her about that.
Is that talk related to credit card usage that she would have to get from Ryan?
Yes, I don't know if it was specific to credit cards, but she talked about needing to sometimes get permission, she felt like, to make purchases.
And she didn't like that?
She did not. She said perhaps it could be controlling, and then she said, well, I really don't think he was controlling. So she kind of softened on that, but she did not like being challenged on the purchasing and use of money.
As you talk about the marital relationship, does the name of Houston Denker come up?
Yes.
Are you the one who brings it up?
No.
What does she tell you about Houston Denker?
So as I start to probe whether there was any infidelity or thoughts of infidelity, those kinds of things, she mentions Houston Denker as someone that she had cut hair for.
And that there had been rumors that they were having an affair?
She said yes. Everybody around town had rumored that she and Houston were having an affair.
Does she tell you a time frame of how long she'd been communicating with Houston Denker?
She says about 6 months prior to Ryan's killing, they had started to talk.
Do you ask her what Ryan Cooper's perception of Houston Denker, does that conversation come up?
Yes.
What does she tell you?
She said that Ryan, along with the rest of the town, was not did not trust Houston. That Ryan believed, like many people, that Houston had slept with older women in the community and was not to be trusted.
So she acknowledged rumors about extramarital relationship, that there were rumors between her and Houston Denker, but when you asked her if this was true, what was her position?
She gave a strong or an adamant denial that there'd been anything, and said that, Ryan had no reason not to trust her and she had no reason not to trust Ryan.
Claimed that she only cut Houston's hair?
Only cut his hair and then watched his children several times for him, babysat.
Did you ask her when her last communication or when she was last with Houston Denker?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
Several months after Ryan was killed, she noted was her last communication.
She gave you a date of sometimes in September 2021?
Yes, September 2021 is when she said she last had communication with Houston.
And in regards to that, does she say it's when she cuts his hair?
Yes, I think she pointed to that being the last time that she cut his hair.
Did you ask her about communicating with Houston Denker through Snapchats?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what she told you about the nature of communication with Houston in regards to using the Snapchat application?
I think she describes it as being fairly light usage, and nothing provocative or anything like that. It was pretty simple use of Snapchat.
And so nothing personal from Houston, just...
Right, I understood that there was little to no kind of back and forth, maybe personally, or it was very minor. Some of that would have been maybe even messages that multiple people would receive. So it was not of a intimate or personal nature.
So like a group message?
Yes, that's how I understood it.
Did you ask her whether she had wondered whether Houston Denker had killed Ryan Cooper?
Yes, I asked her that, or she commented on that.
Do you remember the nature of that part of the conversation?
Yes, she said she had wondered, but in the same sentence she said, but everybody had kind of wondered that, or that had been kind of somewhat typical or kind of town speculation.
Did she linger on that, or she immediately moved on from it?
Very quick, a passing comment.
Did you ask her whether Ryan Cooper had ever accused her of having an affair with Houston?
Yes.
What did she tell you in regards to that?
She said, no, he would have no reason to ever accuse me of that. That's, again, where she told me that he trusted me and I trusted him, and there would have been no point in him asking me about any affairs because they hadn't happened.
You talked about being in that residence prior to talking to the defendant, Miss Karina Cooper, correct?
Yes.
Can you describe that residence for the jury in terms of the size, like how big, whether it's big, smaller house?
Yes, spending just a little bit of time in the house prior to talking to the defendant, it was noteworthy to me how tight things were. I'm thinking of the bedroom to the bathroom to the kitchen to the living room, the areas that were described for me later by the defendant. This was all very, very close in proximity. It was small.
And we've put on the board what's been admitted as State Exhibit 313. Are you able to see that from where you are, Agent Talbot?
Yes.
When you describe the bedroom, the bathroom from the bedroom, as you say, again, when she says, I went to the bathroom and then went and looked out of the kitchen window to the driveway, you're saying it's very close quarters.
Yes.
As you talk to her father, does she give a later account of what she thinks the loud noise would have been?
Yes.
What does she say?
So initially it was the shower caddy that she'd kind of detailed and described, and then later she said, after further reflection, she had believed that the crash that woke her the second time when she was woke was actually the screen door from the living room that sometimes the wind would catch and bang into the railing.
So now she gives you an account that what she believes it was the screen door shutting.
Yes.
Sometimes in your discussion, do you bring up the novelty or the use of forensic evidence in your investigations?
Yes.
What in particular do you share or do you tell her?
So again, fairly typical in these interviews, I share some of the technology that law enforcement's able to utilize to gather evidence. I mentioned cell phone activity very quickly, but move on to a concept, I think I refer to it as fencing or geofencing, but this is, again, where there's an ability to track people's usage of their cell phones, even when they're just moving around. Advertisers are gathering data, and so beyond just using your cell phone or sending a text messages or kind of conventional pinging of a cell phone, that there's this ability to kind of draw a fence around an area and see which phones have been in the fence and out of the fence. So we call that fencing.
So talk to her about this geofencing technology. What do you observe as you talk to her about this? What do you observe from her?
She nods. She says yes. Doesn't seem surprised by the technology or our use of it.
Appear to be savvy about, have some knowledge about geofencing?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled, you can answer.
Yeah, at that time, geofencing was even less known than it is now. So you would, the typical person when we say that thing would not have a lot of knowledge about the use of geofencing or how we would be able to put cell phone usage in or out of a certain area.
So you talk, and so she appears to be very savvy about it.
Yes, somebody would have to be knowledgeable about technology, I would think, to understand that was something that, I learned about through law enforcement use.
At this time, as you talk about geofencing, are you discussing the nature of the investigation and what you're seeing from what the phones will be saying?
Eventually, yes. So the conversation starts broad, just about different tools that we utilize. I talk about a couple of other electronic items that could be at our disposal, and then I draw that back to the case at hand and talk about what we'd be able to tell about what happened that night in that area.
To tell about this, does a body language or a demeanor change?
No.
As you, at some point in this discussion, does she become agitated?
Yes.
Is that when you started questioning what she told you?
Yes, I start to move from general application of the things that we talked about, the electronic evidence and those kinds of things, to what happened that night. And she became upset with me and said I was accusing her.
Claimed you're accusing her. Did you tell her you just wanted to know what had happened to Ryan?
Yes, I encouraged her to continue to talk to me and help me understand what happened that night in the house.
And what did she tell you in that regards to what happened, if she knew what happened to Ryan?
She tells me that if she knew who had done this to her husband, she would be in jail because she would have, in her words, she would have already killed that motherfucker.
Did she, in fact, at this point, chase you out of her property?
Yes, she told me to get off her property. And that was the last thing that I had just said that she said to me, as I was still encouraging her to sit down and continue telling me what happened that night.
She told you she was hiring a private investigator?
Yes.
To solve this killing of Ryan?
Yes.
Now, you spent a considerable lengthy time talking to the defendant, Ms. Cooper, correct?
Yes, I believe just a little over 3 hours that day.
In these 3 hours that you spent with the defendant, did she ever tell you that she was sending Snapchat messages to Houston Denker at 3:30 a.m. on the morning that Ryan was killed?
No, nowhere in that description that I'd ask her to give me to walk through the night did she tell me that.
Did she tell you that she was awake at 4:13 in the morning or thereabouts, deleting or looking up something on her phone?
No.
Did she tell you that about 3:32 or thereabouts a.m. that morning that she and Mr. Houston Denker were talking about her remembering to pick the shell casings?
There was no mention of that at all.
Did she acknowledge receiving a text message, a Snapchat message from Houston Denker at 4:42 a.m. stating, "Yep, just woke up"?
No. No acknowledgement of any messaging between the two of them that morning.
Did she tell you that when she found Ryan Cooper in the living room bleeding, whether she rendered any aid to Ryan Cooper?
She did not tell me that she had rendered aid in any way.
She tell you whether she checked for a pulse or heartbeat or anything to that extent?
No, that was not part of any of the description of events.
Some point in your conversation, do you talk about Michael Cole's clutch that was found in the driveway?
Not specifically, but a purse or something to that effect.
What would have been a clutch, correct?
Yes, yes.
Did she explain to you why that clutch was out in the driveway?
No, she acknowledged that that it was outside with no explanation for why it was out there.
During this discussion, you talked about her telling you about finances. Did she disclose to you that a bank had been urging her urgently to transfer money for overdrafts in days leading up to the killing of Ryan Cooper?
No.
Did she tell you that she made about 170 steps between 4:23 a.m. and 4:30 or so a.m. that morning?
No.
As part of your investigation, do you at some point talk to the man we've talked about, Houston Denker?
Yes, I do talk to him.
Do you remember the day that you talked to Houston Denker?
Yes, that would be October, I believe, 27th of 2023.
Prior.
May we approach them, Your Honor?
You may. We may have several breaks, so we do need to take something else up with just counsel and parties. So I am gonna take another break, and we'll say it'll be at least 10 minutes. So just so you folks know where kind of the time frame. And I would just remind you of that admonition again: keep an open mind, don't talk to anybody, don't let anybody talk to you, and don't do any sort of investigation or research, and stay away from any media accounts. So with that, we'll see you no sooner than 10 minutes. All right, go ahead and be seated. All right, so what I know at this point, which isn't much, is that we're going to get into some questioning of Agent Turbot related to his interview of Mr. Danker, and that the defendant has an objection to that. And so why don't we start with you, Ms. Watt, and let me know what the defendant's objection is.
Thank you. We're not objecting to the interview that he gave to police in 2021. My specific objection is to the interview he gave in 2023. And because it's my understanding that the statements will come in if they're in furtherance of the conspiracy and up and until the conspiracy or the objective has been completed. It's our position that the statements in 2023 made to law enforcement, at that time, the conspiracy has ended. I know that the state is going to say that this is part of the cover-up, but there is some case law, at least the case that I found in Iowa, I believe, was State v. Waterbury, 307 Northwest 2nd, 45, Iowa, 1981. In that case, there's a statement given to police by a co-conspirator that occurs within 6 hours of the event. Because basically, the conspiracy at issue here is the conspiracy to commit murder. So the objective is to finish the murder. And in the Waterbury case, that person gives a false statement to the police about who killed the person within 6 hours of the event. I can't find any cases that specifically allow for statements by a co-conspirator that are made years after the event. And it's my position that the cover-up doesn't last for years. And also the cover-up is not part of the conspiracy, as clearly in every case, people don't want to get caught. That is just part of any crime. And so that's not necessarily the cover-up, just every statement anybody makes. I have some indication here that while there may be a subsidiary conspiracy to conceal the crime after the central purpose has been achieved, such a subsidiary conspiracy may not be implied from the circumstantial evidence showing merely that the conspiracy and that the conspirators took care to cover up their crime to escape detention and punishment. Because here, the conspiracy again is to kill Ryan. It's unreasonable to say and believe that every single thing that Houston says to police up until his arrest counts as a statement by a co-conspirator. Further, we don't have any indication that these two are even still talking. I think Agent Turbot has testified that Karina said that the last time she spoke to Houston was in September of 2021, and I haven't heard any evidence suggesting that they spoke after that or closer in time to 2023. So our position is essentially that the concealment phase doesn't last forever, and this is too distant and too remote from the actual event and the objective of the conspiracy. Thank you.
And so the hearsay, it's hearsay based on, because it doesn't meet that conspiracy exception.
Yes.
And the quote you just gave, was that from the case that you cited, the 307 Northwest 45? Or was that from some
I
other?
don't know that it was. I would have to look and try and figure out where exactly
Okay.
I got that from.
But that's the right site, 307 Northwest 45.
That is the citation for the case I could find that's most close to this.
And to be clear, again, you guys have better information. There was a 2021 interview of Mr. Danker, and we're not talking about that. If the state is going to offer evidence related to that, you don't have an objection.
No objection to that one. I think there's only 2 interviews, 1 in 21. Well, there's 3, 1 in 21, 1 in 23, and 1 in 24. I don't think the state intends to go into the 1 in 24.
All right. So who's Mr. Kodiaga?
For the purpose of consistency, I know Mr. Ringel has argued this with the court before. We'll let Mr. Ringel argue this part.
All right.
Thank you, Judge. The state is relying on State v. Tangi, that's 616 Northwest 2nd, 564, and other similar cases, and noting that.
I'm sorry, 616 Northwest 2nd. Give me that last bit again.
564.
Okay.
In noting that the conspiracy can continue to the concealment phase, I believe there's a number of cases where statements were admitted that essentially involve covering up the crime that was committed and misleading the police. Now, the cover-up in and of itself, or a cover-up of a crime, doesn't necessarily constitute a conspiracy, thereby allowing information or otherwise hearsay statements to be admitted. But when a conspiracy is found to pre-exist, and then there are statements made in furtherance of that conspiracy, including cover-up, they are admissible. And I think that's an important distinction here, and I think that's what's outlined in Tangi and other similar cases. From the state's perspective, the information that we'll be admitting essentially is in furtherance of the conspiracy, in the sense that it is information that from the state's perspective appears to be agreed upon by the two parties here. There's a striking similarity between the information that they're providing to law enforcement, and so it's the state's position that this is in fact in furtherance of the conspiracy.
And again, I don't know what the statements are. Presumably, it would be kind of a statement by statement analysis, right? I mean, wouldn't you have to analyze each statement by Mr. Danker to determine whether or not it's in furtherance of the conspiracy? I don't know how long this interview is, but I mean, again, I haven't seen it. I haven't been provided a transcript of it. I don't know what's in there. And so, I mean, the defendant's essentially saying it should be blanketly excluded. You're essentially saying it should be blanketly, admitted. And isn't it a more, I guess, refined analysis than that?
Judge, I think it probably is a little more refined, and I think it is more nuanced. I do think that once the court has made a determination that a conspiracy exists, those statements made by the co-conspirator are not hearsay. They're statements by a party opponent. I think that the statements that are relevant to the analysis that the state believes are in furtherance of the conspiracy, in other words, statements made to conceal not only the objective of the crime, but the fact that the crime occurred at all, do come in. And then I think statements that are necessary to explain the context in which those statements were made would come in as well. That's what the state intends to admit. I don't believe the state intends to simply hit play or talk about everything that Houston Danker said to law enforcement.
All right. And just so we're clear on where we're at as far as the conspiracy, it's my understanding, at least for purposes of this, Ms. Cooper is not contesting, for purposes of this analysis, Ms. Cooper is not contesting the existence of a conspiracy for purposes of this analysis.
Correct.
All right. So that's...
Well, we are saying the conspiracy has ended.
I understand. That's a different analysis. You're saying there was for purposes of this analysis, there was a conspiracy. So statements properly made during the course of that conspiracy are not hearsay. Your argument, again, is the conspiracy's ended, and that still, even then, you've got to determine that the statement has been made in furtherance of the conspiracy cover-up. And again, I guess my point is each particular statement would need to meet that analysis. So let me bring this back a second. We have a 2021 interview that apparently there's no dispute about. Are you planning on offering that interview as well, or not?
Portions, yes.
I'm sorry, portions, yes? All right. Well, anything else, Ms. Watt or Mr. Ringel? Ms. Watt, your microphone's on, and so I can't hear you very well.
I think the place I was getting my information where I was talking about subsidiary conspiracies. Could be US v. Lombard, Lombard, 72 F 3rd 170, First Circuit, 1995. I also have possibly Grunewald v. United States. That's Grunewald, 353 US 391, 1957. If I narrow it down better, I will let you know.
All right. Mr. Ringel, anything further on your end?
If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Judge, I would just note that I'm not aware of any case that indicates essentially a time bar on the length of a conspiracy and how long that conspiracy can continue after the time of the killing. Other than that, I have nothing further to add. Thank you.
All right. Well, what I'm going to do is take 5 or so minutes, take a quick look at these cases you've cited, and we'll come back in and I'll make a ruling on this and bring the jury back in. All right? So we'll be in recess for approximately 5 minutes, maybe a few more. We'll see how quickly I can get this done.
Timelines and the length of the conspiracy, I would just point the court to State versus Ross, which is 573 Northwest 2nd 906.
I've got that pulled up. That was the case I found when doing my research as well. All right, anything further from either Mr. Ringel or Ms. Watt?
I just didn't hear the citation.
It's 573 Northwest 2nd 906, State v. Ross.
Thank you.
All right. So just want to make sure. Nothing further, Mr. Ringel?
Correct, nothing further.
Nothing further, Ms. Watt?
No, thank you.
All right. Well, so again, I know Ms. Cooper's not contesting this for purposes of these statements, and I don't believe did for prior statements that may have come in as well, because no objection was made. But just so it's clear, I do believe that there is a preponderance of the evidence that supports the existence of a conspiracy in this case, and that's based on the testimony evidence that's already been received, as well as the court's review of Exhibits 1 and 2 that were offered by the state previously. So once a conspiracy has been established, then statements made by a co-conspirator are not hearsay. If 2 conditions are established, 1, the statement has to be made during the course of the conspiracy, and it must be made in the promotion of the conspiracy's object or design. As I mentioned, I also took a look at State v. Ross, and that's Iowa Supreme Court case from 1998, 573 Northwest 2nd 906 as the site. In that case, the hotly contested issue was whether the statements were made in furtherance of the conspiracy, and the court, quoting from the case, it says, as in most illegal schemes, the perpetrators agree either expressly or tacitly that they will do whatever it takes to conceal the scheme from victims and from authorities. They do so to continue the scheme, or at least to keep the fruits of it and to avoid prosecution. And anyway, they go on in that case to admit statements that were made allegedly in that case in furtherance, as part of the alleged concealment phase in furtherance of the conspiracy. So based on that case and the authorities cited in that case, I do believe that statements that are part of a concealment phase, even if they're 2 years later, would be admissible. I mean, it makes no logical sense that there would be a timeline on concealment of a crime between co-conspirators, 20 years down the road, if people are, had committed a crime, conspired to commit a crime together, and were still engaged in concealing it up. Logically, why should that be treated differently than something 6 months after the crime? So anyway, for those reasons, to the extent the statements in the interview are offered part of the concealment phase, the objection's overruled, and we can move forward. Any questions related to that? Or are we ready to proceed? I'll start with you, Mr. Ringel.
Judge, I don't believe so. Thank you.
Ms. Watt, any questions on your end?
No.
Okay. Then I'm going to step out, grab Erin, and see if she can bring the jury back in, and then we'll get started. And just so I'm not planning on taking another break before the lunch recess. Everybody going to be good with that? 2 minutes. All right, go ahead and have a seat, everyone. All right, we're back on the record with our jurors, counsel, and parties present. And again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. We have Agent Turbot back on the stand. And again, I would remind you that even though we took a short break, you are still under oath. And with that, Mr. Kodiaga, you may resume your direct examination.
Thank you, Judge. Agent Turbot, before we took a break, we had started talking about Houston Denker, whose name had come up in the investigations, correct?
Yes.
As part of your investigation, I think your testimony earlier was at some time in October of 2023, you do personally talk to Houston Denker, correct?
Yes.
Prior to talking to Mr. Denker in October of 2023, had you or one of your other agents talked to Mr. Denker in close proximity to the time of Ryan Cooper's death?
Yes, my colleague, a fellow DCI agent, spoke to Houston.
You reviewed that interview with Mr. Denker prior to even talking to him before talking to him in 2023, correct?
Yes, I reviewed the June 18 interview.
On June 18th, is that June 18th, 2021?
Yes.
The day that Ryan Cooper was killed.
Yes.
Reviewing that, did you understand that that Houston Denker was asked about her communication with the defendant Karina Cooper over Snapchat.
Yes.
What was his response to that?
Again, I think he says there's no real communication going on via Snapchat at that time.
When you say that, can you elaborate on what he says more on that?
I think he admits to some messaging, but again, there's nothing intimate or personal going on between the two.
Does it give a frequency of how often he being Houston Denker and Karina Cooper would communicate on Snapchat?
Once or twice a week.
Does it give a time frame of how long they would have been communicating?
I don't remember. It might have been a period of several months, 3 or 4 months.
But otherwise, these are random snaps, not anything.
Yes.
Does he get asked what his relationship with Karina Cooper entails?
Yes.
What does he say?
Again, she's been cutting his hair. I think he says at that point, maybe for a period of even a couple of years. And they have just had what he would describe as kind of a typical conversation almost between the person getting their hair cut and the person doing it.
Is Houston Denker asked if there was any problem between him and Ryan Cooper, especially as regards Snapchats?
Yes.
What's his response?
No problem between he and Ryan with regard specifically to anything to do with Snapchat.
Is he asked how he will describe his relationship with the defendant, Karina Cooper?
Yes, the agent asked him to talk about that.
What, in Houston Denker's words, how does he describe himself in terms of his relationship with Karina Cooper?
Houston tells the agent at that time that he's like a gay best friend to Karina, totally platonic. There's no sexual or romantic interest. So he says it's like a gay best friend.
Is he at this time confronted whether he was having an affair or a sexual affair with Karina Cooper?
He's asked that, yes.
And what's his response still that no, it's just a gay best friend?
Yes, strong denial to any affair.
Does he acknowledge that there are rumors in the community that they are having a sexual relationship? Entails?
Yes.
What does he say?
Again, she's been cutting his hair. I think he says at that point, maybe for a period of even a couple of years. And they have just had what he would describe as kind of a typical conversation almost between the person getting their hair cut and the person doing it.
Is Houston Denker asked if there was any problem between him and Ryan Cooper, especially as regards Snapchats?
Yes.
What's his response?
No problem between he and Ryan with regard specifically to anything to do with Snapchat.
Is he asked how he will describe his relationship with the defendant, Karina Cooper?
Yes, the agent asked him to talk about that.
What, in Houston Denker's words, how does he describe himself in terms of his relationship with Karina Cooper?
Houston tells the agent at that time that he's like a gay best friend to Karina, totally platonic. There's no sexual or romantic interest. So he says it's like a gay best friend.
Is he at this time confronted whether he was having an affair or a sexual affair with Karina Cooper?
He's asked that, yes.
And what's his response still that no, it's just a gay best friend?
Yes, strong denial to any affair.
Does he acknowledge that there are rumors in the community that they are having a sexual relationship?
He does. He says during this time of her cutting his hair, they've talked about relationships and kids and life. And he has shared that he has a couple of young children. He's a single dad. So Karina has apparently done a little bit of babysitting. So he says the community picks up on the fact that his truck is over at the Cooper house on one occasion. And so the rumor has started that they're having an affair and that he is, in his words, banging Karina, having sex with her.
And so he says Karina has been watching his kids, and that's the extent, and that's what's led to the rumors, because the defendant has been babysitting his kids, his being Houston Denker's kids.
Yes, Houston's very clear in the June 18, 2021 interview that she just cuts his hair and then she has babysat for him. I think he puts it at several times, just a few times. And that is what has started the rumors in the community.
Is he asked if there's been any inappropriate Snapchats or messages between him, being Houston Denker, and the defendant, Karina Cooper?
Yes.
What's his response to that?
He says absolutely no inappropriate Snapchatting going between them.
Thank you very much, Agent Talbot. At this point, Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Ms. Watt?
Thank you. I understand you interviewed Karina, was it 2023?
Yes, May 4th, 2023.
And Aaron Cooper was there at the time as well?
He met on the driveway and was there for a short bit, and then he ended up leaving and staying in the area.
Was there a time where Karina wanted Aaron to stand by and be with her during the interview?
There was some discussion of that.
Okay. So at least at that time, Aaron and Karina appeared to be on good terms?
Seemed courteous, yeah, as we stood in the driveway and talked for a few minutes.
There's been a lot of talk about this Rottweiler dog and how the dog might be expected to behave. Did you review the body cam of Deputy Fangman?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
When he arrives on scene?
No, I did not.
Okay. So I guess, have you observed for yourself how this dog behaves?
No. I've only been told by others.
Is most of what you discussed with Karina on some sort of recording?
So the interview, as I said, or the total recording from the time I pull up in the driveway, I believe is 3 hours and 10 minutes. What you can hear is I activate my recorder immediately. I actually put a header on saying I've just arrived, the date and time. I get out and introduce myself, and at some point unbeknownst to me, that recorder immediately malfunctions. It stops. I don't catch that until I'm now pretty far into my conversation with just Karina. I look down, so we're at about the 2 hour mark of my total time there, and I see the recorder has malfunctioned, so I immediately turn it on, and I'd taken good handwritten notes, so I recap everything with her and then continue on.
But with DCI agents, you do not have a body cam, it's only an audio recording?
That's correct.
You talked about how you talked to Karina about this geofencing, right?
Yes.
As an investigator, are you allowed to, is one of your tactics basically to sometimes tell people you have things that you may actually not have?
We would imply that we certainly have a better understanding or have more knowledge than we do sometimes. Yes.
Okay. So officers are allowed to lie to people?
They are. The Supreme Court has said that.
It's my understanding, in looking at your notes from the recording at least, that you explained to Karina how geofencing works.
Yes, in some type of kind of simple fashion.
Okay. And also how cell tower data works.
Again, in a simple way, yes. I think.
Right. But she didn't say, hold up, I already know all these things.
She did not. She just nodded and says yes.
Do we have geofencing information in this case that you're aware of?
I actually don't know. You'd have to speak to somebody on the technology side.
So I imagine then you don't necessarily know what the geofence actually captures and is capable of?
In this case?
In any?
It's not my area of expertise, so we would rely on other people. Geofencing has been used, and we would just ask what's been captured in a case-by-case basis if that's utilized.
So you wouldn't know whether the geofence actually captures every phone that travels through that fence?
In this case again, or?
In any?
I don't know how tightly someone would describe that. I guess you'd have to talk to somebody that has better understanding of that.
The conversation with Houston Danker in 2021 that we're discussing, that was captured on a video recording, correct?
It was.
And you had a chance to look at that?
I did.
Would you agree with me that his statements, the best evidence of those would be actually watching the video?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to play that video and I'd mark it as Defendant's Exhibit C and ask that it be admitted.
Any objection?
No objection.
You ready for me to try your screen? Just let me know.
Yes, let's try
All
it.
right.
I don't know, we'll find out.
Try it again. Give me 1 second. I just tried the screen again. All right. Nothing. All right. You wanted to approach. You.
Let's see. Let's fast forward through some of this. Yeah, my printer, Stephanie, I totally get it. The printers are the worst. Let me tell you, I had paperwork to send in and they all had to be done in PDF files. I was so lost because I didn't know how to make my printer scan into PDF files. So yeah, printers, I'm not a printer. If you can't just copy a paper, they're difficult. Come on, guys. What is wrong with these people? They need a full-time audio-visual person to come in here and take care of this court for them. I mean, even the judge is standing. He's like, this is ridiculous, guys. No, it's not a break, Katya. They're having problems with their audio-visual stuff. I mean, they can't.
Okay, we are back on the
Oh,
record.
here we go. We're back. Okay, I'll mute
Nobody
guys.
left. We still have Mr. Agent
Ridiculous.
Turbot at the stand. And with a little help from the state, we have the defendant's Exhibit C ready to go. So, Ms. Watt, I think you were asking that this Exhibit C, which had been admitted, be published at this point?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So it appears to me we have half of it working at this point. That be fair?
That is fair.
Stop it.
Council approach.
Oh my God. You've got to be kidding me, people.
Minutes.
Redirect Mr. Kodiaga.
So they're not going to even play the video now. That's how bad that was. Maybe they'll replay it in a little bit. Oh my Lord.
Just to be clear, when you asked about the video recording that we were unable to play in regards to it being best evidence, is that just because it will have more details of exactly every word that was spoken?
Yes.
But your summary or summation to the jury is pretty much what that 20 minutes, what is said within that 20 minutes of that interview.
Yes, and what I said was accurate.
And pretty accurate to the flavor of what was said in that 20 minutes of that interview.
Very much so.
You talked about your interview being recorded by an audio recorder, correct?
Yes.
And even though your recorder failed, you still were able to capture a lot and go through the same with the defendant, Karina Cooper, of what you'd covered before.
Yes, I took very detailed notes, which we always do as a backup because malfunctions happen with those recorders in the field. And then I reread those things back to her to make sure I understood them correctly from my notes, and she agreed.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Any recross?
When I'm saying best evidence, I mean, wouldn't it be, as an investigator, you're evaluating somebody's credibility, right?
I am when I talk to people. Sure.
Okay, so when I say best evidence, it's just sometimes better to talk or see the person and hear the words come out of their mouth on a video.
You would have the benefit of visual and you would have more detail, as the prosecution said.
Right. That's all. Thank you.
Anything further, Mr. Kodiaga?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. Agent Turbot, you may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And Mr. Ringel or Mr. Kodiaga or Ms. Williams, stay prepared to call as next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Kirsty Shetta.
All right. Good morning, ma'am. You want to come over and have a seat to my far left, if you would? So you can adjust that microphone however you'd like. Yep, it's on. You can move it up, down, closer. So, okay. All right. First thing I'm going to do, ma'am, is swear you in. If you'd please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving in these proceedings will be the truth?
Yes.
Okay. And then if you could please give us your first and last name and spell them both for us for the record.
Kirsty Shetta, Kirstie Seda.
All right. Ms. Williams.
Thank you, Ms. Shetta. Do you prefer Kirsty or Ms. Shetta?
Kirsty's fine.
Thank you. Kirsty, where do you currently live?
Traer, Iowa?
And are you currently employed?
Yes.
How are you employed?
I work at JSA Development, downtown Waterloo.
Ms. Shetta, at some point in 2024, did you meet with law enforcement regarding this case?
Yes.
Did they tell you why they wanted to meet with you?
No.
Was it generally to discuss the death of Ryan Cooper?
Yes.
Did you know Ryan and Karina Cooper well?
Yes.
How long have you known Ryan and Karina?
Probably 8 to 10 years.
Okay. When did you first meet them?
When I moved to town.
Okay.
Moved to Traer.
About when did you move to Traer?
2007.
Okay. Who'd you meet first, Ryan or Karina?
Ryan.
Okay. How did you meet Ryan?
I was working at a place in Traer, and it was a hardware store, cell phone place, so he came in for parts.
Okay.
And cell phone.
At some point thereafter, did you meet Karina?
Yes.
Okay. And did you and Karina and Ryan develop a sort of friend group, I guess, as it were?
Yes.
And who all was in this friend group that you all shared?
It would have been me and my husband, Carmen and Jamie, Matt and Regan, Mike, or Ike and Michelle, Cynthia and Barry. There's multiples.
What kind of things would you all do as a group?
Various things. We would go hang out at each other's places. A bunch of the friends had shops that we hung out at.
Was this a frequent type of activity or organization, or how would you characterize how often you all saw each other?
I would say, at least once a weekend, if not during the week also.
Did you all travel together?
Yes.
Okay. And take your friends and kids together on these
Correct.
Trips? Okay. And you stated you knew Ryan first, correct?
Yes.
And how would you describe Ryan Cooper?
Man of little words.
Okay. Understand. Did you at some point work with Ryan?
Yes.
Okay, where was that at?
Aurora Agronomy.
Okay. What did you do there?
I was the office, took care of all the books, ordering.
How did you come to be in that position at Aurora?
Karina had worked there before, and she was pregnant with Cortland, and then she wanted to stay home. So then I applied for the job.
Did she kind of refer you to that job or let you know in advance, hey, I'm leaving this position?
Yeah, we had talked.
Okay. And were you and Karina at one point, were you pregnant at the same time?
Yes, with our first children.
Okay. You kind of bond over that? I'm sorry.
And our second.
And your second, okay. And did you all kind of bond over those kind of mutual pregnancies together? Would you say that you and Karina became good friends during that time?
Yes.
In this time that you knew Ryan and Karina together, what observations did you make about how Ryan would interact with Karina?
I guess if Karina was mad or yelling at him, his demeanor was always just to put his head down and take it.
How is he with his children?
Good.
You said at some point you and Karina also became good friends. How would you describe your relationship with Karina at the beginning?
Yeah, we had just a interest of bonding because we both did hair, and we kind of just became friends through that, and her starting to date Ryan. We would hang out as families together. We'd go on vacations together. We're just close with the whole Cooper family.
At some point, did you actually help out in her shop, her hair shop?
No, I'd never.
Did your friend group have kind of a group Snapchat?
Yes.
Okay. And was there one group Snapchat or were there several group Snapchats? At some point, would you say that there was a shift in your relationship with Karina or Karina's relationship with the whole kind of extended friend group?
Yes.
Can you pinpoint about when that occurred?
Late fall of the year before Ryan was murdered.
So the fall of 2020, would that be about
Correct.
the time? What were some of the changes that you noticed?
Just pulling away from our friend group, not responding back to messages. We had heard some different things throughout town, and we just kind of started separating, I guess.
I guess that's kind of where I was going. Did something specific, or can you identify something specific that may have triggered that shift in the friend dynamic?
It would have been the rumors going around about her in Houston.
Before we get to that, I want to ask you a little bit about what you noticed between Karina and Ryan's dynamic. How would you describe Karina's behavior or towards Ryan?
Depending on a given day, some days were okay, some days were not, and her demeanor towards him was anger.
Can you recall any examples when you say some days were okay and then some days were not okay?
I mean, there was times where she would rant about him and talk about how, you know, he was always off working and doing all this stuff, and she would just get like angry about it. And one of our conversations, she's like, we talked about, I'm going to paraphrase because I don't remember exactly her words, but it was like talking about if she would leave, she would try to take him for everything he had.
Were some of these incidents in front of Ryan? Would he be around during some of these times that she would behave this way?
I mean, when she was mad at him, she would, some of them were not. There was an instance where we were all hanging out and she would refer to him as, because we worked together, me and Ryan, she would refer to me as his work wife and kind of belittle, I guess, Ryan, and be like, why don't you ask your work wife? Maybe she can do it better for you.
Did you take that as kind of a dig?
Yeah, correct.
How would Ryan respond?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Sustained.
Throughout Ryan's or when you and Karina were discussing things, did she ever express to you any resentment towards Ryan?
Often.
What were those resentments centered around?
That Ryan got everything, or the farm got everything.
Were they primarily financial?
Yes.
Did Karina seem concerned with her place with the finances of the farm?
Objection, Your Honor. That's speculation, and much of this is beyond the scope of the minutes, Judge.
I'm sorry, what was the last part? I didn't.
Beyond the scope of the minutes. Speculation beyond the scope of the minutes.
Council want to approach?
Okay, there. Said it was beyond scope. I don't know what they was questioning, that it would have been beyond scope, but go ahead. Y'all get through y'all
Right.
sidebar. Okay, here we go.
All right. After a brief bench conference, it's my understanding that the objection, to the extent that it's related, was based on exceeding the minutes, is withdrawn. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right. Then the balance of the objection is overruled and the witness may answer, assuming you remember the question.
No, can you repeat it? I'm sorry.
Ms. O'Connell, can you repeat back the question?
Did Karina seem concerned with her place with the finances of the farm?
Yes, at one point there was a conversation about Ryan's ex-wife, Liz, and saying that Liz got everything, and if she stepped out, she would have nothing. She would not get anything.
Thank you.
Because everything was wrapped up in Cooper Farms.
Kirsty, did you know Houston Danker?
Yes.
How did you know him?
He is a couple years younger than my son, my oldest son. So he was a Traer boy, and
so you knew him from around town?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, did you learn that Karina and Houston were engaged in some sort of relationship?
Objection, Your Honor. Relies on hearsay.
Overruled, you can answer.
Yes, I did.
How did you find out about this relationship?
We were at a friend's house, and he wound up showing up there in the late fall.
And when you say
2020,
who are you referring to?
Houston. Okay. And we had heard throughout the day that they were texting each other and snapping each other back and forth. And when he got to the house, we took his phone and seen all the messages.
Did you actually see these messages yourself?
Yes. Her Snapchat handle was Casey with a heart, and I seen I love you and a picture above.
Where were you when you saw these messages?
I was at Pam Ewalt's house.
What did the messages suggest to you was the nature of Houston and Karina's relationship?
A sexual relationship, an affair.
Did you ever confront Karina about those messages?
I did not. She had sent me a message the next morning.
the message that she sent you the next morning, what did it say?
Paraphrasing, to the fact of, can you believe the rumors going around that me and Houston, I just did not respond because at that point there was so many things prior to that that just solidified to me that she was lying.
Did she ever admit to you that she was having a relationship or an affair with Houston?
No.
Are you aware personally if at some point Ryan Cooper became aware of the relationship between Karina and Houston?
Yes.
How are you aware of that?
Through one of the guys I worked with at Aurora.
So someone else told you that?
Yes.
Do you recall about when that occurred?
Spring.
Would have been spring of
Spring of
2021?
Yeah.
Shortly before Ryan was killed?
Yeah, I'd say anywhere from that March, April.
Okay. In the days and weeks leading up to Ryan's death, did you notice anything unusual or what you would describe as unusual about Karina's behavior?
Yes.
What did you notice?
2 days before his murder, we had all of our Snapchat group friend. Me and Carmen had gone down to a show in Dallas, Texas for our business. And when we landed and got to the airport, we were just scrolling through our Snapchats and all of a sudden it said Karina had left the group and we were going through the rest of them just normal, and she wound up going back, leaving all of the groups that we were ever a part of.
And can you just clarify, who is Carmen?
Carmen is a part of the friend group and a business partner of mine. Okay. Carmen Earhart.
Did the ladies in the group kind of have a separate group that was apart from the full families of groups?
Yeah, we had multiple different groups.
Did you guys have kind of
We had a golf group.
Okay, a golf group.
We had a TCMW group. I mean, we had them named all sorts of different things.
Okay. When you say the TCFW, was that the Tama County Housewives group? Yes. Okay. And so you're saying about 2 days before Ryan was killed, Karina just left all of the Snapchat groups. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did she give you a reason for exiting those groups?
Nope. I just remember in our golf group, there was a tournament on that Wednesday. All of us girls had started talking about getting a group together for golf on that Wednesday, like on that Monday prior. And I told the girls I was out because we were flying out. Everybody else in the group was talking to get their group. And then Karina just like never responded. She just.
I want to switch gears just a bit. Are you a gun owner, Kirsty?
Yes.
Okay. And what kind of firearm do you have?
A Ruger 9.
Okay. Did you ever talk to Karina about guns or firearms in general?
Yes, we had one conversation that I recall shortly after we got our permit to carries.
What types of guns did you and Karina talk about specifically, if any?
We talked about how I shot my Ruger 9 and I didn't like the kickback, that it kicked back really bad. And then I had shot my mother-in-law's baby 22 and that it was just like so smooth. And just how the correspondence of that was so different. And then she said the same thing. She's like, I just got a 22 as well. Like, and it shoots so smooth. I understand what you're talking about. You know, like we just kind of talked about that.
So she described to you how the 22 shot as well.
Yes.
Do you remember about when that conversation occurred?
I would have got my permit to carry in 2018, December, so it would have been late winter going into January, February when we were hanging out.
Okay. So well before Ryan is killed, you guys are having pretty in-depth conversations about firearms and the different characteristics of the firearms you had, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions. The defense may have some questions for you.
Mr. Hawbaker?
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
So you became good friends with Ms. Cooper, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And you were good friends for quite a long time, fair?
Fair.
And even during that time that she might have yelled at Ryan or had good days or bad days, you remained her friend?
Correct.
And that behavior was nothing that was shocking or concerning to you. I'm assuming you chalked that up as just sort of the normal dynamics of a relationship.
At points, yes.
Yeah, okay. And the friend group that you were having, these snaps and things like that, did law enforcement ever seize your phone to verify the Snapchat conversations?
No.
Okay. But those conversations and whether or not Ms. Cooper left the group and things like that, presumably she did that from her phone?
Yeah, she would have to remove herself from the group.
And all the time that you saw Ms. Cooper get angry at Ryan or anything like that, you never saw any act of violence by Ms. Cooper towards Ryan, correct?
It was not physical, verbal.
Never hitting, never smacking, nothing like that?
No.
Yeah. Or threats of physical harm, threats to shoot him or anything like that, never said that?
No.
This golf tournament you were talking about, was Karina even invited to that?
She signed up on her own.
The guns that you were talking about, those are handguns, is that right?
Yes.
No talk about rifles or long guns?
No.
And the permit to carry, you ultimately got your permit to carry?
Yes.
And with that permit to carry, does that involve some education on your part?
Yes.
You have to learn some things.
Yes.
Are you aware that there are resources online that can provide you with that information?
I never looked into that, no.
Okay. Courses on guns, things like that?
No.
So you wouldn't know if Karina was taking advantage of those online resources when she was getting her permit?
I do not.
That information about the 22 being smooth, did you ever witness Ms. Cooper shoot that gun?
I did not.
Thank you, ma'am.
Any redirect?
Just briefly. Kirsty, were there points or incidences where you thought Karina's behavior towards Ryan was not normal or not appropriate?
Yes.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Anything further, Mr. Hawbaker?
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. Mr. Kodiaga, is the state prepared to call its next witness?
The state calls Carmen Earhart.
If anybody wants to stand up and stretch while we're waiting for the witness to come on in, feel free. I'm going to. Good morning, ma'am. If you want to go ahead and have a seat right there, that'd be great.
That is the court sound where it sounds like it just went underwater. That is not me.
And you can adjust that microphone however it best suits you. So first thing I'm going to do, ma'am, is swear you in. If you'd please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving in these proceedings will be the truth?
Yes.
Okay. And then for the record, can you please give me your first name and your last name and spell them both for us, please?
Yes, it's Carmen Earhart. First name Carmen, last name Erhardt.
All right. Mr. Kodiaga.
Thank you. Still morning, good morning.
Morning.
Stated your name. Can you tell us where you currently reside?
I live in Traer, Iowa.
Again, where?
Traer, Iowa. Yep.
And is this a community you've lived in for a long time?
Yes, I've lived there since I've been married for 20 plus years.
Do you know a person by the name of Ryan Cooper?
Yes, I do.
How do you know Ryan Cooper?
I have known him got to know him very well through all the stuff that we did. Being a small town, you're going to know people, but as far as Ryan, we do things like such as going motorcycling, snowmobiling. We take vacations, stuff together, but have just known him more through my husband is how I got to know him.
What's your husband's name?
Jamie.
So you knew Ryan through Jamie?
Yes.
Fair to say you and the Coopers were family friends?
Yes, we did. I knew Ryan before I knew Karina, but once they got together, we got starting doing things such as when we started motorcycling and we'd go on motorcycling trips. We'd go on, we have a place in Wisconsin and they would go, and for a short time that they had a camper up at that location in which we would share and spend weekends and holidays and stuff too at.
Do you know someone by the name of Karina Cooper?
Yes, I do.
Do you see that person in this courtroom?
Yes, I do.
Can you identify that person by where she's seated or an item of her clothing?
She's sitting over to my right with a sweater on.
Did the record reflect identification?
The record so reflects.
So you've testified you knew Karina through Ryan. Were your families pretty close?
We were, like I said, we did a lot of things together, from just vacation times, but I got to know her very well, became a good friend of hers. She would do my hair.
So we've had testimony that she used to cut hair and do hair?
Yes.
Okay, and that was at their home in Traer?
Yes.
At some point in the year leading up to Ryan's death, does the nature of the friendship change?
It does. We had a little bit of falling out. I would say that the friendship wasn't as close as it had been in the past.
Now, as someone who was around both Karina Cooper and Ryan Cooper, were there occasions that you and your husband and the Coopers would go out to socialize, maybe to drink or hang out?
Yes, it was quite frequent, yeah.
During these occasions, did you chance to notice or observe moments of hostility exhibited towards Ryan Cooper by Karina Cooper?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what issues would make Karina be hostile towards Ryan?
It would be different times, like arguments where she would just get very upset with him. She would, sometimes that was even directed to other people, Jen, just him, but she would just, for
whatever reason, they would be arguing and she would get very loud and would argue in person with them.
Will she get very mean when she was upset with Ryan?
Yes, I mean, you could physically tell she was very upset and yelled at that with him.
Agitated?
I'm sorry.
Agitated.
One of the prime example would be is I know that they were, we were at a location, we've been out, she was arguing with Ryan. Another friend tried to step in and kind of like dissolve the situation. She even grabbed that person by the hair and ripped them back out of the argument. So you could physically tell that she was very upset. As far as the conversation, I don't know what was going on, but it was very blatant. You could see that she was not happy with them.
Now, were there conflict that you observed involving money or finances?
There's been conflict, yeah. We've personally had some conversations where she's shared some of what she may have felt like he was getting, and as far as what her money would go towards and what she would spend on. There would be conversations as far as the farm setup. Like I said, we spent a lot of time together. She was around my family. Our family farms, as far as how they're set up, are pretty similar, so I was familiar with how things were.
Can you tell the jury more about that?
Some of them would be the conversations we had would be where she would be upset, where she felt like if he wanted to buy a side-by-side, he would get the side-by-side. He wanted the truck, he got the truck, but her money, she would have to, that she was making, she would have to spend that on the food, the kids, and that, so she wouldn't get, but then she would also in the same breath state that if she, Ryan had to buy his own side-by-side, but Cooper's Farms would buy Aaron the side-by-side and stuff, so.
So as regard the Cooper's farm, was it your observation or understanding that she knew how money was controlled in terms of the Cooper farm controlling some of the money that Ryan had access to?
Yes, I mean, in our just our conversations to each other, yeah, she had a good understanding how it is, and just even, like I said, with family farms being set up pretty similar, and knowing how those corporate farms work, she knew where the money came from.
Likewise, because your family had the same kind of setup, yes, where the corporate farming family was in charge of the finances or the
yes,
expenditure.
As far as, yep.
At some point, do you become aware of the defendant, Karina Cooper, having an affair with someone named Houston Denker?
At first, it was just hearsay as far as rumors. But the day I really became very well aware of it is we had been actually out an evening at Larry's in Lincoln, and we had all been, Ryan, Karina, Jamie, and I had been there. We had actually left earlier before the bar closed and went home. We were already in bed asleep once we got a phone call, which actually was Ryan calling Jamie in the middle of the night, which was that was unusual. In fact, I think it was probably the first time we ever got a phone call that late at night from him. So my husband answered it, afraid that like something had happened. And so he picked up the phone and he was talking to him. Ryan proceeds to tell Jamie that.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Sustained.
So there was a phone call Ryan makes at night.
Mm-hmm.
That phone call, is that how you became aware of an affair?
Yes.
Did you ever personally confront Karina about the affair with Houston Denker?
I didn't for a few different reasons.
Okay.
One
Objection,
of,
Your Honor, relevance.
Sustain.
Now, so the answer to your question is you didn't confront Karina, fair enough?
I did not know.
Let's talk about your knowledge of firearms and Karina's knowledge of firearms. Did you attend a class or situation where you would have been with Karina and she would have been around firearms?
Yes, I took a concealed weapons permit class, which was actually held at Ryan and Karina's home in the shop at their home.
So there was a class that you took in Karina's and Ryan Cooper's home.
At the shop, yes.
From your understanding and from your relationship that you've talked broadly about that stretches across various years, was your observation that Karina had a fair good knowledge of firearms?
Yes, my husband had given me a gun for a Christmas gift. And with that, we've had conversations about that. We've talked about, because at times when I've actually shot the gun, and just discussion about the gun as far as the one he had given me, a little bit of my comfort level, and we talked back and forth about that. In that, just in our general conversation, when I was given that gift, the gun for as a gift, she had made comments about how, my husband gets me a gun, Ryan, why don't you get me something like that? We've just in general talked about the fact that one of the reasons I took a concealed weapons permit is because any vehicle, any of our friend groups, no matter if it's ours, anybody's, there's typically a gun that's concealed in there. So the properly covered, we took that. Like I said, I've talked to, as far as shooting it, being the comfort level of it, having them, being around them. We've had conversations. I've never, will honestly physically say that I can recall or remember.
Objection, Your Honor, narrative.
Sustained.
So fair enough that she and you had been around firearms in many occasions and that
Yes.
discussed firearms in more than one sitting.
Yeah. Yep.
Now, let's talk about in the time leading, in the months or the period, the approximate period leading to Ryan's killing, was there some behavior changes that you noticed from Karina Cooper?
Yes, there was. Pulling out of friend groups, things that we did constantly together, no longer being involved in those. A great amount of weight loss that I even questioned and even asked her, and that's even in writing somewhere.
So withdrawal from your friend group and also physical in terms of how experiencing what you observed as some weight loss?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions at this time.
Mr. Hawbaker?
Morning, ma'am. How long were you friends with Miss Cooper?
We would have became friends closer to when we started motorcycling together, so it would have been roughly around a little bit before, I would say closer to after they'd been married.
And it occurs to me that when you say we were out or we were at a place, 9 times out of 10, you guys were at a bar or something like that. Is that right?
It would be boating, it would be on snowmobiles, it'd be,
There were times to get together for social drinking.
yes.
And that's oftentimes when you would witness Miss Cooper get louder or upset or things like that, right?
It could have been, yes.
Was there some belief that that might have been related to alcohol?
There could be, yeah.
And when she was upset, it could be about any number of things, not necessarily finances. It could just be something on that day. Fair? Yes?
Yes, sorry.
All right. So the finances weren't exactly a theme when she was upset. There are a lot of things that would make her upset. Fair?
Yep.
Okay. Now, my understanding is that you're familiar with family farms.
Yes.
You're familiar because of your marriage, I assume, with how the LLCs work and that sort of thing?
It's it's on my side of the family farm.
It's on your side of the
Yep.
family farm. So you have that familiarity.
Yes.
And you shared that familiarity with Miss Cooper.
Yeah.
Okay. Not unusual.
Nope.
The discussion and with firearms, was it your understanding that the husbands or people were getting you and Miss Cooper a handgun, and in particular wanted to make sure that you had a permit to carry because anybody could be in a car with a gun in it and people didn't want to get in trouble?
At the original, when we got that was the main, because there was understanding of it. But then as far as wanting to carry one myself, and later and being able to have my own at my own time. Yep.
Yeah. But as far as you and Miss Cooper, the idea that you needed a permit to carry was related to the fact that, there could be a shotgun in the car or something like that out on the farm. And the husbands didn't want people to get in trouble for driving those cars.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
Yep.
Okay. And when you talked about guns, that was always about handguns, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that was what you had, and presumably what Ms. Cooper was asking for when she made the comment to Ryan. Fair?
Yep.
No talk about long guns or rifles, that sort of thing, right?
We've talked about shooting as far as guns, but I mean, as far as the actual guns they gave us would have been just regular guns, handguns.
Handguns, right. Nothing further. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any redirect, Mr. Kodiaga?
You've talked about shooting different types of guns and being around guns together, correct?
Yep.
Which involves a wide array of guns, from long guns to handguns.
Correct.
Fair enough to you asked how long you've known Karina and Ryan. You said from when they were married, that's over a decade ago, correct?
Correct.
So you have a pretty good window into their relationship.
Yes.
And that window into their relationship, your testimony to this jury, is she will be upset at him for many reasons, including finances.
Yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Baker?
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You may step down. Stay prepared to call its next witness.
Judge, we've moved pretty quick. Our next witness was scheduled for after lunch.
Okay. We're at 11:39. I'm going to actually ask you, ladies and gentlemen, want to keep this moving, but I also normally we go till 1:30 and you may have had plans. Are you okay if we go from now till say 1:15 and start 15 minutes earlier? Anybody have an issue with that? Okay, then that's what we're going to do. We'll take a lunch break now and we'll start at 1:15.
Okay, so they went to lunch break and they have about another 20 minutes probably to finish out their lunch break, from what I understand. So I was going to pop up, let's see, because I got break in the background. I'm multitasking on things that I am just all over the place with today. So let's watch a parole hearing while we wait, just for something to watch. Because y'all all know that here in the next few minutes, I'm going to have to go cook Hector breakfast. You know, do the bacon thing. It's always bacon for me. Oh, browser has lost audio, so we're going to remove this tab. We're going to stop screen. Sent. Let's do this again. Let's see. All right. I think we got it. I think we got it, guys. All right. Y'all take a break. Anybody, y'all Central Time Zone? Yeah. Be 1:15. So, oh, this is live. Their Central Time Zone, so we'll meet till 1:15. Okay, so they have an hour and 15 minutes. Okay, I'm so sorry, Paula. I wasn't aware that there were Central Time Zones. See, this is little things I'm learning still. So please be patient with me, as some of it's new. So we're learning little things as we go along. Some days are going to be easier than others with me. So we're going to hit the pardon. See, that's a tongue issue. That's a talking too fast when I'm excited. We're going to hit the Louisiana Board of Pardons and Parole and see what they have playing for us today.
Today is Monday, July 7th, 2025. The time is 9:06 a.m.
How's it sound? I want to make sure everybody
Would you
can
call
hear.
the roll, please?
Eastern Ottawa. Yeah, I know. That's a Kathy word. Eastern Ottawa.
Here.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, is it Miss Ledoux?
We are situated at DOC headquarters in Baton
Stapleton,
Rouge. I'd like for our staff to
Mr.
introduce
Tillis,
themselves for the
Mr.
record,
Prater,
please.
and Mr. Freeman. But I think this is pardon hearings too, so
Right,
I'm
thank
not
you.
really sure,
Our
guys. We'll
first
have to
item
wait
of
and see.
business this morning is
I'm gonna
review
boost
and
the sound
approval
a
of the
bit.
minutes from Monday, June 16th, which are included in your packets. Are there any corrections?
Let's fast forward through their minutes. We don't care about their minutes. There we go.
Tell us your name. Morning, Mr. Dickens. Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your current mailing address.
Name is Tom Dickens, 48 Tennis Street.
Hey, Council, would you introduce yourself? Good morning.
Katrina Jackson, address is 4160 Street, Louisiana.
Thank you. And let me acknowledge, before we get started, we're going to acknowledge the folks who are here in support. On Zoom, we have former Sheriff Jay Russell. We also have Christian Creed and Mayor Gerald Brown. We have some family members here with us in Baton Rouge: Allison Johnson Dickens, Aylin Duvall, and Ariana Duvall. And thank y'all for being here today. We appreciate it. So, Ms. Jackson and Mr. Dickens, your case has been assigned to Mr. Tillis, but before I turn it over to him, we'd like to hear from you all. First, Mr. Dickens, tell us why you applied for this and why you think we should vote for you. And then we'll hear from the folks that want to speak on your behalf, and then we'll hear from your lawyer. Close it up, and then Mr. Tillis will start with you. So go ahead, sir.
This, I feel like, really, very wrong.
Let me, sir, while you collect yourself, I'm sorry, I was supposed to read that into the record. I have not done so. So let me just do that and just take your time to catch your breath. Your DOC number is 288851. You're seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You were, the parish of conviction is the 4th Judicial District, Ouachita Parish. And the record, let's see, there's 1990 assisting escape. You received a 3-year suspended sentence were placed on 4 years probation. 1992, 3 counts distribution of Schedule II cocaine. You received 10 years on each count. Those were to run concurrently. 2009, distribution of methamphetamines. You received a 25-year sentence, but all but 7 years were suspended. Then there's a 2004 violation of protected order and domestic abuse battery. You received a 7-year sentence on the protective order violation, and domestic abuse was 6 months parish jail, and that was suspended. You were placed on probation. Is that information correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now go ahead and tell us why you've applied and why you think you should go.
Like, and, you know, like bad choices, you know, and I ain't wrong with you know, and I always pray this about, I got the opportunity that I always show a lot of young people that this is the right way to go. And that's what I do. And but even not knowing that I was going to be coming at this point, and not knowing, I just took a million pictures and showed you all. But I was doing it from my heart because I was letting them know, hey, you don't want to go down there. They're not going to play with you down there. And not do it wrong. And I say, now, I used to run from the law. Now, I used to go talk to a police officer. I ain't got to run when I see him. I can talk to my helper. When the incident happened, they called me and say, hey, y'all stop. We don't need to do this shit. And so I feel good about coming to your police and giving me an opportunity because they're hindering me from trying to do different things that I'm trying to do more in life to show the young people you can change your life from the areas that I made. Everybody make mistakes. You can change. And that's been 20-some years. You know, and you all that you know, forgive me, give me an opportunity to move forward, you know.
Thank you, sir. We'll get a little more into that when Mr. Tillis starts his interview. But we'll hear first from the folks that want to speak on your behalf. Could we hear from Mr. Russell, Sheriff Russell? Is he on? All right. Well, he's trying to get in. Let's see. Is Christian Creed? Could we hear from Mr. Creed?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, Madam Chairman and members of the board. In the interest of time and brevity, I've prepared a written statement that I'll read at this time. Again, my name is Christian Creed. I'm a practicing attorney and member of the Louisiana Board of Regents. I'm honored to speak today on behalf of Tyrone Dickens, a man whose life exemplifies true redemption, profound rehabilitation, and an unwavering commitment to community service. Tyrone's past includes very serious mistakes, but over the past 20 years, he has transformed his life entirely. He's generally contrite for his past offenses and has dedicated himself to making a positive impact on others. His acts of service are numerous and heartfelt, from distributing waters and fans to the elderly and impoverished during the summer heat, to collecting toys and providing holiday meals to families in need, and assisting families during emergencies, catastrophes, and natural disasters. These are just a few of the things that Tyrone does on a regular basis every year. He also regularly helps stranded motorists, feeds children in housing projects, and gathers school supplies each year to support students starting school. And most importantly, and I believe he touched on it, Tyrone mentors children across elementary, middle, and high schools, sharing his personal story of turning away from a life of crime to one rooted in service, education, and family. He works collaboratively with law enforcement, not as an adversary, but as a partner, helping diffuse tensions, and in many cases, saving lives through his proactive involvement. And I know Sheriff Russell's here to talk, and he'll be able to touch on that as well. His story is one of genuine transformation. He's not been in trouble for over 2 decades. He abstains from alcohol and drugs, and he conducts himself with integrity, free from profanity and vices. Like, he gets on me if I happen to say a bad word. So that's Tyrone. Today I speak on a man who's earned a new beginning, one rooted in service, humility, and responsibility. A pardon would acknowledge his complete turnaround and enable him to continue his positive contributions to society. I respectfully ask the board to consider his remorse, his ongoing dedication to the community, and his exemplary character in making a favorable decision today on Tyrone's behalf. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate hearing from you.
Yes, ma'am.
Mayor Brown, do we hear from you, sir?
Absolutely. Good morning to you.
Morning.
First of all, I want to echo all of the comments that Mr. Creed has stated. It's difficult for me to add to that. I want to kind of come at Tyrone from a little bit different perspective, though. He and I met just about 10 years ago when I was preparing to run for mayor. I had heard of him, but didn't know him. And I think he had kind of the same relationship with me. And so before I got ready to run, we had breakfast one morning, which turned into brunch. We ended up talking so long about our community and things that we would like to see happen and things we wanted to do. And frankly, about his past. My father, Warren Brown, is a 40-year law enforcement representative in Ouachita Parish. He worked for Monroe PD for 29 years and then for the district attorney's office for another 15 years after that. And so the joke that Tyrone and I had when we had that breakfast meeting was that my father had arrested him multiple times, some 20 plus years prior. And so my dad is one of my greatest sounding boards. And so I went to him after that meeting and I asked him about his relationship with Mr. Dickens and some of the things that, perhaps had happened. And we talked frankly about those. And I told him that some of the things that Tyrone was doing to try to change his life and turn his life around. And my dad, who was at the time was 76 years old, said he'd like to sit down and have a personal conversation with him about the changes in his life and potentially, me starting to have some dealings with him. And so he came by the house. My dad and I actually lived next door to each other. So he came by the house and we talked again for probably a couple of hours. And my father was kind of overwhelmed by some of the things that Tyrone has done and tries to do in our community and the way that he's changed his life around from his previous dealings with him some 20 plus years previous. So the thing that I like to iterate about Tyrone, and look, with the town of Richwood, he's been a tremendous community partner. We have done everything from back to school to COVID to senior citizens to feeding kids at school. We've done all kinds of things. But the thing that impresses me and that I try to impress upon people, especially some of our younger people, is that there's the ability to turn your arc around if you really want to. Tyrone has demonstrated that. He's worked hard to fix his reputation. He's worked hard to be stalwart in our community. Oftentimes when there are issues between certain folks, Tyrone is one of those people that I like to get involved in those conversations because he's a person that people will listen to based on some of the things that have happened in his past and some of the things that's happening now with him in the present. I wasn't as smooth as Christian and do a written statement this morning because I felt like if I wrote everything down, I might shed a tear. So I didn't want to do that in front of you. But he's been a tremendous community partner for the town of Richwood. My event staff have him at the top of our list when we start calling people about needing resources and figuring out how we're going to put things together to do things for seniors and children and unemployed and underemployed in our community. He's always right there to lend assistance to us. And we certainly would appreciate any consideration that this board would give to him today.
All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you. And I see Sheriff Russell. Good morning, sir. We'd like to hear from you.
Good morning. I want to thank the board for allowing me to speak on Tyrone's behalf. The main thing I want to say about Tyrone is that he gave us the opportunity many times in law enforcement to work together. One such instance was we had a barricaded suspect at a house. We were fixing to have to go in and get him. He was armed. He had several felony warrants on him. He began to act irrationally, and my negotiator said it's not going very well. Tyrone called me and he had a rapport with this suspect inside, and he told me that if I would allow him to speak to him, he could probably end the situation without anyone getting hurt or anyone having to go in and get him, which we didn't really want to do. But it was sort of unorthodox, but I did, and I called my negotiator, and he put him on the phone, and they connected with each other. And about 15 minutes later, the man gave up, walked out, gave up his weapons, and we didn't have to go in. Several times after this, Tyrone and I worked together on several projects within his community. I agree 100% that a man should have to pay his debt to society, which he did. But I also believe that a man has to prove to his community and society that he's a better person, that he can make people around him better, and that he can improve the quality of life of those in his neighborhood. Tyrone's done that, and he's shown that time and time again. My relationship with Tyrone was always about the law enforcement side of things. But I also saw him speak on several occasions about upbringing and children in his neighborhood and the positive influence that not only he could give and not only the people there, but law enforcement could give. And I appreciated that part of it too, because he understood without law enforcement and good quality law enforcement, societies can't exist. And he's shown that time and time again. So on his behalf today, this is the first time I've ever done this, to be honest with you. I usually are speaking on the other side, trying to keep people incarcerated. But today I thought it was important to do this because he talks the talk, but he also walks the walk. And he's done that time and time again. And I appreciate him as far as me, when I served as sheriff, he helped us out several times. And if it didn't work out, at least he tried. And like I said, I agree with the mayor and Christian on both accounts that he has shown time and time again he does care about his community, and he's working toward making it a better place. And I appreciate the board's consideration in this matter today. Thank you.
All right, thank you for speaking with us today. We appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Ms. Jackson, I'd like to hear from you.
Of course, I am representing not like an engaged attorney, but as a pro bono attorney. Because as others have stated today, Tyrone in 20 years has done more for the community than most elected officials. He has become the go-to person when you're having a difficult situation in the school. Principals call him when the principal sees something in a child that they know something's happening at home, but it's making the child act out in school. They will call Tyrone. Sometimes the reason why I know is sometimes when they can't get them and they don't know his number, they say, "Well, Tyrone, you get them a call." Also, in parts of the city, even though we're a small city, if you know anything about Monroe, we didn't really experience an influx of crime pre-COVID, but especially during COVID. We have somewhat, unfortunately, in small town and gang situations, side and west side, even those 5 miles, we feel makes no sense to me, right? So when you cannot engage in certain public housing, apartment complexes and facilities, a lot of us take Tyrone, whether it be law enforcement, myself, in times of emergency, because we're trying to defuse the situation. But Tyrone, in 20 years, has built relationships, not with people like us, but more with people in the community of children who have been maybe involved with him, who he sees going on the road path. He also goes out with pastors a number of times. And this just didn't start. This has been a 20-year period, right? He has generally made our community, not for the people who may have access to everything. Us too, is keep it safe, but for the people who, the children who do not have access to everything, everything. And if he sees a situation, you don't have to call. Usually he's calling, someone who needs resources, needs help, to say, hey, just recently, part of the apartment, one of our largest public housing complexes in Tricia, lights were out. We experienced, we go about in South Louisiana, we experienced a storm. And they didn't have food. Every day consistently for 3 or 4 days, Tyrone would text and call someone and say, If you help me, I'll take you through. If you help me, I'll take you through. That's just simply who he has been. But in doing that, he's developed a pathway to talk to children in need and who are going down the wrong path. The juvenile gets arrested, generally, if it's a serious situation, sometimes the first person will call the community to talk to him to how long. Look, I know the offenses are what they are. I've looked at the record, I helped submit the application. But a man's total sum of his life cannot be equated even in 10 or 20 years back, right? Because who we are at 20 and 30 are not who we are today. I'd love to say I'm 30, but I'm not. And so who we are at 20 and 30 years old is not who we are today. I make no light of anything that occurred in his life, but I do make a big impact statement on what he's coming to me and why I'm standing here today. I will not, you don't see me before you all, for the very reason of, sometimes with victims, it becomes a conflict of victims. I spoke to victims. I've worked with alleged victims and all of that regarding Tyrone, and all of them have worked with him since. Engaging in what we feel to be something that benefit the opportunity. When COVID, I was sick. I had COVID, and everything was shut down. We had ice on, and no one could get water in or out. I called 2 people. I couldn't leave my house. I called Pastor Raul, and I called Tyrone Gibbons. And I said, tomorrow you should be able to get through the water. Because when I iced over in my poor regions of the area, they didn't have running water. I said, if you do have a warehouse of water, can you please get it in? I said, I'm getting too many calls that people don't have running water. They don't have a way to get out of my rural areas. That next morning, 6:30 call was Tyrone saying the roads are clear for me to get through. The trailer and the truck with the people. I can talk about numerous stories because Tyrone is not a crime. He's become family. In Texas, the Lord, I think the said they're experiencing floods. But when Houston, Texas was experiencing their flood, my sisters and my cousins were in Haiti. My mother was freaking out when she called me. She said, who can you call? I said, only person who knows the truck that was driving that 4 bus and driving on the drop behind that people is Tyrone. I was intending to need a whole trip because my mom was here. But he brought me home safe. And if you talk with people in the community, Tyrone has been a go-to in times of disaster, in times when children, or even adults, like the sheriff said, is on the own track. I just feel that this is not all about Tyrone, and I understand that there are businesses he's going to go in, like he wanted to do notary, he wanted to do inspection things. And we couldn't help them fill those applications for this record, he was part. But what I do know, and this is just, I can say a whole lot, Tyrone's not a person in the community, he's family to all of us. Turning Christian freedom practices civil law. He's become family to him. Everyone would have been here today, but somehow with a mix up with the mail, we were having trouble. I tried to tell everyone to certify mail mean anything. We didn't receive the April letter, but your wonderful staff called on Thursday, day before 4th of July, and confirmed his hearing. So I want to applaud your staff because they follow up. We found out Thursday. I counseled everything I could, but everyone on that screen would have been here if they couldn't. We found out the day before the 4th of July about this. And we're here, and if anything happened on Zoom, from the calls and texts I was getting this morning at my office, and my office texting me, people trying to get in. We see a community of people. But this is not just about Taiwan. It will benefit. That's no doubt. But this is about the community back home. Who's ever who's wondering if people can have a second chance. These are for the young man and the older men who are just coming out of something and Tyrone still, who just told them that if you do the right thing, when you're out of trouble, if you turn your life around, you can have a second chance. There's so many people in the community. As I was driving last night, I was texting, saying, how do you think something? And that's why I say it's for the community. It shows him that what was told him so long is true. And when you turn your life around, when you begin to engage on when you begin community service, when you do all you can for a community, there's a chance for redemption. And that's really why I say, probably not standing here as attorney more than just as family, as someone who respects him, who's seen what he does for people. And honestly, no one has been attorney. Tyrone has turned more of my client's life away than I could ever have done. I have 2 other attorneys in my office, even though we're separate, and most of the time, if we see a kid that comes through our office, we'll help them to a vulnerable if we can. But then we send them to Tyrone. We take Tyrone and need to be serious. I don't want to see him go there for. And he doesn't just sit with him that day in the office. He follows up with him. He takes pieces to exclude pieces. He follows up with that child to make sure that teenager never sees jail with him. And so for that reason and more, I ask you, and this one would have been full had you known before Thursday. So we all get up. I'm glad you're here. Thank you. Thank you for that presentation. And I would like to see his wife is here. Allison, who used to be my legal assistant in my law office, who is now, and that was after I met her, who is now working with autistic kids. She has autistic, they have autistic child herself. She's working in the school with autistic children. Their daughter, who's in field right now, finishing up next year, and a daughter who is going to be a junior, I believe, at Washington Hospital. Thank you. We're glad y'all are here. So, Mr. Dickens, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Tillis. Would you answer his question?
Good morning, Mr. Dickerson. Now, I started reading your case. At the beginning, I said, well, they're going to bring him in cuffs. You know, the bad guy. But how long have you been out in prison?
Since 2007.
2007?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You got some big guns with you. I have no more questions.
Any other questions? Yeah, I mean, one of the things, we know that you had the drug problem, that possession with distributing. And also at one point when that happened, you were in possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. Also, that's what it says here in the breakdown. Was that true or no? Did you have a gun?
No, ma'am.
You didn't? No, ma'am. It was just the possession of drugs.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
All right, so let me ask you about this one. In 2004, they responded to a domestic violence incident. I don't know that she was your wife. Was she your wife? Okay, but y'all had children together.
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
So it states here that when you arrived, it was about a birthday party for a young child that was yours, and that there was an argument over child support. And then it got worse because at that point she said that you began choking her around the neck, and that you said you might as well go ahead and kill her. And you got her down on the ground, on the floor, and you were kicking her. And when the police arrived, she said that you had a knife and you were going to stab her, and they saw a small cut on her arm. What about that incident? And she already had a uniform protective order in place at the time that happened.
Yes, ma'am. I recall correctly on that, well, the knife incident, when that was like 2000, just, chilling. So before spring, I had my son, and when she grabbed me, I grabbed my son around. And when that grabbed me, and I pulled my son. So they said that I ended up grabbing her with him. It considers me trying to strangle him. I was drinking. I was getting straight like this, spirit of Christ.
You didn't put your hands around her neck?
Yes, ma'am. I said I did, because when I did, I did her grab me. Yes, ma'am.
He said she was holding the child.
Yes, ma'am. I ain't trying to grab it. It was her. Yeah, but not grabbing her. I'm showing you how I did. I grabbed her.
So that's why you had a domestic abuse
Yes, ma'am.
count, but it was in the presence of children also.
One child.
One child.
We've been dealing with each other. She's been working with me on community events since.
That's what I was going to ask you. What's your relationship with that victim
We drank. Matter of fact, she just, wish me luck. We talked, she told me, we got to reach out to her, whatever. She told so everybody deserves a chance, and then we said, my kids are grown. I'm still being a parent to them, actually. Just exactly talking. Tell me, my phone, checking me, told me, look, Dad, you got this. We got a great relationship.
So the children and you have a close relationship?
Yes, ma'am, definitely.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know, because that was pretty violent.
Yes, ma'am. I was young. I totally apologize. I did.
Okay, that was my question.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Simmons, I know they have a good relationship because at some point we've all donated to stuff they need, helped them out. So that's one thing about this party that's so very important. It limits your ability when you don't have a party. You go in certain fields to make a living. Tyrone has, you guys have 4 kids. 5 kids, kids right together. And he has the kids you're referencing, another child. And he tries his best, and I know this personally, to do everything he's doing.
And I forgot to ask the question, with all this community work, that's very takes a lot of time. What do you do for a living?
Well, deal with them. I mean, take people to Green Oaks and the ground and mental detention home. And
are you paid for that?
No, ma'am. They are the court system.
Oh, you get okay. You get,
and I get disability.
Okay.
I go down there volunteer, and recently, I mean, they told me I bit about a snake trying to grab a young lady at college area that was flooded. And let's say, it was bad neighborhood. Got bitten, still grabbed off the dress that she was carrying a child. The snake kept running around it. So in the process of that, someone got in trouble recently, and they called me, said, I took him to detention home and said, look, I'm not scaring you straight. This is what happened. Ask me. This ain't what you do.
And that's why I keep referring to business ownership. Tyrone's disability, his needs and everything, does not allow him to consistently sit or stand for a certain amount of time. So he's on disability. It's my belief, his wife's, that at some point, if he can't get a business that the family can work in, that will give him income besides Social Security disability.
Thank you for answering that. I appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, but I want to speak on one of the things. I hear. Yeah. But if you go over, you see, if you put your hand on a woman, I talk about that on the domestic violence. That's a weak individual. Because Lord knows I have daughters. I would never want nobody to put their hand on my daughter. So, and that's why, they say all the time, my kid, I did tell you, I'm sorry. I can't do that. I tell my kid, don't do that.
That's very important. You are doing a wonderful job. You really are. That's very.
But I'm not ready to go to Dillon University.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's wonderful.
Yes. They're dealing with 2 girls, man, that's a struggle.
Everybody says that university were boys. I know. I got 2 boys, so that passed me. But my neighbor had 3 girls. It is different. Okay, thank you so much for answering my questions. Mr. Prater?
I was looking at I do some research on these cases, and I was looking at the internet. Do they call you K9?
Yes, there is. Let me tell you that story. It's because when I was in prison, and 2 guys got fired, and one of them used me.
Okay.
And when he used me, I needed to grab both of them, holding him, holding the knife, that hit him in the head also. And when I got out and going to DD court, the man asked me, why did you start that fight? I said, man, I don't want to see them 2 killing each other. And from that point on, I never forget his name, was one good. He told me, man, you know what, you're a lord to do. He said, I know why I did that. He said, you remind me of my German Shepherd that I have. He said, that's the most loyal thing I've ever seen in life, to protect somebody else and get them out there, use them to hunt mines and all this kind of stuff. Ever since then, they didn't call me. I mean,
Reason I was asking, I saw one article in there about a liquor license.
yes, sir.
Did you have a liquor license in 2017?
No, so I was applying to help, the daiquiri store.
I'm sorry?
I was applying to help the daiquiri stores. They say you have to come to get a liquor license in order to be able to serve alcohol. And I never knew, so I just applied. Then I went back to a class, now they said, well, you have to be, you convicted felony. You cannot get it. I was like, oh, I didn't know that. Then I suppose, like I said, I didn't have millions and millions of pictures if I knew I was being prepared for this type of stuff, but I did it from my heart. I wouldn't expect I'd be sitting in front of you all. I used to run from the halls.
Right, Mom. I was just reading that article. It said something about liquor license had been revoked because of violence.
Sir, they wouldn't give it to me because I called it a violence previous of me being on, parole and all that type of stuff. And I was in jail. They said because we been a convicted felon.
Well, the article just says that you had a liquor. It said that it was making the comparison that the city council gave you an award for your work in violence, preventing violence, and at the same time they revoked your liquor license because of violence outside your place.
No, okay, there you go. I know we on there. That was the deal I was running, selling water and ice called Club Nouveau. It belongs to Mr. Mojo. They wanted a BYOB, and the city was telling me that they had to take that BYOB because at the time I was the one running trying to sell liquor, and it was a BYOB, not a liquor license.
He was managing someone else's shop.
Yeah.
Mr. Mojo is a business owner. He owns gas stations and some other things. That was a way of him making income. But because he had a violent past, they revoked Mr. Mojo's liquor license because of Mr. Dixon's tax.
Okay.
Because he hired him.
Right. And finally, tell me about I see you were arrested for a rape charge, but then it was dismissed.
Yes.
Is that correct? Tell me about that, because we even have to consider things that are dismissed, not saying you're guilty of it, but I kind of like to know the circumstances around it.
We together, we were going together, and we kind of argued, and both sitting there kissing, and this thing, we had a small argument, and then her mom came over and called the police, and she was sitting there, and so the police said, well, did you do it? Then she said, well, I was doing this, but I did it. But before it be taken off, we was together, and we was together after that, and then she went and told the police, she told her lie, her mom forced her to do it. That's why they dismissed the charge, because she said that her mom told her to do that, because I told her I couldn't be with her no more. If you look at it with disrespect to you, if you look at the year when it was the same young lady. I have kids by it.
Okay. And finally, why do you want a gun?
Why do I want a gun? I ain't that I necessarily want a gun, but I want to try to take my kids hunting. My son has been talking about hunting. And of course, a lot of people I've been around, I don't know how to hunt, but I'm willing to learn. But my son always, to say, let's go hunt, Dad, let's go hunt. My son goes to a school, which is Beach Watchdog. They always show me pictures of deers. And I'm like, wow. And they have little open things on the head on the wall. And like Daddy Cubito.
They're rural, new school, were beautiful. My nephew went there.
And I was like, oh. And I was like, what is it? And I said, it's a 6 gold, 7 gold, whatever forms or something. And I was like, oh, okay, then. But I never known about it.
And if I may share, Mr. Dickens walks a lot of us as community leaders into a lot of dangerous places. So I'm going to speak on that point of gun restoration, right? Because they trust him in the community sometimes, and thank God they trust me. I'm still a woman. And he walks a lot of us into very dangerous places. And he rescues a lot of people in time of emergency out of very dangerous places. And so that would be my concern. And that's why when we filed the application from my standpoint, that I requested conversation with him with restoration funds. I bought my first gun 3 years ago. It's pink and green. But I bought it because of increasing, honestly, situations, driving. And I got stopped in Mississippi, not because my car was running, it's because I ran out of gas. It's a running joke that I don't use the gas, and I did have it, I did not have anything, and so on Mississippi Road for an hour and a half. I don't usually do it. And I only say that not to make light of it, but say Tyrone does that a lot for a number of community people, even transporting our children and, things like that.
That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Just let me advise that, we reach out to the community, and there is some opposition, particularly by the district attorney. Mr. Chu says, subject is a 6-time felon, including one from Texas. He should receive no part. Later, he in no way needs to receive, especially his gun rights. So you need to just be aware of that. I don't see any other questions from my colleagues. Are you ready to vote? Can we go into executive session, please? We have a motion by Mrs. Stapleton for executive session. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Prater. Can you call the roll, please? Yes.
Yeah.
Prater.
Here, here.
Yeah.
Here.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. We're going to be in executive session for just a few moments to discuss confidential matters. We'll be right back.
Okay, so they're going to discuss. Let's zoom and see what they decide. I think, you know what? Some people can change. And, this may be one of those. This may be one of those that turned his life around. From what they are saying, he is an advocate and everything. So, yeah, it's possible. We can change. I can tell you I changed. I was 48 when I changed. Took me a long time to get there. Turned my life around. Anybody can do it. Come on.
We're ready. Okay.
There we go.
All right, we're back in regular session. We're ready to vote. Mr. Dickens and Mr. Prater will be voting first.
Okay. Mr. Dickens, I appreciate all the work that you've done, and I applaud you for being remorseful for what you've done and the connections you have with your kids and your family and everything you've done since then. And my vote is that you received the pardon, but I can't in good conscience go with the firearms. So my vote at this time and recommendation to the governor would that you receive a pardon for all the charges, but that you not have the right to carry a firearm. That's my vote.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Freeman.
My vote is going to be the same. I'm not gonna lie to you. I came in here with a definite no, but your support is great. Things you're doing for your community is obviously just unbelievable. So my vote will also be to grant. My recommendation to the governor would be to grant, but I also would be without mine.
Mr. Tillis.
Mr. Dickens, I commend you for the service that you've done in the community. Your friends speak very highly of you, and my vote today is to grant without firearms.
Mr. Dickens, unlike the rest, that the community service and your support is outstanding. There's no doubt about that. But the domestic violence battery was very violent. And then the drug charges was in 2006 was extensive also. But I do agree that since that time, you've done a lot. And for you saying, I didn't hear from Ms. Dorsey and the children, but that you have a relationship with them, a close relationship. So that's been mended from the event that happened in 2004. Based upon that, I agree with my colleagues, Mr. Tillis and Mr. Freeman, and Mr. Prater. I'm gonna vote possession without violence, so, because of the violence.
All right, Mr. Dickens, and I agree with everything that's been said. I'm impressed by the work that you've done. You do live a life of service now, and thank you for helping the community. Some of those the same as my colleagues, parting without restoration firearms, based on the opposition that was expressed by the DA without the firearm. So, you've received a unanimous vote. We'll make that recommendation on your behalf to the governor. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, that's a beautiful thing. That's a beautiful thing. Somebody that has changed their life and preservation, free and live right work. Exactly, William. You know, there's sometimes it just takes changes in our lives, you know. I mean, there's yeah, exactly. Good choice, panel. Good choice, panel. Yeah. And that made me smile. I'm very happy that somebody was able to change their life like that. So, I'm not sure what's coming up next. So we're just going to kind of see what happens here.
Correctional Center. It is Monday, July 7, 2025, and it is 10:01 a.m. Ward, good morning. You and your staff, please introduce yourself for the record.
Good morning, tonight's Warden T. Turner, Elaine Hunt Correctional Center.
Christy LeBlanc, classification.
Joe Buttress, Assistant Warden.
Thank y'all for accommodating us this morning. And we have Mr. Hawkins. Mr. Hawkins, would you introduce yourself?
Ma'am.
Introduce yourself. Tell us your name and DOC number.
Anderson Hawkins, DOC 321124.
Mr. Hawkins, let me introduce the folks who are here in support there with you at Hunt. Your nieces Jada Bell and Shanika Hawkins, your nephew Marlon Hawkins, and another nephew Thomas Hawkins. On Zoom, we have your daughter LaTonya Singleton and the Parole Project, Mr. Blake, who will be speaking on your behalf. Now, here with us in Baton Rouge, we have numerous members of the victim's family in opposition, and I'll read their names. Leon Jackson, Willie Jackson, Marlon Jackson, Leslie Moore, Mildred Gaines, Annie Green, Jovanka Chapman, Leola Jackson, Nina Jones, Leonte Jackson, Devontae Jackson, LaShonda Ferguson, and Leangel Sanders. They do have designated speakers. We'll be calling on them at the appropriate time. But first, Mr. Hawkins, we'd like to hear from you. We'd like to hear from you. Why have you submitted this application? What did you do to get in jail? And why do you think we ought to vote for you today?
Yes, ma'am. On June 1st, 1992, me and my wife were moving back in together. And in the process of moving back in together, when I arrived at the house, she wasn't there. So I went looking for her. And on the process of confronting Mr. Jackson, who was having an affair, who my wife was having an affair with, you know, and I encountered, I'm trying to say the word, in Berlin, my gun fired and struck Mr. Jackson in the chest. And it ricocheted off the side of the storm door, the door. But it ricocheted off the door. And then that's when it struck him in the chest.
So you were sentenced in February of 1993 to a life sentence for second-degree murder. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
So tell us why have you submitted this application, and why do you think we ought to vote for you today?
Well, I wanted to, I would like to commute my sentence up on the application and process of that, I'm very remorseful for what happened. I take full responsibility on my action and what happened. And by my age and the time I've been incarcerated, I would like to, go on.
All right, we'll get a little more into that in a few minutes. Warden Turner, what can you tell us about Mr. Hawkins?
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Hawkins has been at 30 years. I've only been here for the past 2 months. He is a trustee here, Mr. Manassa. I spoke to several other staff members, and he has been a respectful inmate since he's been here. He's received 4 write-ups in the past 32 years, which I think he should be commended for that. And his last disciplinary report was in 2010.
All right, thank you. Thank you, sir. So we'll hear from the folks, Mr. Hawkins, who want to speak on your behalf. First, Mr. Blake with the Parole Project.
Good morning to this honorable board. Channing Blake with Louisiana Parole Project, appearing on behalf of Mr. Anderson Hawkins Jr. As the warden stated, he's only had 4 write-ups in 32 years. Because of his classes and his programming, his participation in Catholic fellowships, Men of Change, Men of Faith, and because he's a Class A trustee, he has been accepted into our program. Should the board give him a favorable recommendation, we'll provide reentry services that include transitional housing, mental health and substance abuse evaluations, social norms, consumer skills, and many more. He will also be reassigned to a reentry specialist that'll mentor him through the process. Based upon his record, his rehabilitation, and his strong support system, we ask that you grant him a favorable recommendation today. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. And Mr. Hawkins' daughter, LaTanya, would like to say a few words. Go ahead, ma'am. Is she going from you? LaTanya, we'd like to hear from you now.
Can you hear me?
Can. Can you hear us, LaTanya? Maybe having some audio issues. Can you call?
Hello.
You are. There you are. Yes, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
It's kind of. I can hear barely.
Okay, tell us what you want us to know about your father.
Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can get this. Just in speaking on behalf of my dad, he has been incarcerated over 30 plus years. He has vocalized remorse for the murder of Mr. Jackson. I just ask that the board consider those favorable findings that he has displayed during his 30 plus years in prison, and also consideration of the fact that he had no prior incidents up until that point, and he has displayed good behavior for the majority of his 30 plus years in the Louisiana Correctional Institution.
All right, yes, ma'am. Thank you for speaking with us this morning.
Okay.
All right, at this time, we'd like to hear from the victim's family. I'll let you all decide who wants to speak first. Whoever it is, just step up to the podium and introduce yourself, please. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Go ahead, sir. Just introduce yourself and tell us what you'd like us to know.
On the board, Chairman Nassar, Vice Chairman Prater, Honorable Stapleton, Honorable Freeman, and Honorable Tillis. Thanks for having us at this hearing. My name is Brian Jackson. On one accord and unanimously, my family asks that you deny clemency inmate Anderson Hawkins Jr. for the 1992 murder of our beloved Leon Jackson Sr. We want to inform the board, family, and the factors considered with our unanimous decision to deny. Firstly, our family consists of reasonable, hardworking, and God-fearing individuals. Many community leaders will come to you as truck drivers, nurses, teachers, lawyers, just to name a few. We believe in the Constitution. We understand the judicial system and procedures and processes. We understand the importance of the order of pardons. Being that this task has been throughout our government has been allocated to distinguished individuals on the board. Hence, we are aware that second chances can be given. But this case does not warrant a second chance for inmate on the jury. Second, the premeditation, callousness, and cruelty of this murder goes far beyond a random fight or a heated blood incident. Those are inmate Hawkins Jr. He planned, plotted, and executed under the guise of darkness, shortly after midnight on a Monday morning, while everybody was asleep. He lured Leon Sr. to open his door. Look out the door. Hiding in the dark at the corner of the house. We talk so 50 feet away, and using his rifle that encompassed a scope, and that he had previously killed wild animals with. He shot Leon Sr. With his mission accomplished, he left the scene while Leon Sr. was suffering alone and bleeding to death. Third, the pain of this egregious and senseless murder, it resonates in our family daily in our lives because we have been given nor offered any answers into this murder. All instead, inmate Hawkins Jr. has offered us lie after lie about this crime and who was involved. Thus adding more frustration and anxiety into our lives over this conspiracy and assassination. Lastly, inmate Hawkins Jr. he does not have any remorse for this horrific murder. He denies what happened. He offers 3 separate accounts of what happened. Number one, the gun went off on his own. Yet, the gun never previously discharged on its own. Number 2, it was a ricochet shot. Yet, he was using his rifle that encompassed a scope and only a mere 50 feet away. Number 3, he was trying to scare Leon Sr. Yet, he left the scene after shooting Leon Sr. without calling for help. Furthermore, he has not reached out to our family, and he's never apologized for his murderous plight. Unanimously, my family pleads that you deny clemency to inmate Anderson Hawkins Jr. for his murder of our beloved Deion Jackson Sr. This includes denial of pardon, parole, probation, commutation, and any other diminution of sentence. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
And Leon Jackson. Leon Jackson Jr. Here on behalf of my family, I represent my father. This individual murdered my father some 30 odd years ago. It's a horrified family. I had children, grandchildren, that would never get to meet my father because of this individual. It's a total hard time for me and our family. This gentleman wants clemency. Where was the mercy for my father that night? And he got murdered. Me and my family, we're going justice. Justice is a bill in this matter. Continuously serve this inmate. He's not showing any remorse, sympathy, even from the last time we were standing right here. All I have.
Yes, sir. Thank you for being here.
Morning, everyone. My name is Unsolved Jackson. I'm the oldest grandchild of Leon Jackson Sr. My father was here, Leon Jackson. My grandfather, he didn't have a state chance to be here. Was not able to experience my kids, other siblings, and a lot of my family members tell me how much that I favor him, but I'll never know. I just hate to see battles that my dad had to go through, stories that he had to tell me, and not have a father here to guide him, father the way. I'm just asking that you guys just hear us out, please, and just understand from where we're coming.
Thank you. We appreciate hearing from you all. All right, Mr. Hawkins, your case was assigned to Mr. Tillis. Would you answer his questions, please?
Good morning, Mr. Hawkins.
Morning.
How are you?
I'm fine, sir.
The time that you have been incarcerated, I saw some of the classes, and I read through your file, and some of the classes that you took. What are the ones impacted you the most?
I didn't
Which one of the classes impacted you most? Of all the ones that you took?
the mental change.
Men of change.
Men of change?
Men of change.
Men of change, tell me about it.
It was a good program. We had a good instructor. It was all about the change in your life for better and for preparation for going home.
That's the only one?
No, sir. I went to the OSHA class. It was about the environment that you go in and work environment. In OSHA, it was a good program. And I did a lot of hands on with the the charity with dealing with the, Mercify Retreat and the, Men of Faith, all this religious organization. That was the most one that, I always attended and went to.
Okay, let me ask you this. I read where you said, you and your wife were getting back together. She was living with the victim.
No, I had moved out. She was at home. I moved out.
Was she living with the guy, the victim?
No.
She wasn't?
No.
Okay, you said you went to scare him. Why were you going to scare him?
Well,
Sorry.
I didn't hear.
I think we may have lost the audio.
Hunt, we're having issues with your audio. Can you check your microphone, Hunt?
Okay.
There we go.
What was the reason why you were trying to scare him?
It's frightening where he would leave my wife alone. I wasn't intending to hurt no one. But that was the consequence on a ricochet.
Okay. You said a ricochet. What were you aiming at when you shot at him?
Just shooting past the house. If the door jam had to open, the bullet went on down the street. When they opened it, when the door opened, the bullet hit the door casing and ricocheted off the door casing.
So you shot at the house. You weren't shooting at him. When you opened the door.
The door. That's where it hit the door.
It hit the door.
Yes,
so you don't know if you hit him or not. You just shot.
Right.
I see. I have no more questions.
Mr. Freeman?
Okay, did you take any victim awareness classes?
No, sir.
Okay.
I put in good, but I never got put on the call out to attend.
Okay, I have a problem. You didn't
That
take
you
the
hadn't
awareness
taken none of
and you're
them.
asking for.
And didn't your family beat him up 2 weeks before?
Did my family do what, sir?
Beat the victim up 2 weeks before.
No, sir. I don't recall that.
Yeah, well, there's an aggravated battery charge where your brother-in-law and some others beat him up pretty badly. And you went there just to scare him, correct?
I don't recall it. It could have happened.
All right. It was, 31-6, I mean, yeah, the ricochet part's kind of getting to me a little bit. Usually them bullets explode. They don't ricochet, but I guess it could. Okay, I have no further questions.
Okay, yeah, I'm wondering, also, they said that they found a letter. You said y'all were getting back together, but Ms. Jackson had written a letter, on 5/29. So it was just before the day, practically the day before all this happened, and said, stating she had left the residence to do some thinking because she was having family problems. So it looks like maybe you would have known that she wasn't there, or did you not get the letter? Did she talk to you about that she was going to be leaving the residence because she was out of town? So you just go by there and shoot at that house? Period? Why would you do that anyway?
I went to the house that we was living in.
What time was that?
9, 10 o'clock, I guess. I don't recall exactly.
And the man opened the door.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
What caused him to open the door?
I guess he was coming out.
And you just happened to be there at the right time in the right place to shoot him?
Well, I was shooting at him.
Yeah. Okay, that was my question. How convenient was that? And also that previously he'd been beaten up by family members and they were charged with aggravated battery. So it seems to me like there was a lot of intent involved in this. Something I have to say.
Mr. Hawkins, so that you know, and I'm sure you were advised of this at your last hearing, there is opposition from the community to any relief for you. The current judge, presiding judge, is opposed, and she states that the defendant's assertion that the shooting was an accident is not credible. The jury clearly did not believe that nor deny. The district attorney is opposed, the sheriff is opposed, the chief of police is opposed. I need to make you aware of that. I don't see any other questions, so I believe we're prepared to vote. Mr. Tillis?
My vote is going to be to deny, due to the, law enforcement and, strong family.
Thank you, Mrs. Stapleton.
My vote is going to be to deny due to a strong victim opposition and the opposition from law enforcement and the judge. She wrote definitively how I feel about this. It really wasn't an accident and it was premeditated.
Mr. Prater?
I concur with all of those reasons.
Mr. Freeman?
Deny law enforcement and victim opposition, and I strongly suggest you take a victim course before you apply again.
Yeah, Mr. Hawkins, I do want to commend you for your good, your good conduct record. Warden pointed out that it's only 4 write-ups in 30 plus years, which is commendable. But you don't seem to believe that you did anything wrong. I don't get any remorse or sympathy for the victims or empathy for the victim's family from you. I think that's part of rehabilitation is understanding the impact you had. So I agree. My vote today is also to deny with a strong recommendation that maybe the warden can help get you into some of those classes. I think it would be beneficial for everybody. But today, sir, you received a unanimous vote to deny your application. Good luck to you.
Okay, well, deny. Yeah, he should have been more remorseful, at least a little more shameful, something. I was very unhappy with that. But we've only got 5 minutes until we get back to the Karina Cooper. Yeah, he didn't show anything. Cindy, my late husband's father never charged Cindy. Oh my Lord, that's horrible. That's horrible. Yeah, William, he didn't show any remorse. That was a lot. Let's see here. It shows according to their clock, it's 1:15 their time, but they don't seem to be back in the courtroom. I'm sorry to hear about that, Cindy, right? I mean, that's got to be hard. I have a cousin that was, I was real little. She was an older cousin of mine, but she worked in a bank, and somebody come in and robbed the bank in Houston. Oh, he was a teenager. Wow. Yeah. My cousin, she was a bank teller at a bank in Houston, and this was in the 70s. And somebody came in and robbed the bank, and she was one of the ones that was unalive during the robbery. And they did catch the person, and he did, he did his time. But yeah, I mean, the PD said self-defense. Oh God, Cindy, that's got to be so hard. That has to be so hard. Bless your heart, babe. Bless your heart. This clock, I look at it and it reminds me of a mantle clock from back in the 1800s of something like, well, I say 1800s, like the early 1900s. I would have seen it at my grandma's house. They're coming back. I hear them. As soon as they come back, I'm going to turn my camera off. And as typical day, I have to go to the kitchen to make bacon for Hector, but you will be in my ear and I will be in chat. Oh. Stop. Stop. Holy shit, stop. 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 Sorry, guys, I didn't mean to cuss. That was the wrong court I was hearing coming in. Oh my God, listen, pay attention.
Counsel, before the jury comes in, I just want to let everyone know that
no,
the court
Katia
did
made
receive
it.
a note
Oh,
from the
Katia's
jury.
asleep.
I'm going to mark that note as a court exhibit.
I'm still learning.
Note reads, we are hopelessly deadlocked, 11-1 on the charge of murder at count 1. Signed by James Stolman, jury foreperson, 12:47 p.m. My intention is to bring the jury in, give them a brief instruction to continue deliberating, and then send them back out to continue their deliberations. Counsel, do either of you wish to be heard on the note?
No, Your Honor. No, Your Honor.
So I would ask to mark this. Thank you. And then I would ask for our jury to be brought in.
We're just going to give them charges to keep deliberating. So that's what's fixing to happen. They're going to come in. She's going to give them the instructions to keep deliberating. Don't give up just yet, and send them back to keep deliberating. So let's watch this for a minute.
All right. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Counsel, please stipulate that all 12 members of our jury are present.
State will stipulate, Your Honor. Defense stipulates, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I did receive a note from you regarding count 1 and the fact that you are deadlocked on count 1. That has been marked as court exhibit 7. Look, I recognize that most of you, if not all of you, have never been through this process before. There are numerous exhibits and many days of evidence to consider. I did instruct you to consider all the evidence. By the court's estimate, at the time that we received the note, which was 12:47 p.m., you had been deliberating for just about 2 hours or less. Please remember, each of the 4 counts must be deliberated upon separately. If you would like to deliberate on counts 2, 3, and 4, and then return to count 1, that is fine. At this point, I simply suggest that you continue with your deliberations. You should review the evidence and the position of each juror to determine if any evidence has been overlooked or any juror's position misunderstood with respect to either the evidence or the law. Please continue to discuss and consider the opinions of other jurors. Kindly explain your views and listen to the views of others. Majority, please listen to what the minority has to say. Minority, please listen to what the majority has to say. Ultimately, you will make up your own mind and decide this case based on your own individual judgment and conscience. But at this time, please return to the jury room to continue on with your deliberations. Thank you. Any comments related to the court's charge to the jury?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor. Not from the defense.
All right, court stands in recess.
All right, go to recess.
Okay, we are back on the record. After our lunch break, we have our jurors, counsel and parties present. You may recall that just before lunch, our lunch break, we had finished with the testimony of Ms. Earhart. And I think by agreement of counsel, we're going to circle back to Exhibit C. You remember that was Agent Turbot was talking about an interview with Houston Danker, and then that was admitted. And this was the 2021 sometime interview, and we're going to play that video at this point. Before we do, I just want to also say thank you to all of you. You have been so far on time all the time, and I really appreciate that. If anything, we've kept you waiting on occasion. You've never kept us waiting, and that's not the case all the time with jurors. Sometimes we have stragglers coming in and out, and so just want to say thank you to all of you for being so prompt and being here ready to go when it's time to start every day and after breaks. So thank you for that. All right, with that, we've tried this. We anticipate it's going to work, but we'll give it a go. I can tell you.
And follow up with you. You heard it in the person like, no, I don't know if that was. It said, like, I can't remember what it said, 40 minutes, but I forgot they opened the 4-lane on. Just grab a seat where, yeah, actually, grab a seat here. Okay, it's easier for me to write. Okay. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna really cut to the chase because social media. I started law enforcement like 25 years ago. We have social media, we have Facebook and a lot of nonsense. And now that we do, every time something happens, everybody's on the internet. Yeah. Oh, yeah, you should look at this, you should look at that. Right. Anyway, why your name came up is Ryan Cooper died. See, okay, so Ryan Cooper died, and one of the first, I don't know, in the first hour, someone said, hey, we heard that Karina was having an affair with Houston. That's why you're here, okay? Yeah. So all I got to do is I got to sort out a few things with you about that. I'm going to get you out of here, and then we may have to follow up with you again some other time. Okay. But the rumor's out there, so we have to talk to you, right? Yep. Is it Huston? Huston, yep. And your middle name? William. William. And M-W-I. How do you spell your last name? Oh, Danker. Your birthday? 9/11/97. Your address now? 2798. Highway 8. Trevor, 50625. And I didn't have your phone number. You just give me a 319 330 1616. Yeah, like I said, you just kind of called me at the perfect time. I was going. Yeah, I was talking. And where do you work at now? Nolan Farms in Van Horn. Nolan Farms. Nolan or whatever. Yeah, whatever you want to put. What do you do there? I'm a farmhand. Okay. A little bit of everything. We have excavating. And that's like full time. Yeah. Yep.
Monday through Friday, or depending on
Well,
seasonal?
it seems like we have so much going, so I mean, it seems more 7 days. You know, I have my kids in on the weekend, so I
grew up in Belle Plaine, so I'm aware of farm stuff. That's how I.
Oh, so you probably know the Nolans then a little bit.
I know a lot of Dankers. I'm like trying to think of.
Yeah, there's a Dave Danker in Belle Plaine.
Wow.
Everybody asks me if I'm related.
I'm quite a bit older than you are, so I don't know. A lot older than you, actually. So.
But yeah, I would just say, fuck, an average would be 6 days a week.
Okay. All right. So, the rumor that's going around is Ryan, or you and Karina were Snapchatting. Did that actually happen at some point?
Yeah.
Okay. When did that happen?
Yeah. I mean, if it's once a week, twice, you know, I mean, it's.
Is it still going on?
With me and Karina?
Yeah.
No, I mean, like I said, it's random Snapchat shit. You know, I mean,
Okay.
it's you know, maybe.
Is it Karina? Randomly?
Yeah.
And how long has that been going on for?
Oh, shit. I don't know. Probably November, October. Just, yeah, probably October, November time frame.
And you think you said what, once or twice a week?
Yeah, I mean, it's not anything, you know, just your typical, like I said, Snapchat, random, you know.
Okay, so let's rewind then to how I said I'm a lot older than you.
Yeah.
I kids, I'm aware of Snapchat. Actually, my daughter is 3 years younger than you. So, what does Snapchat then entail? It's is it like almost like texting, something like that?
Just like, oh, you don't have Snapchat?
No.
Oh, just like random picture, you know, like let's say you're sitting on the deck, you know, after a long day of work, take a picture of your beer and, well, you know, long day. You see what I'm saying? You know?
Okay.
Like if I'm, yeah, let's say you're planting corn, you take a Snapchat, send it to all your buddies because you want to get them worked up that you're planting corn, you know?
Right. So then you used to get your hair cut there, right?
Yep.
Do you still get your hair cut there or no?
Well, I did when I worked at Liquid Grove just because it was convenient. And then now with me working down in Van Horn, I don't have much time to really get my hair cut.
Mm-hmm.
B, you know, it's not right down the road.
So what I was told, and keep in mind this is sometimes second and third hand through people,
Yep.
is that Ryan found out that you're Snapchatting and she then refused to cut your hair. Did anything like that happen?
No, I mean, like I said, it was a more or less a convenience deal of, you know.
Did Ryan never know about you two Snapchatting?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Did she say something to you about it?
No, I mean, we're all kind of like.
Well, keep in mind. Okay,
Yeah.
so let me explain things a little bit more.
Yeah.
So we have her phone. Okay, we have
Yep.
Ryan's phone.
Yep.
And what we are able to do is we basically are able to clone everything off the phone.
Gotcha.
In order to, so any conversation that she's had with you, even if she deleted it, we can still get it. It's like FBI technology stuff. So
Right.
we'll still be able to get that. We'll be able to get locations. We'll be able to get all that kind of data. I mean, the stuff that we can do now as opposed to what we could do back in the 90s with cell phones, it's like, it's unbelievable, really.
Right.
So, there's no point in kind of dance. If you were screwing around with her, or whatever, it doesn't make you a killer or anything like that, right? Yeah, guess what? People have affairs all the time.
Right.
There's not a perfect marriage out there, at least that I'm aware of.
Yeah.
Where people don't sometimes do things that they don't regret, whether it's, you know, have an argument that they said something they shouldn't have, or they have an affair, or they, you know, use too many drugs, or drink too much alcohol, or gamble too much. Everybody's got weird shit going on in their life.
Right. Okay. Yep.
So I don't want you to get too nervous about it, because if you had an affair with Karina, it doesn't make you guilty of anything other than you had an affair with her.
Right. Well, and that I'll put it this way. I'll completely dumb it down. So, like,
right.
With me and Karina, the hard thing with all that rumor being spread is I was literally sitting there like I would say a gay best friend. I was having, you know, me and my baby mama split up. Okay. I was getting my hair cut by Karina, and I have 2 kids. You know,
right.
She loves kids, whatever, and she always told me, you know, if you're ever in a pinch, hey, you know, I don't have a problem watching your kids, whatever. And so we were all, you know, everybody was friends, whatever. You know, well then, you know, she watched my kids a couple times when I was in a pinch. Well, then it fucking, you know how small towns talk, you know.
Exactly.
Houston's kids are over at Karina's. He's fucking nailing her, you know.
Yeah.
And then, yeah. And I guess that's probably where Ryan probably got upset. You know, I mean, if
you kind of, hey, again, keep in mind, I don't know you. I've known you for like 10 minutes now.
Yeah.
But you kind of got a reputation where you're pretty successful with the ladies, right?
I won.
Better luck than some. Or not as bad as others.
Years ago. Yeah, I mean, it's bad to say, but I'm young with 2 kids. You know,
right.
But
so the 2 kids from 2 different moms. Is that
no same mom?
Same mom.
Same mom. Yeah.
But you guys aren't married.
No. No.
Right. And how old are your kids?
Hayden, he'll be 2. I suck at doing the whole month deal.
Yeah,
he'll be 2 in October, and then Sailor, she'll be 1.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, they're pretty fucking close together.
That's pretty close.
Yeah. Yep.
All right, so your kids are staying over, or Karina would watch them every now and then.
Yeah, I think she watched them a total of 3 times, just because you know,
right?
I got them on the week or during the week, and then obviously I didn't have a place to go, you know, because I don't have daycare.
Mm-hmm. So is it normally then baby's mama that watches them?
Yeah, she's got primary custody. I just got every other week, you know, every other weekend. But see, that was a weird time because none of that was set in stone. So my baby mom at the time would call me fucking randomly and say, "Hey, you got the kids today." Well,
like I said, relationships are complicated, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. So, and then you kind of met did you meet Karina then just from the hair shop?
Yeah. I mean, that's yeah. I've always known Karina. You know, everybody's always known Karina and Ryan because obviously I grew up in Chur. But that's where, you know, she started cutting my hair and bullshit. You know.
Yeah. They're lifers from Chur too.
Ryan and Karina.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I actually grew up. So I graduated from Belle Plaine. I grew up just north of town in Toledo, from 76 to 86. I lived out there.
Oh,
yeah. It's changed a little, but not a whole lot since I lived here.
It's not like Cedar Rapids or Waterloo or something.
No, it's not. But I still feel like it's home here for me. So.
Yep.
So you always knew her. How long were you getting your hair cut there?
I gotta think back. You know, I think it was probably when I started working at Liquid Grow. So, fuck. I don't know if it'd be.
Just a guess.
2 years out there, year and a half. Yeah.
Okay. And then the Snapchatting, did that kind of coincide with watching the kids, or how did that?
that's where that picked up was, you know, there for a while. Karina, she was just my, you know, cut my hair, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And then, you know, I started having kids, and she, you know, obviously needed fucking help is what it, you know, and I wasn't telling her I needed help, but I was kind of, you know,
Right.
And then she offered, and yeah, I would say that's where the chatting started, you know, the friendship, you know.
Mm-hmm. And then you described it as what, you're her gay friend, or how do you describe it?
The best way I could put it is, yeah, just a gay best friend, you know.
Yeah, so,
like when everybody around Traer was saying, oh, you know, Houston's nailing her or whatever, I'm sitting there like, nope,
mm-hmm. So are we gonna, I mean, and I don't know, I mean, if you drink a lot or she drinks a lot, is there, I think back to college, you know, when we would get a little out of hand, like we'd send like a dick pic to somebody or something. Just, is there going to be anything like that between you and Karina, or anything that you like, well, look, we were friends, but maybe there might be something that the police might think's inappropriate. We're not finding anything like that. Okay. I actually got because this is a state phone and the numbers always switch. And when I first got this phone, I would have I don't know who this number belonged to. I'd get guys from Fort Dodge calling me all trying to sell me stolen stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm just like, dude, let me meet you, and then I call the police and let them know where they're going to be. But, okay. So what was your day like yesterday, then?
Oh, got to work. Typically, yesterday I got to work about 6:45.
Yeah.
Mowed hay until, I can't remember what time we got done. About, I would say 6:30, 7 o'clock last night is when I finished up.
Where'd you go after that?
Well, I left Van Horn, and naturally, you know, I needed gas, so I ran into Traer.
Mm-hmm.
Got gas in Traer. And then went home and hung out.
And who was home with you last night?
Just, I lived by myself.
Okay. Did you go on about any last night, or
after I got gas?
Early morning? Yeah.
After I got gas, I just went and looked at a couple farms down by Cloutier. We have a farm down by Cloutier.
What time do you think you went to bed?
Last night? Oh, probably 11:30.
So after 11?
Yeah, I'd say 10:30, 11.
Okay. So we do a thing, it's called a geofence. And what the geofence does, it's a technology thing that I'm not capable of explaining. But say this is Ryan's house and Karina's house.
Yep.
What we do is a geofence, so we'll take the map or whatever and draw like a big box around it. And every phone that travels through that box at a certain time frame gets picked up. And there's this, it's scary if you knew how easily our phones are literally being tracked, whether we want to or not. So at any point, say like after midnight, are we going to find your phone in our box?
No.
And then we also are collecting. Obviously, you've been out there, so it's like a incredibly isolated area. I always call it God's country, right? Because great properties out there with all the open space and all that. But what we'll do is we'll go to all the different farms, and there's a lot of farmers get like farm equipment stolen, that sort of thing. Cameras up. We're not going to find any of your vehicles or anything on camera from last night, other than where you should be?
Yep.
Did Karina ever confide in you in anything, like her and Ryan aren't doing so hot, or did she ever complain about anything regarding Ryan? Since you might, if you're the gay friend, sometimes that's who people talk to, right?
See, and it was never like really that, you know, like the gay best friend part pretty much just comes from me and my kids. You know, I mean,
Right.
Not anything.
You're the helpless single dad that needs help every now and then.
That's pretty well kind of the way. Yeah.
Okay.
You know.
Okay.
Yep.
Are you seeing someone now, or?
No. My last deal with the girl I had kids with, you know, it fucking kind of burns you. You know, I had
2 kids and you're not together, so
Well,
that's not hard.
It's the, you know, the child support and everything, you know, and I don't know.
Makes you paranoid for the next one, huh?
Not paranoid, but just kind of, I don't know. I like doing my own deal, I guess. You know, or I don't know what the best way to put it is.
Okay. Alright. But, hey, you know, I appreciate you coming down as quickly as you did.
Yeah. What time is it?
It's time for you to go.
Oh, about 4. Oh, that's perfect. Yeah. Yep.
Any questions for me?
No.
So, it's a long process for us. We had, like I said, we had to collect all the phone data and all that stuff, so.
Yep.
We got several rumors that we got to track down right now.
Yeah.
So you're just one of them.
I get that.
Don't feel too special. So.
Yeah.
If you don't have any questions for me, let's get you out of here.
No.
Cool.
You got my phone number and all that?
Oh, yeah. I'll call you if I need you.
Yeah. That is perfect. Yeah.
All right. Then with that, is the state prepared to call its next witness? Ms. Williams.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would call Leroy Bradley.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bradley. Come on up and have a seat to my far left, if you would, sir. Yeah, Mr. Bradley, first thing I'm going to do, sir, is swear you in. If you please raise your right hand. Mr. Bradley, do you swear or affirm, sir, that the testimony you'll be giving in these proceedings will be the truth?
Yes.
Okay. And then, Mr. Bradley, next thing is, can you please give us your first and last name and spell them both for us, please?
Leroy Bradley, Leroy, Bradley.
All right. Thank you, sir. Ms. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Bradley. Do you prefer Leroy or Mr. Bradley?
Leroy's fine.
Okay, thank you. Leroy, where do you currently live?
Traer, Iowa.
What's your occupation?
An agronomist for Aurora Agronomy.
What's agronomist? What do you do?
Sell chemical and manage fields for crops.
Okay. And do you know Ryan and Karina Cooper?
Yes.
How do you know Ryan and Karina?
Known Ryan my whole life and Karina since I was young. And I worked with Ryan on a daily basis, working through his farm.
How would you describe your relationship with Ryan?
Close. Good friends.
Did you know Ryan and Karina throughout their marriage?
Yes.
Okay. Leroy, at some point prior to Ryan being killed, did you and Ryan talk about firearms?
Yes.
And do you recall Ryan talking with you about purchasing firearms for Karina?
Yes.
Do you recall what type of firearm he discussed purchasing?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Sustained.
You recall him discussing purchasing firearms, correct?
Correct.
Did he tell you why he was purchasing a firearm?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
It just goes to state of mind, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Not for the. Did Ryan bring a firearm to show to you?
Yes,
What kind of firearm did he bring to show to you?
22 pistol.
Did he mention whether he had any other firearms at that time?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Did he show you the firearm that he brought?
Yes,
Were you aware of any firearms that were purchased for Karina Cooper?
yeah, 380, I believe.
Were any other firearms purchased for Karina Cooper?
He purchased.
Objection, Your Honor. This relies on hearsay.
Overruled. You can answer.
He purchased the 22 pistol to teach her how to shoot before he used the 380 or had her shoot the 380.
Were you personally familiar? Did you have a personal relationship with Karina Cooper?
Yes,
And during your time knowing Karina and Ryan, were you aware of any, or did you become aware of any conflicts in their relationship?
outside of the affair he thought she was having, or I mean, they would, when she would drink, they would argue.
What kinds of things would they argue about?
Pretty much anything. If she, you know,
Do you recall if they argued about finances?
I know that there was some time there when Karina had run up some credit card bills that the family farm paid for. So I know that there was some.
How did you know this?
Ryan told me.
Did you and Ryan also discuss a possible affair between Houston Danker and Karina?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
Yes, the spring of 21.
So just before Ryan was killed?
Yes, it would have been March or April there.
Do you know or have any knowledge of whether Ryan confronted Karina about that affair?
I know yes, he told me he had confronted
Objection, Your
her.
Honor. Hearsay. I move to strike the answer.
Sustained. The answer will be stricken and the jury shall disregard whatever it heard with respect to the answer.
Did you observe any behavior exhibited by Karina towards Ryan?
Not physically, but she would verbally go after him pretty hard.
When you say she would verbally go after him, what would that mean, or what would that look like?
Oh, I mean, just verbally calling him names or saying he's stupid, or, I mean, just when she started drinking, she could get pretty ornery.
How would Ryan respond?
Usually just get quiet.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Ms. Watt, cross-examination.
No questions. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, sir. You may step down. Mr. Mr. Ringo, looks like you've got the mic now. Is the state prepared to call us next witness?
Yes, Judge, thank you. The state would call Teresa McBride.
Yep. Good afternoon, ma'am. Have you come on up here to my far left, if you would? That chair right there. Okay. Yep, set your purse down. Go ahead and have a seat. And then that microphone is on. You can adjust it kind of however you'd like, ma'am. Okay. All right. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to swear you in. So I'm going to ask that you raise your right hand. So, ma'am, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving in these proceedings will be the truth?
I do.
Okay. And next thing, can you just give us your first name and your last name and spell them for us, please?
Sure. Teresa McBride, TeresaMcBride.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Ringo.
Good afternoon, Ms. McBride. How are you?
I'm good.
I'm going to ask you to pull that microphone just a little bit closer to you.
Sure. Is that better?
Perfect. Thank you. Where do you live, Ms. McBride?
North of Independence?
Is that close to Traer or the Traer community?
No.
Okay.
About an hour and 15 minutes.
All right. Did you live in or around Traer around 2021?
Yes, I did. I lived in Traer from 2019 until the fall of 2023.
Did you know Karina and Ryan Cooper?
Yes, I did.
How did you know them?
I met them through Brian Morrison, who I was dating at the time.
What's the nature of your relationship with Ryan and Karina?
They were friends of Brian's, and they became friends of mine.
So when you say you're friends, what kind of stuff were you guys doing? Could you describe the relationship?
Oh, we went on, we did a lot of camping together, went up north and went snowmobiling, get together in the shop for social gatherings, either at their place or other friends in Traer area.
How often?
On a regular basis. We were somewhere either some night during the week or maybe throughout the weekends. Sometime, depending on the time of the season, if it was harvest or planting, we may not see Ryan as much and Karina, but we usually tried to get together.
Because presumably Ryan was busy with work in the fields, is that correct?
Yes.
Were you close with Karina?
We had gotten close throughout the years, probably not as close as some of the other friends in the area because I was kind of a transplant.
Okay, what do you mean by that? You were a transplant?
I wasn't originally from there. I grew up in the Independence area. And then when Brian and I started dating, I moved to that location in 2019.
You talked a little bit about the different things you would do together. It sounds like you were seeing them at least once a week, maybe a little bit more, going on some trips. How long would you say that relationship lasted?
I would say probably up until maybe the spring of 2021, sorry. Then things kind of started to fizzle away. We didn't get together as much, it seemed like. But then after Ryan's passing, we started getting together a little bit more frequently. We were doing some girl trip things. But then that kind of phased away as well too once I left.
So you were spending some time with Karina following Ryan's death, right?
Yes.
When you're spending time, it sounds like with both Ryan and Karina, did you have an opportunity to observe their relationship and their relationship dynamic?
Yes.
How would you describe that relationship dynamic?
They had good and not so good times.
And did you ever observe any instances in which Karina and Ryan argue?
Several.
When you say several, what do you mean?
Well, it seemed like a lot of times when we would go camping, something would get said or something wouldn't get done and she would get upset and it would cause a fight. Or if we were at someone's shop or at their shop, something would get said and I don't know what those things were, but it seemed like she might get a little upset more than you would expect someone to get upset.
Okay. And you mentioned, and some other people have mentioned, getting together in people's shops. What does that mean?
Well, it was kind of a Traer thing, I guess. Every shop had a bar.
Okay.
And so, you just get together, for a couple of cocktails or drinks just to see how everybody's week's going, or if people are having a bad day, hey, let's get together and have a couple. It was just a common thing.
And so when you say a shop, do you mean an outbuilding on a farm property typically?
Not necessarily on a farm property, but there was some in town, people had nice, glamorous shops or garages or, but it could be on both a farm or in town.
So you said that occasionally you would see Karina Cooper getting upset with Ryan, perhaps more than you would expect. What was Ryan's reaction typically, if there was a typical reaction?
He would just kind of back away. He didn't really engage much, would put his head down or maybe just leave just because he didn't want to have to deal with the confrontation.
So you knew Ryan pretty well. How would you describe his personality generally?
He'd give you the shirt off his back if that was all he had left.
Did you or do you know someone by the name of Houston Danker?
I know of him. I wasn't close with him.
At some point, did you become aware of an affair between Houston Danker and Karina Cooper?
I heard a lot of talk of it.
Did you have any personal knowledge of that?
No.
Ryan was killed in June of 2021. Did you see any changes or note any changes in Karina's behavior leading up to Ryan's death?
She kind of got a little quieter, maybe wasn't getting involved with activities, losing a lot of weight to the point where it was almost concerning, like maybe there was some sort of underlying health issue. Just not the Karina I once knew.
You had stated that you observed a number of different potential arguments during which Karina would yell at Ryan, and Ryan's reaction was essentially calm. Were you aware of the topics or the nature of those disagreements or what was upsetting her?
I think a lot of it came down to money. Karina liked to redecorate and remodel, and I think that a lot of times she needed some of Ryan's help financially to do those things, and Ryan was kind of the voice of reason. Is it something that we really need to do right now? Is it something that can wait? Decided it was time to leave.
Is that in fact what you did?
Yes.
I have no further questions, Judge.
Ms. Watt, cross-examination.
Thank you. We've heard a lot of testimony about the times that Ryan and Karina would fight. I have to imagine there were good times.
Yes, there were.
Okay.
Yes.
So you guys did have a lot of fun together over the years.
Yes.
And I thought did some people or yourself call her Karen when she was drinking?
I don't know that I ever called her Karen. I just knew better. Okay. But yes, I had heard that. Yes.
Okay. So people in the friend group were well aware that Karina can be not the nicest person sometimes, and that was her personality.
Yes.
Okay. And it sounds like Ryan, sometimes opposites. Ryan's more the non-confrontational kind.
Yes.
Now, you've testified today that you felt like sometimes Karina would go over the top, and I understand that. But do you remember when we talked in April of 2024 in a different room?
Yes.
And do you recall at that time saying that you didn't think it was anything normal couples don't do?
I do recall saying that, yes. Okay. But since then, my mind has been like circling back, like, are there things that I missed or that I didn't say because this was not on my bucket list to be in this situation.
Right.
And so there were times that, I thought, I didn't understand why she got so angry over the little things. Mm-hmm. But maybe that is her personality. It's just not mine.
Okay. Yes, I think you also did say that she might yell and you wouldn't yell the same way because you're a bit softer.
A lot. Yes. Yes.
I also understand that hindsight is 20/20, and it's easy sometimes to look back at a situation through a different lens.
Mm-hmm.
Fair?
Yes.
The comment about find it back here. Let me be clear. Did you ever see Karina act violent towards Ryan, though?
Not physically.
Right, okay, so lots of yelling.
Lots of yelling, yes.
Do you, and then the comment of, I should shoot you in the face. Do you know when that happened?
Well, I was going back in the old photo bank and there was a picture taken of Cortland and I. And I'm not 100% positive, but that was taken back in October of 2018.
Okay.
And I am almost positive it was the same night. I don't know the exact night, but I know Ryan was around and it was early to mid-evening. So I knew they weren't out during harvest season.
Okay.
Or something had happened that they couldn't be out harvesting. So I know it was that certain time of the year.
I understand. So, but regardless, you think that that comment was made in 2018 then?
Yes.
All right. I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Mr. Engel, any redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You may step down. Mr. Kodiaga?
First, let me just check for next witnesses here.
All right. Sounds good. If anybody wants to stretch, now's your chance. All right, let's go ahead and have a seat, everybody.
We do have our next witness. If
Okay.
the court is ready.
I am ready.
The state calls Brian Morrison.
All right. Yeah, good afternoon, sir. Yeah, just come on up to my far left if you would, and you can go ahead and have a seat when you get up here, sir. And Mr. Morrison, you can adjust that microphone however you'd like.
Hello?
Yep, that works. So first thing I'm going to do, sir, is swear you in. If you please raise your right hand. Mr. Morrison, sir, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving in these proceedings will be the truth?
True. I do.
All right, and then just for the record, sir, can you give us your first name and your last name and spell them for us?
Brian Morrison, Brian Morrison.
All right, thank you, sir. Mr. Kodiaga, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Sir, you've stated your name. You're Mr. Morrison, correct?
Correct.
Where do you currently live? Where do you currently reside at?
I live in Trure, same place I've been most of my life.
Okay. So you've lived in Trure most of your life?
Yes.
Okay. And that's in Tama County?
Correct.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a retired farmer and I drive semi now, hauling pork products.
How long have you been a farmer and when did you start driving semis?
My whole life I farmed. I started farming on my own in 1990 until 2019. Then I started driving semi.
Do you know a person, someone who used to be called Ryan Cooper?
Yes.
How do you know Ryan?
His dad and my dad were good friends in high school. Then they grew up together. And then he was younger than I was, so I really didn't meet him until, we didn't start running around until about 2008, 2009. We started farming together and we used equipment together.
When you started farming together, did you become close friends, someone you could call a friend? And
Oh,
see
yes,
often?
yes.
How would you describe your relationship?
He is my best friend.
Would you see him often?
Yeah, yes.
Now, you said he was a farmer. What did he farm?
He farmed?
Yeah, what?
He farmed corn, soybeans, cattle.
And did he also use trucks and ride semi trucks?
Yes.
So sometimes he would be on his semi truck.
Yep, it was part of the cattle business, hauled cattle, and feed.
So when he would use the semi truck, he would be hauling cattle feed or something related to the farm.
Correct.
Did you do social things together with Ryan Cooper other than farming?
Yes, a lot of family events, kids' birthdays. We camped together, motorcycled together, snowmobile together.
Do you know Karina Cooper?
Yes,
Is that person you've called Karina Cooper in this courtroom today?
yes.
Will you identify her for the jury?
She's to my right. Long brunette hair.
Fair enough to say it's very difficult for you to testify here today.
Yes,
Is that because of the nature of relationship that you had with Ryan and Karina Cooper?
correct.
The lady who just testified before you, Ms. McBride, do you know her?
Yes.
Can you tell us the relationship that you had with Ms. McBride?
We dated for 6 years.
So Teresa McBride, you, Karina, and Ryan were people who were close together in a circle.
Correct.
Can you briefly tell us what your relationship with Karina Cooper was like?
We had a very good relationship. She's like my sister.
Considered a friend,
Right.
just like you loved Ryan as someone who was your best friend, you automatically then loved someone that he was in a
Yes.
relationship with.
Yes.
When you were together, as you've indicated, there were social activities you did together. Did that include drinking and partying together?
Yeah.
Were there changes or in that relationship in some of these occasions in terms of what you'll observe between Ryan and Karina?
I guess drinking can change anybody's attitude, but yes, if that's where we're going, yes.
Some of those times, will she be mean to Ryan Cooper? Will Karina be mean to Ryan Cooper?
She would get upset and be upset with him at times, yes.
When she was upset at him, were there occasions she would make threats at him?
Yes.
Do you recall some threats that you were present that she made when you were there?
There was times in general relationships, I hate you, I wish you were dead. Obviously, the big one you're thinking of is we were in his shop one night, and she said I could shoot you in the face, which was surprising.
So in terms of what she said, it wasn't the same as other threats of just I hate you. There's something more venomous in what she said.
I would take as the previous ones as a relationship fights, but yeah, then the latter was more surprising.
Do you recall what was financial issues attention in their relationship?
Were there financial issues in their relationship?
Yeah, was finances causing attention between them? Did you understand my question?
There were issues, but I don't know if it caused them issues. I mean, there was financial problems at times, but I don't remember them. I don't know if it was just something he had to do to fix the current situation and move on.
Did you know Karina to own any firearms?
To own any firearms? Yes.
At some point in the time leading to his killing, did Ryan express some concerns and hand you some documents and express some concerns that if he was not alive?
Yes.
Your Honor, hearsay.
Overruled. You can answer. Actually, you already did, I believe.
Yeah. Do you remember what Ryan expressed to you?
We were riding in the pickup, and he says, if something happens, then these documents are here. And after the fact, it took me a long time to remember that.
So he gave you some documents?
He did not give them to me. He told me where they were at.
He indicated to you some documents that he wanted you to
Correct.
to be
Aware of.
If he was no longer there.
Right.
You may.
Now you talked about being aware that Karina Cooper had knowledge of firearms, correct?
Correct.
There were some concealed carry classes that were either being done at the farm that they lived in, correct?
Like the concealed carry classes?
Yeah.
Yes, we had done those at his shop there at their residence.
Did you see Karina Cooper fire a firearm in those classes?
Yes, in order to get your Florida permit, you had to fire a gun safely. And I saw her do that.
Did you become aware of tension in their relationship that involved Houston Denker?
Yes.
some point after Ryan became aware of an affair, did you notice any changes in Karina's behavior?
I guess we weren't doing as much together at the time, which that was marital issues they needed to work out. So we just didn't discuss it as much. If you want to talk about it, we talked about it. If you didn't, I didn't push it.
So at some time you started withdrawing, or the relationship started not being as close as it was before?
Correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions at this time.
Ms. Watt, any questions?
Thank you. So you mentioned him talking about some documents, and then I thought I heard you say, I didn't remember that for some time. Did you mean that you just remembered that he told you these things? What were you trying to say?
After he was killed, yeah, it was just, my mind was a mess, and I couldn't remember certain things that pertained. It just wasn't in my front memory.
Okay.
Like it was supposed to be.
Okay. I took it to mean that you just remembered this within the last 6 months. Did I misunderstand you then?
I remembered it a couple months after he had been killed.
All right. When did he have that conversation with you? Late in the fall, the year before. So 2020, you think?
I believe so, yes.
The comment about, I'm gonna shoot you, was Teresa there for that?
Yes.
Okay. So if she thinks it was around 2018, does that sound right to you?
No.
Okay. When do you think it happened?
The fall of 20.
Did you ever witness Karina be violent towards Ryan?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember talking to me? Okay, I guess you mean you saw her be physically violent towards him?
Can't say it was physical. She would get verbally mad at him.
Okay.
To where it was, yeah.
And I understand that we're focusing a lot on the bad times in this courtroom, but I imagine that you witnessed good times between Karina and Ryan as well.
Yes,
And you guys all had fun together.
we did.
And I understand you loved them both at one time, right?
Yes.
And I understand that sometimes when Karina was drinking, a different side of her would come out.
At times, yes.
And did you have a name for her?
We called her Karen.
Karen? I do not have any other questions. Thank you.
Any redirect?
The name Karen was not a term of endearment, was it?
Say that again, please.
The name Karen was not a term of endearment, was it?
I'm not understanding the last part. The name Karen, what?
It wasn't a term that you were calling her because it was a love term or a nice name to call her, was it?
It was just a different personality, if you will.
So when you called her Karen, it's because she was being mean and not being nice?
Ornery. Defensive, yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Anything further?
I mean, just to be fair though, you said she was our Karen, right? Of the group?
Of the group, yes.
Loved,
Yes.
right? No other questions?
All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down. State prepared to call sex witness.
The state calls Brad Rund.
Good afternoon, sir. Just come on all the way up here. There's a seat to my far left for you. Yep, just right up. Go ahead and have a seat, sir. I'll swear you in once you're seated. You can adjust that microphone however you'd like. All right. Good afternoon, sir. I'm going to go ahead and swear you in. If you please raise your right hand. Sir, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving in these proceedings will be the truth?
Yes.
Okay. And then for the record, sir, can you please give us your first name and your last name and spell them?
Brad Rund. Bradrund.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Rund. Mr. Kodiaga, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Mr. Rund, can you tell the jury what you do for a living?
For what?
What is your occupation?
Loan officer at Chelsea Savings Bank.
Can you tell the jury what a loan officer does and just break it down for them, what you do on a day-to-day basis?
Yeah, I pull financials, get stuff ready for customers to see if they qualify for a loan. And then just day to day, do overdrafts, take phone calls, visit with customers, do ATM work, just whatever's needed at the bank.
Okay. Where is this bank located at?
In Traer, Iowa.
Tama County?
Yes.
And how long have you worked in the banking industry?
About 14 and a half years.
Were you employed as a loan officer back between the period of 2020 and 2021?
Yes.
Same bank?
Same bank.
Now you've talked about some of your responsibilities, which include oversight over account management. Is that correct? Account management for...
Yeah, if they're overdrawn.
And overdraft monitoring, correct?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what overdraft is?
If you overextend yourself out of your account and your balance is negative.
Okay. So if you don't have sufficient funds in your account and it's negative, what do you do as part of the overdraft monitoring? What do you do when your clients have that? Can you just walk us through what you occasionally would do?
I just do a courtesy call or I text my customers and let them know that, hey, they're overdrawn, and then I see if they can bring a deposit in or not, just so we don't have to return the items that are on their account, taking them negative.
As part of your professional relationship, did you have a customer or a client by the name of Karina Cooper?
Yes.
Do you see that person in this courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you identify that person by an item of their clothing?
Yeah, she's right over there.
Yeah, dressed in what looks like a sweater or a vest?
Yep, gray or whatever with white blouse.
Your Honor, will ask the record reflect identification.
The record so reflects.
Now, from our prior testimony, we understand that Traer is a small community. Did you know her from just the bank, or you also would socially interact with the defendant?
From the bank and both. My son-in-law and my daughter were friends with hers, and that's how I got to know him personally. But as far as like hanging out, no. Through them, I did.
Did you know the nature of the accounts that the defendant kept with your bank?
Say that again?
Did you know the types of account that the defendant kept with your bank?
Yeah, checking, savings.
As part of your banking business, did you also know someone by the name of Ryan Cooper?
Yes.
And again, was that based on the professional relationship that he had a bank account at your bank?
The same, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Permission to approach?
You may.
State 205, 206, 204B, and 309. You can take a minute to look through those documents to see if you remember what those will be.
Okay.
So did you have a chance to look through those documents that I gave you?
Yes.
Do you recognize what they will be?
Yep.
Are they documents that will be from your bank?
Yes. Well, one's my phone, text message.
Okay. So one of them is your phone text message. Can you tell us what that document, what exhibit that will be?
You want me to read something off here?
No, I'll come to that, but what is it marked as?
206.
At this time, the agreement with the parties, if there's no objection, this case moves to a 206, 205, 206, 204B, and 30.
Ms. Watt, any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, then at this time, exhibits 205, 206, 204B, and 309 are admitted. Are you wanting to publish these?
I will briefly, but not yet.
Okay, just let me know.
You did talk about overdraft monitoring for clients. Did Karina Cooper have recurring overdraft issues with her accounts?
Yes.
Would you describe it as something that was happening repeatedly, especially in the months leading to Ryan Cooper's killing?
I can't recall for sure how many there was or whatever, but it was often.
And as part of that overdraft on her account, did you occasionally have to get in touch with Karina Cooper to talk to her about that?
Yes.
How would you do that?
I would call sometimes, or I'd text. Texting just was easier because sometimes they just didn't answer the phone. Sometimes voice messages weren't set up, so it just depended on the customer. I did it to multiple people.
So you'd either have a phone call or you will text her to alert her of the overdraft.
Correct.
Looking at this point, Your Honor, will ask to publish 204B.
All right.
So you have a monitor in front of you. Does it show what we're seeing on the big screen?
Yeah.
If it's easier to see that, or if you can see from there, just let me know.
No, that one's fine.
I also have a paper copy if you would prefer that. Can you tell the jury what we are seeing on what's being admitted as 204B? What do we see on the top? What is this statement?
It's Karina Cooper's shop account. It's her checking account, regular checking account.
Okay. So she had two accounts. One was what you describe as a shop account.
Yeah.
You are aware that she had a shop that she ran, correct? She had a business that she ran.
Yes, yeah.
Can you tell us briefly what this is? It says on the top right-hand side, says statement ending January 7th, 2021, correct?
Correct.
What is this sheet? What is this sheet summarizing?
It's just her basic checking account statement mailed out from the bank, ending then January 7th.
Okay.
And it was a month prior, so it'd be her December statement.
Okay. And is this a document that as a bank you regularly produce in the ordinary course of business?
Yes.
And
Monthly.
you give these or send these to customers to know what their finances are and alerts them to their spending and what their financial health looks like, correct?
Correct.
So we have where it says December 8th, 2020. If you see where my cursor is, it says beginning balance 423.72.
Correct.
And it has an ending balance. Can you just explain what those two mean?
Yep, there was 26 credits. That was deposits of 6532 and 82 debits, 4,908.33 cents. Left her with the ending balance of 1780.71.
Okay.
And then the $12.56 was the service charge, just the charge for that account.
When we scroll down to this account, we have this other page. And fair enough to say there are some pages in the middle that would have the transactions during that month that are not here, correct?
Correct.
What do we see on this page? Can you?
Yeah, there's right below the daily balances, it's overdraft fees. There was none for that month, but year to date was 225.
So the year to date, you have an overdraft fee of 225.
Yep.
And I don't know if you'd explain that. What is an overdraft fee?
For each transaction that overdrill the account, there's a $25 fee for a business account.
So what that means is, if the account is negative, the bank still gets to pay for that charge that went through, correct?
Yeah.
And as a result of that, the bank will charge the customer a fee of $25.
Correct.
So to reach an amount of 225, the fees that have been charged at that point.
Right, 9.
Going to show you, and this was the month of January. When we go to the month of February, same thing that we've talked about in terms of regular checking, the ending balance and the beginning balance. Correct?
Correct.
So what would you say the ending balance was then in the month of February?
Well, that's the ending balance for the
month of January.
January, yes.
Okay.
4772.
So is that the money that's in the account at the end of the month of January?
Correct.
She has $47.72.
Yes.
And back to the same page which talks about overdraft. What is our overdraft in the month? So this is the month ending January. What will our overdraft be?
She had $25.
I'm going to show you part of that exhibit that's been admitted as 204B for the month of March, which means the month ending February, correct?
Correct.
And what is the ending balance?
10618.
And when we go back to the overdraft fees, now we have an amount of,
The total is 50. She had another overdraft of $25 for that month.
we go to the month of April, which means the month ending March. We have the same, again, ending balance of $388.80.
Yes.
And back to the overdraft fee, what do we have now?
For that month, it was 225, and then the total is 275.
So they've been a lot of, fair to say there was more overdraft fees in that month.
Yes.
I'm going to show you under the same exhibit 204B, the statement ending May 9th of 2021. What is the ending balance on that statement?
$14.62.
And again, when we go to the overdraft fees for that month, fair enough to say there was none at that time?
Right, there was none.
So you have the same 275.
Yep.
What about the month of June, the year 2021? What do we have in regards to ending balance on that month?
Negative 297.73 cents.
So that month of June, now it's a negative of $297 and change. And what do we have for overdraft fees in that month ending, that month that we're talking about?
Overdraft fees was 200.
Which brings the total overdraft between January and the month of ending May going to June to 475. Is that correct?
Correct.
You talked of a separate account that the defendant had at your bank. Showing you now, or I'm publishing now, what's been admitted as State Exhibit 309. Can you see that from where you are?
Yes.
The document we are seeing in 309 is different from the other document. Can you describe what we are seeing here?
It's just it's Karina's personal checking account. It was labeled as CSB free, which you had to go online and get your statements. This is one that the bank doesn't mail out. So it was a free account. There's no service charge for it.
Okay. It doesn't have as many features in terms of Chelsea Bank is not listed on top, or the other things that we saw in the previous document. And I'm going to show you the previous document, which will be what had been we've discussed as 204B, correct?
Yes.
When we look at this, when we look at the month of, at top it says January 7th, 2021. Can you just orient the jury to what they're saying? Just give a brief explanation.
It's the same as the last account. It starts 12/8 and it ends January 7th. So she had a beginning balance of negative 163.07 or 06. And then the ending balance on January 7th was $35.87.
So the negative sign is on the other side of the numbers. But that's a negative that we are seeing when we see the 163 and 6 cents, correct?
Correct.
And again, does this track the overdraft? And can you tell us what the overdraft fees that are on this document?
Yeah, for that month, it was $120, and year to date was $540.
Show you still part of that document that's been admitted as State Exhibit 309. We're seeing a different date. What's the date that we see on top of that document?
The top of this one was February 7th. That's the statement date.
Okay. And what's the beginning balance?
The beginning balance on January 8th was $35.87.
What is the ending balance?
The ending balance is $219.87 negative.
So negative 219.87 cents.
Yes.
Do we have an overdraft line item in this month?
Yes.
What do we have?
240 for that month.
I'm going to show you parts of this Exhibit 309. What date do we have now on this that I'm publishing for the jury?
This is for February. Statement date is March 7th.
And what is the beginning balance?
Beginning balance is 219.87 negative.
And ending balance?
The ending balance is 271.66 cents.
On the overdraft line item, what do we have?
She had $90 in fees for that month, and then 330 was the total year to date so far.
What do we see in this document that I'm now publishing that has a different date? What date do we have?
This one's April 7th is the ending statement date. This will be for March.
Okay, and that's April 7th of 2021?
Yes.
Okay, and what is the beginning balance?
271.66.
And what is the ending balance?
83 cents.
Comes to the overdraft, do we have some items on the overdraft line?
Yes, there was one for $30, and year to date is $360.
Going to show you again part of State Exhibit 309. Now we're looking at a different month. What month are we in?
This will be for April.
And what is, so that's April, so April, but what's the month?
This is statement date for May 9th.
What is the beginning balance?
83 cents.
And what do we end up as the ending balance for this month?
Ending balance is $69.58 negative.
And that's May 9th of the year 2021.
Yeah.
Do we have overdraft fees for this period?
Yes,
What do we have?
$210.
Do we have a total overdraft fees at this time?
Yes, 570.
Same document, State Exhibit 309. We've switched to a different date on the top. Can you tell the jury what they're seeing?
June 7th, 2021.
Okay. And what do we have as the beginning balance?
Negative 6958.
And what's the ending balance for this month?
Negative 10979.
Again, reflecting on the overdraft fees, what do we have reflected in your document?
$300 for this month.
Giving us a total this time?
The total is 870.
So and that's $870 in just overdraft fees on this account for that period of time.
Yep, year to date for that year.
You same document that's been admitted as State Exhibit 309. What do we see on this portion that I'm publishing for you?
Just used her, it was a Target debit card or
Okay, but this is, what's the date that we have? Yeah.
Wednesday, June 23rd, 2021.
Okay.
And
And do we have a balance reflected here?
yes, 18609.
So as of June 23rd, this account only had 186.09, correct?
Correct.
Judge, we can take that down.
And if we're going to be done with that, I think now's a good time to take, we've been going an hour and a half, so we'll take our mid-afternoon break now, ladies and gentlemen. So I've got roughly 2:45, so 15-minute break and we'll resume. And again, I would just remind you of the admonition that I've given you previously.
I must have missed them going for break. I am so tired that I didn't even notice that they were gonna go for break. I think I'm just gonna play some music. Well, you've been on your own rubbish stream by yourself. I'm sorry. Yeah, I keep forgetting that she's also live with the same thing because now we dual stream and we're gonna be dual streaming. I'm so sorry. I need to keep checking, but I am so tired that I can't even make conversation. I am so sorry. I'm gonna just play some music during the break. Hopefully the break will be rather quick. Yeah, they just left for break. Yeah, Paula. Oh, I'm sleeping with my eyes open. I had a horrible night last night, and then I got woken up by a garden bot, um, almost unalive me because he was having a bad night himself as well. He was very unsettled. So, when he has a night like that, it's not that he's violent or anything, but he hit my throat. He literally punched me in the throat by accident. It was not on purpose. I'm fine. It was just some accident that happened. When he's unsettled, these things happen. I'm okay. He's okay. We're fine. But after you did that, I couldn't really sleep. And this was around like midnight. I have to be up from at 4 o'clock in the morning. I think I fell asleep. It was around 2. So I had about 4 hours of sleep, 2 hours of sleep. So it was, yeah. I appreciate that, William. Would really thank you. I think probably noticeable in my voice that I'm struggling. I'm on a struggle bus today, and I'm hoping that I can just go to bed soon and sleep because Garden Bud I think is on the way home. because you had a commitment. I was supposed to go, but I couldn't. Thank you very much. Appreciate it, Stephanie, Case One, William. You guys are amazing. So yeah. So what I was gonna say. So he's on his on the way home, and he's gonna replace me. This is if Robert doesn't finish her appointment before Garden Bot gets here. It's gonna be a race of who gets here first, Robert or Garden Bot. And then I just wanna go to bed. I really wanna go to bed. So because I'm tired. It's already 10 to 9. I'm trying to get Garden Bot here as quick as I possibly can. So I can just go and have a sleep. Because I think I'm even gonna fall asleep before I hit the bed. If that's somehow possible. Because I think my brain is already half asleep right now. So it's absolutely is that how tired I am. So yeah, I'm just come on, Garden Bot. So yeah, so that's what's one of the things that's happening. So I think I'm just gonna put some music on and I will, type to carry on the chat, but it just the will of talking, it's hard. It's a lot.
Courtroom buzz lights up the air, faces tense as stories tear, truth and lies like a tango dance. Justice here takes no chance. Gavel strikes, hearts beat fast. Witness takes stand, shadows cast. Whispers loud like wildfire spread. In this game, none's ahead. International eyes on the scene. Lines of right blurred and lean. Arrested dreams, shattered glass. In this court, who holds the past? Lawyers dance in verbal fight. Day turns into darkest night. Every turn, heart skips a beat. Justice tango on repeat. Families watch, soul torn apart. Courts drama quick to start. Chains rattle, futures bleak. Yet in silence, justice seeks. Around the world, eyes new gaze. Every trial a twisted maze. Judgment passed through smoky gaze. In this court, no room for haste. International eyes on the scene. Lines of right blurred and lean. Arrested dreams, shattered glass. In this court, who holds the past? International eyes on the scene. Lines of right blurred and lean. Arrested dreams, shattered glass. In this court, who holds the past? In this court, who holds the past? Lawyers dance in verbal fight. Day turns into darkest night. Every turn, heart skips a beat. Justice tango on repeat. Lawyers dance in verbal fight. Day turns into darkest night. Every turn, heart skips a beat. Justice tango on repeat. Lawyers dance in verbal fight. Day turns into darkest night. Every turn, heart skips a beat. Justice tango on repeat. Lawyers dance in verbal fight. Day turns into darkest night. Every turn, heart skips a beat. Justice tango on repeat. On repeat. On repeat. On repeat. No repeat. Families watch, soul torn apart. Courts drama quick to start. Chains rattle, futures bleak. Yet in silence, justice seeks. Around the world, eyes to gaze. Every trial a twisted maze. Judgment passed through smoky gaze. In this court, no room for haze. In this court, who holds the past? In this court, who holds the past? On repeat. On repeat. No repeat. No repeat. No.
She's a Portuguese soul in the UK, rolling dough at the bakery day by day. Sugar on her apron, flour on her face. But when evening comes, she steps into a darker place. Grab the keys to the car for that Costco run, loading up on snacks before the work's all done. 'Cause once she's home, it's time for the show. True Crime on YouTube, spotlight aglow. Late night trials and conspiracies. She's digging for truth for the world to see. Documents on Discord, she's on the hunt. In the hush of midnight, she's on the front. She's got her boyfriend by her side. Together they host this chilling ride. Nightbots watching, chats alive. Everyone's hooked, ready to die. Her days are sweet and filled with bread. Her nights are dark, deep in her head. From morning dough to midnight files, she dances between the day and trials. Late night trials and conspiracies. She's digging for truth for the world to see. Documents on Discord, she's on the hunt. In the hush of midnight, she's on the front. Portuguese pride in the UK sun. She'll solve every case till the morning comes. Daytime bakery, nighttime sleuth. Our true crime addict revealing in the truth. Java the huts where we made our plot. Flirty attorney giving all she's got. Blonde in the weeds sipping lukewarm teas. Baby Huey's crying, someone hand them the keys. Toilet paper murder trial making them sweat. Evidence stacked up but we're not done yet. The jury's confused by the caffeinated vibe. Chaos in this courtroom keeps the dream alive. Blonde taking notes with her strange pink pen. Baby Huey tripping, falling over again. Flirty attorney winking, raising a brow. Judge slams the gavel, order in here now. Toilet paper murder trial making them sweat. Evidence stacked up, but we're not done yet. The jury's confused by the caffeinated vibe. Chaos in this courtroom keeps the dream alive. Java's steaming hot, but the truth's ice cold. Blonde's got a secret that's never been told. Flirt's got moves sharp as her file. Baby Huey's just here stumbling in style. Toilet paper murder trial making them sweat. Evidence stacked up, but we're not done yet. The jury's confused by the caffeinated vibe. Chaos in this courtroom keeps the dream alive. Eyes on the clock, but it don't tick tock. Spinning in my head, let it all unlock. Courtroom vibes with a pop style flair. Truth and chaos floating through the air. No drama here, just a steady beat. Chains on my thoughts, but I won't retreat. Judges sipping soda, tapping their shoes. Motion denied, but I'm singing my blues. Oh, watching pop makes my mind unwind. Twisting words like vines till the truth aligns. No dramatic scenes, just electric sparks. Lightning in my veins, lighting up the dark. They're typing up the pages, rhythm and clicks. Life's a verdict, rolling dice and tricks. Jury with the shades, not into the vibe. Feeling like redemption's got a new tribe. Echoes in the hall, hit a sweet falsetto. Writing my own journey in the stiletto. Witness speaks, but the mics turn low. Reality's a movie, but it's my show. Oh, watching pop makes my mind unwind. Twisting words like vines till the truth aligns. No dramatic scenes, just electric sparks. Lightning in my veins, lighting up the dark. They're typing up the pages, rhythm and clicks. Life's a verdict, rolling dice and tricks. Jury with the shades, not into the vibe. Feeling like redemption's got a new tribe. Echoes in the hall, hit a sweet falsetto. Writing my own journey in stiletto. Witness speaks, but the mics turn low. Reality's a movie, but it's my show. Core watching pop makes my mind unwind. Twisting words like vines till the truth aligns. No dramatic scenes, just electric sparks. Lightning in my veins, lighting up the dark.
The gavel echoes, noise in the hall. I'm sneaking glances at the clock on the wall. A courtroom circus spinning its wheel. My stomach's growling, it's the real appeal. Oh, lunch break, come save me now. Tie the judge's rope to a plow. Drive me to the sandwich stand. Freedom tastes like food in hand. The stenographer's fingers tap a beat. My thoughts are swaying to something sweet. A jury stares with unshaken plight, but I'm focused on my appetite. Oh, lunch break, come save me now. Tie the judge's rope to a plow. Drive me to the sandwich stand. Freedom tastes like food in hand. Outside the case, the sun shines wide. The world is waiting just there outside. But here I sit in lost cold shade, tossing dreams of lemonade. The lawyer's words, they drone and pine, but my soul screams out for the food line. Justice might be served today, but I just want my lunch tray. Oh, lunch break, come save me now. Tie the judge's rope to a plow. Drive me to the sandwich stand. Freedom tastes like food in hand. The stenographer's fingers tap a beat. My thoughts are swaying to something sweet. A jury stares with unshaken plight, but I'm focused on my appetite. Oh, lunch break, come save me now. Tie the judge's rope to a plow. Drive me to the sandwich stand. Freedom tastes like food in hand.
All right, everyone, go ahead and have a seat, please. Okay, we are back on the record. We have our jurors present, counsel and parties present, and we're resuming after our mid-afternoon break. Mr. Rund was on the stand, and sir, I'm just going to remind you, even though we had a short break, that you're still under oath. And with that, Mr. Kodiaga, you may resume your direct examination, and it's my understanding you wish to publish one of the other admitted exhibits. Is that correct?
That is correct, Judge. Thank you.
All right.
So, we're talking about the overdrafts. We're just done with that conversation. Were all overdrafts covered by the bank?
No.
What do you mean by that?
Well, sometimes we return the item, and then there would be a fee on the backside from wherever it came from. There would be a charge for that.
Will those be occasions when you didn't get to hear from the defendant? Or
Correct.
she didn't get to cover?
Yep. Or it'd be a big dollar amount.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted as State Exhibit 205. Are you able to see that document?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what this document is?
It's Ryan and Karina's financial statement for March 11, 2021.
What is a financial statement?
It just shows their assets, their liabilities, and their net worth.
Okay. So when we look at the assets section, which the admitted 205 shows, is that kind of on the box that talks about assets? Is that what you would have captured as assets that Brian Cooper and Karina Cooper had?
Yes.
And you know it's the document, fair to say that it has a signature at the end of this document?
Yeah, that's Ryan and that's Karina's.
So the signature that I'm highlighting or pointing at right now on the left of this document, that will be Ryan Cooper?
Correct.
And this will be, on the right will be Karina Cooper?
Yes.
With the date of March 15th of 2021?
Yes.
When you go back to the assets, just very briefly, can you tell the jury what we are seeing in the asset description box? Just a summary.
Yeah, the 29.5 would be like their checking accounts, their cash that they had. The 3,400 would be like bonds, CDs. The not ready marketable stocks and bonds was like his part of Cooper Farms.
Okay. So fair to say some of these, what we're seeing in the assets is part of what Ryan also will be involved with the Cooper farm.
Yes, correct.
When we talk like the last line of equipment, machinery, and the vehicles with a sum of $203,600, will that also be the machinery or farm items, the value of those that they had?
Yes, that would have been what they owned.
Okay. Does this document have a section on what would be insurance section?
Yes, down just a little bit, right there.
Is that what has been, can you tell us which section that will be?
Schedule D.
And Schedule D will be this part over here in this document?
Yes.
What is on the Schedule D of that document, when you talk about insurance, were both parties insured?
Yes.
Starting with Ryan Cooper, what was his term of insurance and who was the beneficiary?
It was shelter insurance and the beneficiary was Karina.
Okay, so, and what were the amounts that we had for Ryan?
There was a $20,000 policy with a $1,000 cash value at that time. And then there was another face value policy of $500,000.
$500,000?
Yes,
And so, in other words, if Ryan were to die in a situation where insurance covers, Karina would stand to receive $500,000.
correct.
There was still the other way you've talked about. At that time, there's a face value was only $1,000.
Cash.
Cash.
Cash value.
Cash value. But the face value was $20,000.
Yeah.
Talked about you texting or contacting the defendant by text or by phone. Do you recognize what has been admitted as State Exhibit 206?
Yes.
Are you able to read that from where you are?
Yeah.
Okay. How would you characterize what's been admitted as 206?
That's me sending Karina a message to see if she can make a deposit this morning. And that letting her know that she was on the overdraft list.
Okay, so it's a picture of a phone, fair enough, with a cell phone, fair enough, with the Brad or BR, that will be you, correct?
Correct.
And the gray text message will be you texting, with the blue being Karina Cooper.
Correct.
Or Karina Cooper's phone, correct?
Yes.
And just to, not going through all of them, but to pick, let's say, the one that's December 8th, 2020, December 9th, there's a message, good morning. Can you just read that from where you are?
Yes. Good morning. Wondering if you can make a deposit this morning. You are on the overdraft list. Sorry.
And fair enough to say that Karina Cooper responds to you.
Responded? Yes. Oh, shit. Yep, I will.
Not going to go through all of them. The jury will have this exhibit with them, but fair enough to say that there were numerous messages that you will send to the defendant that will be talking about the overdraft.
Yes.
But there are times she will make excuses or tell you different excuses for why she was overdrafted.
Mm-hmm. Some of them. Well, the one was Christmas got to her or whatever. I don't remember what they all said.
Okay. Like I said, the jury will have the documents to read with them. Fair enough. So moving on, based on what she, as a professional in the financial sector, what would you say was the defendant's financial health in the months leading up to June of 2021?
She was overdrawn a lot financially. Just her accounts were negative sometimes, so it was tough.
I have no other questions for this witness at this time. Thank you.
Ms. Watt, any cross-examination?
Thank you. In looking at some of the exhibits that we saw, specifically with regards to her shop account, it looks like overdrafting wasn't that unusual for Karina. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, so it's not like it just started happening in 2021. It was an ongoing issue?
Yes.
And I did see that, I don't know how closely you looked at the bank records, I guess, but I did see that one of the reasons she gave you for being overdrafted was her children making PlayStation purchases. Do you remember that?
Not sure, but
Okay.
I'm sure.
And we saw at least a portion of the shop account, and I know the state mentioned that sometimes it skips from page 1 to page 6. You would have provided the entire statements to whoever asked for them, right?
Correct.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to mark the complete bank statements from the shop account. I'll mark them as Defendant's Exhibit D and ask to enter those into evidence.
Any objection? All right.
I'll return to it, Your Honor, once I'm able to relocate it, if that's okay.
Okay, so we'll put
I'll-
that on hold and.
Yes.
Go ahead, Ms. Watt.
The insurance that you're talking about, did you write those policies or is that somebody else?
Somebody else.
Okay. So you're testifying to the information that's on a financial statement based on information that Karina and Ryan would have provided to you in their efforts to get a loan to build a shop or a building?
Yes, correct. That was from them.
Okay. So when you're filling out the assets and liabilities, you're relying on the information they're giving?
Correct.
So when they have $200-some thousand worth in farm equipment, do you go out and verify that they have that farm equipment that's worth that?
Yes.
Okay. And isn't it true that in this case, they were claiming a tractor that belonged to the farm rather than Ryan himself?
Can't answer that.
Okay. Returning to what I marked as Defendant's Exhibit D, I would re-ask to admit that, and I have now shown it to the state.
All right, now that you have a chance to look at it, Mr. Kodiaga, any objection?
No objection.
All right, Exhibit D is admitted.
Also within the text messages that we saw between you and Karina Cooper, it looked like on June 17th, 2021, you had scheduled a hair appointment with her to take place on June 18th at 8:15 in the morning. Do you remember that?
I don't.
Okay. Did she used to cut your hair?
Yes, she did.
Okay. So it's certainly possible that if there's a text message that has you scheduling an appointment for June 18th, that happened.
Could have, yeah.
Okay. Not necessarily that the appointment took place, but that you would have made an appointment.
Yes.
All right. I do not have any other questions. Thank you.
Any redirect?
I have no question. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. You may step down and are excused. All right, is the state prepared to call its next witness?
Yes, Judge, the state calls Jeff Gudenkauf.
Good afternoon, sir. Just come on up here. There's a seat to my far left. If you'd go ahead and grab a seat. And you You can adjust that microphone. Yep. So first thing I'm going to do, sir, is swear you in. If you please raise your right hand. Sir, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving today will be the truth?
I do.
Okay. And then for the record, can you please give us your first name and last name and spell them for us?
Jeff Gudenkauf, Jeff, Gudenkauf.
All right, Mr. Engel.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Gudenkauf, how are you employed?
Good.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm sorry?
How are you employed?
I work for Shelter Insurance.
What do you do for shelter insurance?
I'm an agent.
What are your general duties as an insurance agent?
To sell and service policies, property casualty and life insurance.
You mentioned life insurance. Could you just briefly break down how life insurance policies work?
Sure. So the owner of a life insurance policy pays premiums into the company with the expectation that upon the death of the insured, proceeds are paid out to the beneficiary listed on the policy.
So how is a life insurance policy obtained?
The owner of a policy completes an application for an insured. There are medical tests that can be completed if that is a requirement of the policy. That goes through an underwriting process, and then a policy is either issued or the application is declined.
And how are the beneficiaries determined?
That is determined at the time of application based on the owner. It's generally some sort of a family member, but not in all cases.
So if someone's interested in obtaining a life insurance policy and they're doing that through you with Shelter Insurance, what does that process look like?
Generally, they will reach out and a number of conversations can take place determining the amount of life insurance. The application process is generally about 4 to 5 pages. A lot of medical history questions. Signatures are obtained, and that policy application is submitted to the company for underwriting.
May be obvious, but what's the purpose of the medical information that you obtain?
As with anything with insurance, you're essentially insuring a risk. So you're trying to determine the likelihood of that policy paying out. So obviously the health history of an individual bears a pretty significant impact on that.
So if there's only a single beneficiary that's listed, is that the individual who then receives the sum of money or the amount the insurance policy was for upon the death of the insured?
Can you say that again?
Yes, if there's only a single beneficiary, is that the only individual then who's paid out upon the death of the insured?
Yes, generally.
Can you explain the process or what occurs upon the death of an insured?
Following death, you said?
Yes.
Yeah. So generally the beneficiary will contact the company to let us know of the death of the insured. If I'm the point of contact on that, I relay that information to the company directly, and then they obtain the needed information from the beneficiary in order to process that payment.
Do you yourself reach out to beneficiaries and indicate that there's a life insurance policy that exists and a potential payout?
It's not my practice to do so, no.
Presumably, if someone obtains a life insurance policy, that's documented, correct?
Yes.
Now, I know that things may have changed. A lot of things are done electronically now, but if someone was obtaining a life insurance policy in the past, say 2021 or before, is that something you would do in person?
Yes.
Okay. And they would come into your office and sit down and sign documents, is that correct?
Generally in the office, I've done it in people's homes as well.
Did you know Ryan Cooper?
Yes.
How did you know him?
He was a client of my agency when I began back in 2006.
Did he have any life insurance policies through Shelter Insurance?
He did.
Do you recall how many life insurance policies he had?
On himself or as the owner?
Yeah, just on himself, he being the insured.
I believe 2.
Judge, may I approach?
You may.
Going to be showing you what's been marked as States Exhibits 207 and 208.
So take a look at those. Once
once again, moments to familiarize yourself with them, let them know. Do you recognize those documents?
I do.
What is State's Exhibit 207, just generally? Is that life insurance policy documentation?
This is an application for a $20,000 whole life insurance policy.
And the applicant or insured?
The applicant and owner and insured is Ryan Cooper.
And State's Exhibit number 208, same question, what is that?
That is a 30-year level term life insurance policy, also on Ryan Cooper in the amount of $500,000.
Judge, at this time and by stipulation of the parties, the state would move to admit State's Exhibit 207 and 208.
Ms. Watt?
No objection.
All right, State's Exhibits 207 and 208 are admitted.
Mr. Gudenkamp, I want to turn your attention first to Exhibit number 207. You stated generally what that is. It's a life insurance policy. What was the amount of that life insurance policy?
That is a $20,000 face amount.
Can you explain what that means?
That is the proceed that would be paid out to the beneficiary upon death.
And I think you already stated the insured party was Ryan Cooper, correct?
Correct.
Who was the beneficiary on that document?
Karina Cooper.
Moving on then to State's Exhibit number 208. Same question, what was the nature of that exhibit?
That's the application for a $500,000 term life insurance policy.
And the insured on that policy?
Is Ryan Cooper.
And the beneficiary?
Karina Cooper.
If I understand correctly, upon the death of Ryan Cooper, those are the amounts roughly that would be paid out to the named beneficiary being Karina Cooper, correct?
Correct.
How are those proceeds paid out upon the death of an insured?
Those are generally paid out in a lump sum in a check.
And where does that check originate from?
That would be the home office in Columbia, Missouri.
Now, is that something that's then delivered to you and you take it to the beneficiary, or does that go directly to the beneficiary?
Can be done both ways.
Do you recall, as an insurance agent, becoming aware of the death of Ryan Cooper?
Yes.
And ultimately, was a claim made related to these life insurance policies that you just testified to due to the death of Ryan Cooper?
There was.
And to your knowledge, were those life insurance policies then paid out to Karina Cooper?
Yes, they were.
Judge, if I may approach.
You may. You don't need to ask again with this witness if you're planning on coming up again.
All right, thank you, Judge. Showing you the mark of State's Exhibit 209 and 210. Starting with State's Exhibit 209, do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
That would be a claim check in the amount of $24,724.32.
Made out to whom?
Karina Cooper.
And to your knowledge, is that associated with the insurance policy that you testified to, which was State's Exhibit number 207?
Yes.
Same question with regard to State's Exhibit 210. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is it?
That is a proceeds check paid out in the amount of $514,882.21 paid out to Karina Cooper.
And to your knowledge, is that associated with the insurance policy that you referenced, State's Exhibit 208?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, again, by stipulation of the parties, the state would move to admit State's Exhibit 209 and 210.
Ms. Watt?
No objection.
All right, State's Exhibits 209 and 210 are admitted.
You stated State's Exhibit 209 was a shelter insurance check, correct?
Correct.
Paid out to Karina Cooper?
Correct.
And that was in the amount of, I believe you said, a little over $24,000?
Correct.
Based on the documentation kept there by shelter insurance, was that check in fact cashed by Karina Cooper?
Yes.
Same question with regard to State's Exhibit number 210. That was shelter insurance check that was paid out to Karina Cooper.
Correct.
And did she in fact cash that check?
Yes.
And the total amount of that check again, sir?
On 210 was $514,000. I'm sorry, $514,882.21.
I have no further questions for this witness.
Ms. Watt, any questions?
Just a couple. When did Ryan apply for the life insurance?
I do not have the exact date in front of me.
Do you not have the exhibits in front of you?
Of the policy they paid out, I believe that there was a policy prior to this. The application date on this policy was November 20th, 2013.
Okay. Can you just check, were both policies that you have in front of you applied for in 2013?
That date was on Exhibit 208, which was the term policy. Exhibit 207 was also November 20th, 2013.
Okay. Did you, in dealing with Ryan, did you ever meet Karina?
Yes, I don't recall the exact time, but it was very few times.
Okay, so you dealt primarily with Ryan?
Correct.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Mr. Engel, anything further?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. You may step down and you're excused. Oh, sir, gonna have you go down. Yep. Mr. Engel, is state prepared to call this next witness?
May we approach, Your Honor?
You may. Pretty quick today. By my calculation, we've gone through 8 witnesses today, and I think we moved quicker than anybody anticipated. So, I guess good news, bad news, depending on how you look at it. We don't have another witness here today. So the next witness we will have will be here ready to go at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. My understanding is we're moving ahead of schedule. So even though we're ending a little bit early, don't worry, we're still on schedule, if not ahead of schedule, as we talked about. So what that means for you is you get to go home a little bit early today. So I'm going to ask that you be back here ready to go at 9 o'clock tomorrow. And again, remind you of the admonition that I've given you earlier. Still keep an open mind. We have more testimony and exhibits, I'm sure, to come in. And don't talk to anybody about the case. Don't let anybody talk to you about the case. Don't do any sort of investigation or research about anything related to the case, and avoid any media accounts of the case, both traditional media and any sort of social media accounts of the case as well. And with that, all of you, I hope you have a good afternoon and good evening, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Right, okay, that's the end of the day. Verdict hasn't come in. Thanks everybody for listening and watching. Yeah, unfortunately, we're both a bit too tired to do anything else. But thank you again for tuning in. Hello, Paula. We're going to have to call it a night because we're really tired. But thank you for tuning in.
Ready?